Jiang Xiaoyu is a recognized waste, useless at everything, but #1 in eating and drinking. She is also one of the first lucky ones to become a zombie, with no upgrades and no powers, looking like the lowest grade waste. In her first life, she dragged her decaying body to find her brother, repeatedly having her head chopped off, but never dying. 3 years later, when she saw her brother, he was dealing with a zombie tied at the base, while she was one of the zombies. She watched as her brother was ambushed from behind by his teammate, dying in front of her. When she opened her eyes again, she was back 3 days before the apocalypse, remembering that her best friend had taken a treasure space from her. Thinking of her tragically dead brother, Jiang Xiaoyu decided to get herself together. Abba. Abba. The rotten smell mixed with blood seeped into her nostrils as Jiang Xiaoyu held her brother's corpse, calling out. In her hollow zombie eyes, 2 lines of dark red tears slid down her cheeks, dripping onto her brother's tattered uniform, spreading a small dark stain. Thud, a sharp chalk strike hit her forehead, jolting Jiang Xiaoyu awake. Her chaotic consciousness was forcibly pulled back as the familiar angry roar of her homeroom teacher exploded in her ears. Jiang Xiaoyu, how dare you daydream in physics class? Do you want to give up on the college entrance exam? The voice of the teacher was like a hammer, shattering the remnants of the apocalypse dream. Jiang Xiaoyu blankly raised her head, her vision clearing from blurry to focused, finally locking onto the red countdown board above the blackboard. There were 100 days left until the college entrance exam. 3 days until the apocalypse. She remembered so clearly because her birthday was in 3 days, and she would become a zombie just after turning 18. It sounded so tragic. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the desk. Chalk dust floated in the beam of light. The teacher's chalk continued to screech on the blackboard, and around her were the sounds of classmates flipping through books. Everything felt unreal, warm enough to make her nose tingle. She stared at the homeroom teacher's face, which was always frowned, but at this moment, she felt that this stern voice was more pleasant than any heavenly sound. The teacher was still saying something, but she didn't catch a single word, only knowing that she had returned, back to 3 days before the apocalypse broke out, back to a time when her brother was still around, and there was still a future. Xiaoyu, what are you daydreaming about? Teacher is about to stare you through. Her deskmate Lin Weiwei gently poked her arm with a ballpoint pen, her voice filled with familiar affection. Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze suddenly turned cold, landing on the silver necklace around Lin Weiwei's neck. The chain was thin, and the pendant was an inconspicuous little star, but only Jiang Xiaoyu knew that it was a gift from her mother for her 16th birthday. Half a month ago, Lin Weiwei had said she liked it and casually borrowed it to wear. Her mother said she didn't know what material the chain was made of, just that it had been passed down through generations. The chain was delicate and obviously designed for girls. Her brother, being a boy, didn't suit wearing it, so he gave it to her. In her last life. Just 3 days later, after a heavy rain, the apocalypse suddenly descended, and she became one of the first lucky ones to become a zombie. This necklace was never returned, but she didn't actually die. Her soul remained in the zombie body, becoming a conscious zombie. Later, she wandered through the ruins and accidentally heard survivors say that Lin Weiwei had awakened a rare spatial ability, not only capable of storing items, but also containing fertile black soil, which was different from all other space ability users. She was treated like a treasure by the base. Later, while wandering, she encountered Lin Weiwei, who had come out to collect supplies. At that time, Lin Weiwei was wearing a clean dress, surrounded by countless ability users for protection. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu, who had become a zombie, there was a moment of shock. She smiled as she walked up to Jiang Xiaoyu, swiftly decapitating her, and spoke for a long time beside her severed head. Jiang Xiaoyu, you're really a waste, possessing a treasure, yet not knowing it. Did you think I really regarded you as a friend? Humph, you're just my foil. At first, I was envious of you, but then your family went bankrupt and your parents died. Do you know how happy I was? Didn't expect it, did you? Every time you embarrassed yourself, it was my masterpiece. Her voice was sweet, like honey laced with poison. Jiang Xiaoyu, thank you. If it weren't for your necklace, how could I be someone important in the apocalypse? Ha ha ha. Only then did Jiang Xiaoyu realize that it wasn't a spatial ability. It was clearly the space that came with the necklace. But Lin Weiwei didn't know that she was a very special zombie who wouldn't die. After Lin Weiwei turned to leave, she trembled and crawled to put her head back on. She wandered from one city to another, searching for her brother's traces. Jiang Xiaoyu once had a life that everyone envied. Her parents ran a medium-sized enterprise. Although they weren't a top-tier wealthy family, they were still well-known figures locally. Her brother was an outstanding student at a military academy, always bringing her various gifts whenever he came home. There was a 10-year age gap between her and her brother, and she was pampered since childhood. Even when she got into trouble, her parents would only smile and say, It's okay. We have mom and dad. Her family always said, Xiaoyu, you don't have to work too hard. Just be happy. Xiaoyu, even if no one dares to marry you in the future, your brother will take care of you for life. Xiaoyu, do whatever you want. If the sky falls, mom and dad will support you. At that time, she believed these words, comfortably being a waste, with mediocre grades and a weak personality, relying on others even for small matters. Her parents only wanted her to be a good girl and later enjoy being a doting daughter. Because her big brother was too dazzling, always the child everyone else admired. From middle school to university, he was directly admitted, and later she heard that he was also very outstanding in military school. After graduation, there was no news. She only knew that her brother's information had to be kept confidential and would not be disclosed. She originally thought she could be a waste for the rest of her life. But she never expected that the storm would come so quickly. At the age of 16, a sudden financial crisis caused her parents' company to go bankrupt, leaving them with debts of tens of millions. What devastated her even more was that her parents died in a car accident while negotiating debt restructuring. Her brother had been on a mission away from home for 2 years and had not seen their parents for the last time. Overnight, she went from being an envied rich girl to a debt-laden orphan. Relatives avoided her. Some even privately discussed, it's deserved, who told their family to be so glorious before. In the end, she could only give up all her parents' inheritance with the help of a lawyer, barely paying off the debts. With nothing left, even cats and dogs looked down on Jiang Xiaoyu, and none of her relatives wanted to take her in. In the end, it was her brother who sent her 2,000 yuan a month, allowing her to stay at her aunt's house. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang. Lin Weiwei turned sideways, reaching out to touch Jiang Xiaoyu's arm. Xiaoyu, are you okay? Teacher was too fierce just now. It scared me. Her fingertip hadn't even touched Jiang Xiaoyu's school uniform before Jiang Xiaoyu subtly avoided it. Jiang Xiaoyu raised her eyes to the silver necklace around Lin Weiwei's neck, the little star resting against her collarbone, glinting faintly in the sunlight, like a thorn. Piercing Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes. It's been half a month. Jiang Xiaoyu's voice was very soft, but carried an undeniable firmness. Please give me back the necklace. It's the last thing my parents left me. You know, all the valuable things in my home were taken to pay off debts. When her parents' belongings were sorted, this necklace was left in her hands because it was identified as ordinary silver jewelry, worth little. Chapter 2 Leave of Absence. The lesson from her past life made her clearly understand that this seemingly unremarkable necklace was a treasure that could save lives in the apocalypse. Even if she had to become a zombie, she had to leave this treasure for her brother. Anything from the Jiang family, even if it rots on the ground, is better than letting it fall into someone else's hands. Lin Weiwei's hand suddenly tightened around the necklace, her fingers digging into the cold silver chain. And the concern on her face froze for a moment. She instinctively shrank her neck back and spoke in a tone that carried a hint of coaxing. Xiaoyu, I really like this necklace. Can I wear it for a few more days? Just a few days. She felt an inexplicable panic in her heart, always sensing a special allure to this necklace, as if wearing it brought her an unexplainable sense of security. I miss my mom. Jiang Xiaoyu lowered her eyes, her voice tinged with grievance, and her eyes turned red at the right moment. We can take turns wearing it. Let me wear it for a few days first, okay? Though she said so, Jiang Xiaoyu had already made up her mind. Once the item was in her hands, there was no way she would return it. Whether by deceit, theft, or robbery, this necklace had to be back in her possession. Lin Weiwei was still reluctant, her fingers repeatedly stroking the necklace, her brows furrowing. But Weiwei. The classmate Wang Jiwei suddenly turned around, still holding half a piece of unfinished bread. This is the last thing Xiaoyu's mom left for her. Her family is in such a situation, just give it back to her. It's just a silver chain. It's not worth much. Ho Yong, who was nearby, chimed in, lowering his voice to persuade her. Yeah, Weiwei, just give it to her. If that teacher comes around and sees you two pulling at it, she might scold you again. If you can't keep the necklace, you'll only end up getting yelled at, and that is not worth it. The gazes of the surrounding classmates all converged, and Lin Weiwei's face became a bit awkward. She was most afraid of being called stingy by others, and even more afraid of being caught by the class teacher. After hesitating for a few seconds, she reluctantly raised her hand, slowly unclasped the necklace, and shoved it into Jiang Xiaoyu's hand, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. You said it. We'll take turns wearing it. You must return the necklace to me tomorrow. Jiang Xiaoyu took the necklace and quickly stuffed it into the pocket of her school uniform. She looked up at Lin Weiwei, tugged at the corner of her mouth, and didn't say a word. Since when did this necklace become something Lin Weiwei could control? The fact that she dared to ask for it back was truly laughable. The treasure she had taken back would never be given away again in this lifetime. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly packed her backpack and stood up to walk out of the classroom. Seeing this, Lin Weiwei immediately chased after her, grabbing her arm. Where are you going? The next class is about to start. Aren't you going to class? I'm taking a leave of absence. Jiang Xiaoyu's voice held no warmth. I'm not feeling well. I want to go to the hospital. With only 3 days left until the apocalypse, she didn't have time to waste with Lin Weiwei. Though she had no money to stockpile supplies, and even if she were to become a zombie, there was no need to stockpile. But she needed to contact her brother and have him come back. I'll go with you to the hospital. Lin Weiwei refused to let go. I don't want to go to class either. I can accompany you. She felt that Jiang Xiaoyu was acting strangely today. Her tone as cold as if she had become a different person, which made her uneasy. No need. I can go by myself. Jiang Xiaoyu forcefully shook off Lin Weiwei's hand, the strength making Lin Weiwei stumble slightly. She didn't look back or pay attention to Lin Weiwei's shocked expression. Heading straight for the office, Lin Weiwei stood in place, watching Jiang Xiaoyu's back, her unease growing stronger. She always felt that something had fundamentally changed from this moment on. The office was filled with a faint smell of chalk dust and ink. The homeroom teacher was buried in a mountain of test papers. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and frowned when she saw it was Jiang Xiaoyu. Teacher, I'm not feeling well. I'd like to take a day off to go to the hospital. Jiang Xiaoyu stood in front of the desk, her gaze falling on the leave of absence slip in her hand, trying to keep her tone calm. She knew that the homeroom teacher would definitely start lecturing her about her grades, but she wasn't in the mood to deal with that right now. She just wanted to get the leave slip and leave as soon as possible. As expected, the homeroom teacher put down her red pen, leaned back in her chair, and looked at her with disappointment. Jiang Xiaoyu, do you know what your ranking was in this month's exam? Over 700. She reached into the pile of test papers, pulled out a report card, and slapped it on the desk. With this score, if you keep going like this, you won't even reach the vocational line. With a change in tone, the homeroom teacher added a touch of sarcasm. I heard your brother was a legend at school back in the day, directly recommended, and later excelled in military school. And you, being from the same family, I really wonder if you were adopted. How can the gap be so big? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyu felt nothing. Her brother, such a remarkable person, didn't die at the hands of zombies, but rather at the hands of his own kind. That person who killed her brother deserved to die? She needed to find her brother as soon as possible and tell him everything to prevent the tragedy from happening 3 years later. Do you know what your home situation is like now? You don't understand it yourself? The homeroom teacher's voice grew heavy, carrying a hint of earnestness. With your parents gone, it's just you and your brother left. You should be more motivated, study hard, and have a way out in the future. Don't let your brother worry. Jiang Xiaoyu took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and looked up at the homeroom teacher. Teacher, I understand. When I come back from the hospital, I will definitely study hard and won't let you down again. The homeroom teacher stared at her for a few seconds, as if trying to read something from her face, but ultimately sighed helplessly. I really can't do anything with you. Here's your leave slip. The sooner you go, the sooner you can come back. When you return from the hospital, you must come back to school immediately. Don't think about slacking off. As she spoke, she quickly signed her name and pushed the leave slip over. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Xiaoyu immediately grabbed the leave slip and turned to walk out of the office. Her footsteps were much faster than before, almost a jog down the stairs. Most students in the hallway were still in their classrooms preparing for class. Occasionally, a few classmates carrying books passed by, and Jiang Xiaoyu avoided them without a sideways glance. Even if she said that the apocalypse would arrive in 3 days, no one would believe her. Instead, she would be locked up. She wasn't a saint. She just wanted to protect her only family member. After handing the leave slip to the guard, Jiang Xiaoyu smoothly exited the school gate. As soon as she stepped out, she eagerly pulled out her phone from her backpack. Her fingertips trembled slightly with nervousness as the screen glimmered in the sunlight. She quickly found her brother Jiang Yunzhou's number and pressed the call button hard. The phone rang in her ear, once, twice. Each second of waiting felt like torment. Jiang Xiaoyu tightened her grip on the phone, her knuckles turning white. Even her breathing became lighter. She wished to hear her brother's voice in the next moment, telling her that he was fine and would be back soon. Chapter 3 Golden Finger. However, the voice that came from the receiver was not her brother's, but that of a strange boy. Hello, you must be Jiang Ji's sister, right? He is out on a mission right now and can't take calls. You can call back later. Jiang Xiaoyu's heart sank sharply, suppressing her rising panic. Her voice trembling slightly as she asked, when will he be back? In 5 days. The person on the other end paused, seemingly confirming the time. The mission should end in about 5 days. Call back then, and you should be able to reach him. 5 days. Jiang Xiaoyu repeated the words softly, feeling as if all her strength had been drained away. In 5 days, the apocalypse would have already broken out. She might have already turned into a mindless zombie, unable to speak a complete sentence, let alone contact her brother. She could almost see the scene from her past life, her brother covered in blood, lying in the ruins, looking at her with eyes full of reluctance and guilt. In this life, she had clearly returned early. Yet would she still not be able to see her brother one last time? A wave of helplessness surged in her heart, making it almost impossible for her to stand. "Hey, are you still there?" The voice on the other end interrupted her thoughts. Jiang Xiaoyu took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound calmer. "I understand. Thank you." After saying that, she hurriedly hung up the phone without waiting for a response. The phone slipped from her hand and fell into the grass by the roadside, the screen lighting up and then dimming again. Jiang Xiaoyu stared at the patch of grass, her eyes finally unable to hold back their redness. The sun was still bright. People came and went on the street, and vehicles flowed continuously, but she felt as if she were isolated in another world. Everything around her seemed so unreal. No, she couldn't just give up like this. Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly crouched down, picked up her phone, and wiped the dust off the screen with force. Even if her brother wouldn't be back for 5 days, she had to find a way to protect him with all her might when the apocalypse broke out, and ensure he had a way to survive. Pushing open the old security door of her aunt's house, she noticed the shoe rack in the entrance was crooked, with only her own pair of slippers on it. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu changed her shoes, she heard her aunt's impatient voice from the living room. "Why aren't you in school? It's Tuesday, why did you come back home?" Her aunt stood up from the sofa, still holding an unfinished sweater, her eyes scanning Jiang Xiaoyu's backpack with a hint of disdain. Jiang Xiaoyu lowered her head, her voice muffled. "I don't feel well. I want to rest at home for a day. I'll go to school tomorrow." "Not feeling well?" Her aunt scoffed, clearly not taking it seriously. "Fine then. I'm just about to go out to buy groceries. You can handle lunch yourself. There are some leftovers in the fridge." Saying this, she picked up a tote bag by the door and turned to leave. The sound of the door slamming made the walls tremble slightly. Jiang Xiaoyu stood in place, clenching the hem of her clothes. She knew very well that her aunt was willing to take her in only because her brother sent 2,000 yuan every month. Without that money, her aunt would have probably kicked her out long ago. Without benefits, there is no value. At this time, perhaps relatives hope you fare worse than strangers. She didn't think about this anymore and quickly walked into her small room with her head down. The room was tiny, with only a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe, and the walls were plastered with a few yellowed posters. Closing the door, isolating herself from the desolation outside, Jiang Xiaoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, took out the silver necklace from her pocket, and rubbed it repeatedly in her palm. She originally planned to wait for her brother to come back to let him identify the necklace. After all, her brother was already 28 years old, more capable of utilizing space well during the apocalypse than she was. She would have turned into a zombie. The space would be of no use to her. But now, her brother had a mission and wouldn't be back for 5 days. She simply couldn't wait. If she sent the necklace to her brother by courier, apart from not knowing his exact location, the risks on the road were too great. What if the courier got lost or someone discovered the secret of the necklace? The consequences would be unimaginable. Going to find her brother? That was even more of a fantasy. The locations where her brother carried out missions were always confidential. She didn't even know which province or city he was in. He had always come to find her. She had never had the chance to look for him. Could it be that in this lifetime, she would never see her brother again? Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes turned red again, her heart aching. She shook her head vigorously, trying to dispel that thought. Even if I turn into a zombie, this necklace cannot fall into someone else's hands. Jiang Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, her gaze becoming resolute. She didn't know if the space would change after she became a zombie, but at this moment, she had to identify the necklace first. No one could take her family's things. She found an embroidery needle from the desk drawer, took a deep breath, and forcefully pricked the tip of her finger with the needle. Pain shot through her, and a drop of bright red blood slowly oozed out. She immediately held the necklace and let the blood drop onto the small star pendant in the center of the chain. At the moment the blood droplet touched the pendant, the small star emitted a dazzling white light, blinding Jiang Xiaoyu. She felt a dizzying sensation, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing on a strange piece of land. Before her was an endless space, half of it a lush green meadow and the other half fertile black soil, separated by a clear little stream. She didn't know how big the space was. She only knew it stretched beyond sight. Jiang Xiaoyu was stunned, then remembered the scenes she had seen in the past. Such spaces were usually half time-stop zones and half plannable areas. She suppressed her excitement and quickly ran out of the space, rushing to the refrigerator in the living room. She grabbed a popsicle, then ran back to her room and entered the space again. She placed one popsicle on the grass and another on the black soil, wanting to verify her guess. When she looked for the necklace, she found it had disappeared, and she had a star mark on the inside of her wrist. As for the water in the stream, she wasn't afraid of death and drank a mouthful directly. After a long time, she felt nothing, just ordinary water. It wasn't the legendary spiritual spring water. And she felt a bit disappointed. After doing all this, she began to sort her belongings. In fact, she didn't have much valuable luggage. Her desk was piled with a stack of textbooks and review materials, and her wardrobe only had a few changes of clothes. As for money, there was less than 3,000 yuan in her card. In her previous life, she was just an ordinary zombie. She had no abilities and wouldn't evolve like those advanced zombies. Although she had an immortal body, her flesh rotted day by day, her skin fell off, her muscles necrosed. And even walking was a drag with heavy rotting flesh, which she found disgusting. She had the instincts of a zombie, wanting to eat meat and drink blood. But she held back. She was best at playing dead and stealing crystal cores to fill her stomach. When the ability users killed the zombies, she would steal from behind. Interestingly, she consumed countless crystal cores but had none herself. Strangely, neither high-level nor low-level zombies would come near her, let alone eat her. She became the most solitary traveler in the apocalypse. Chapter 4. Preparing minimal supplies in 3 years, she had witnessed the ugliness of humanity and the brutality of zombies. But she never gave up on searching for her brother. Until the winter of the 3rd year. She dragged her already decaying body and staggered to the outside of a base. From afar, she saw that familiar figure on the city wall. It was her brother. He wore a tattered combat uniform and held a rusty knife, fighting fiercely against the zombies climbing the city wall. The cold wind swirled with snowflakes, falling on his blood-stained face, yet his gaze remained resolute, like an unshakable mountain. In that moment, her brother seemed incredibly tall in Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes. He would unleash a bolt of lightning and then stab a zombie. She wanted to shout brother, but all that came from her throat were incoherent sounds. She had become one of the countless zombies in the sea of corpses. She slowly approached the city wall, her steps unsteady but filled with unprecedented determination. She knew how terrifying she looked now, but she just wanted to get a little closer to her brother, to see him again, even if it meant dying at his hands. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. On the city wall, a masked man wearing the same combat uniform suddenly appeared behind her brother, holding a glinting dagger. She wanted to rush up and warn her brother, but was blocked by the horde of zombies at the foot of the wall. She could only watch helplessly as the dagger plunged deeply into her brother's back, and the masked man forcefully pushed him off the city wall. Bang! Her brother fell heavily onto the snow, blood instantly staining the surrounding white snow. The horde of zombies below the wall immediately stirred, swarming towards her brother. Their eyes glinting with greed, ready to feast on this hard-won food. Jiang Xiaoyu dashed over frantically, using all her strength to push away the zombies around her and wrapped her arms around her brother. Her decaying flesh rubbed against him, but she didn't care, only fiercely protecting him in her embrace. Strangely, the originally restless horde of zombies all stopped in their tracks the moment she embraced her brother, encircling them from a distance. No longer daring to approach. It was as if there was something about her that instilled fear in them. Jiang Xiaoyu looked down at her brother in her arms. His breath was growing weaker, yet his eyes were slightly open, seemingly trying to recognize something. After a while, she heard her brother use his last bit of strength to utter a sound, Xiaoyu. That one word felt like a hammer, striking heavily at Jiang Xiaoyu's heart. She wanted to respond, but could only let out a hoarse roar. Tears mixed with blood slipped from her hollow eye sockets, dripping onto her brother's face. Just as she was engulfed in immense sorrow, a flash of white light suddenly appeared before her eyes. When she opened them again, she found herself back in the classroom before the apocalypse, 100 days before the college entrance examination. Thinking of the rotting bodies, she wanted to die right then. If she was still unable to escape the fate of becoming a zombie in this life, then at the very least, she couldn't let her brother repeat the mistakes of the last life. It didn't matter if she died, but her brother's ending from the previous life could never be repeated. She took a deep breath, clutching her bank card, and quickly headed towards the ATM near her community. After withdrawing cash and placing it in her handbag, just as she was about to turn and leave, she saw Lin Weiwei striding towards her from a distance. Jiang Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, wondering how she knew she was here. In the next moment, she suddenly remembered the location-sharing app on her phone. In the last life, they were known as the best friends, and to be able to find each other at any time, they had specially downloaded and registered the same location-sharing app, even binding their accounts to each other. How foolish! Jiang Xiaoyu scolded herself in her heart, raising her hand as if to slap herself. In her previous life, she must have been blinded by foolishness to have been so unreserved towards Lin Weiwei, even willing to share something that could expose her whereabouts. Lin Weiwei quickly reached her, her face showing a mix of scrutiny and displeasure. Didn't you say you were going to the hospital? How come you're here? Are you pretending to be sick to skip class? Jiang Xiaoyu looked up at her, her tone devoid of any previous gentleness. Do you live by the sea? Why do you care so much about where I am and what I'm doing? Lin Weiwei was momentarily taken aback by her sudden assertiveness, then frowned, her tone threatening. Jiang Xiaoyu, don't push your luck. Do you believe I'll call the teacher right now and tell her you're skipping class to get money from the ATM? She'll punish you properly. Go ahead. Jiang Xiaoyu coldly spat out 2 words, her eyes showing no fear. Lin Weiwei didn't expect her to react this way. The old Jiang Xiaoyu would have softened even if threatened, let alone if she had just slightly raised her voice. But the current Jiang Xiaoyu's gaze was as cold as ice, radiating an aura that kept others at bay. She had completely transformed. You. Lin Weiwei was so furious she couldn't find her words, the unease in her heart growing stronger. She felt as if Jiang Xiaoyu had completely slipped out of her control. The once obedient little follower seemed to be gone for good. Jiang Xiaoyu was too lazy to continue entangling with her and turned to leave. But Lin Weiwei was unwilling to give up, reaching out to grab her arm. You can't leave. We need to clarify things. Why are you pretending to be sick? Are you hiding something from me? Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly sidestepped. Lin Weiwei, don't touch me. You've been backstabbing me, isolating me from everyone, leaving me without friends. You're just a two-faced person. From now on, my affairs are none of your business. Lin Weiwei shouted from behind. Jiang Xiaoyu, go ahead. I'll just tell the homeroom teacher that you're skipping class to play outside. She couldn't believe she couldn't control a useless person with no parents. Jiang Xiaoyu, clutching the cash she had just withdrawn, hurried towards a restaurant. She had already confirmed that time in her space was frozen, and the time outside flowed at the same rate as normal. Over 2,000 yuan wouldn't stockpile much. So she picked out some of her brother's favorite dishes and had the owner prepare dozens of servings to take away. She sat down, eating while waiting. After paying 1,000 yuan, she carried several large bags to a remote spot without surveillance. After storing them in her space, she went to the supermarket again. Upon entering the supermarket, Jiang Xiaoyu headed straight for the instant food section. She bought a month's worth of instant rice, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, frozen dumplings, frozen buns, mantou, and handheld pancakes. Then she went to the fruit section to buy some apples, oranges, bananas, and other items to supplement vitamins. Thinking about how frozen food sometimes needed to be fried or baked, she also bought a small amount of seasoning, 2 packs of salt, 2 packs of sugar, 2 bottles of cooking oil, and 1 bottle each of vinegar, soy sauce, oyster sauce, and cooking wine. Finally, she grabbed 5 boxes of mineral water. At checkout, looking at the amount displayed at the register, she calculated in her mind that there wasn't much money left. She thought about it and concluded that if she didn't turn into a zombie, these supplies would be enough for her to eat for over a month. If she did become a zombie, it would be simpler. At that point, the resources of the entire city would be at her disposal, and she would have plenty of time to fill her space and then go find her brother. Chapter 5. Leaving Andy's house after exiting the supermarket. Jiang Xiaoyu turned into an electronics store. She remembered that at the beginning of the apocalypse, the signal hadn't been cut off yet. If she became a zombie, her fingerprints would surely disappear due to skin decay, making it impossible to unlock her phone or type. She wandered around the store and bought 2 stylus pens. She also picked 3 high-capacity power banks, thinking she would charge them up as soon as she got back, so she would have a backup if her phone ran out of battery. Holding the stylus pens, Jiang Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile, secretly feeling proud of herself. With so many instant noodles, she wouldn't have hot water. She went to a camping store and bought a cooking set for the outdoors: lotus stove, kettle, rice pot, frying pan, folding chopsticks, collapsible bowl, outdoor cup, and gas canister, and also picked up 2 extra gas canisters. Seeing she still had money, she bought 2 entrenching tools, a large box of emergency blankets, and some small tools. The store owner said this was an outdoor emergency kit. She rummaged through the store and found there were no medicines, so she went to a pharmacy to buy supplies for injuries and common medications. After spending the last few hundred yuan, the stock of medicine wasn't much, but it was enough for her alone. Upon returning to her aunt's house, the first thing she did was log out and uninstall the location sharing app. It was now 3 in the afternoon, and she lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Jiang Xiaoyu was awakened by the smell of cooking oil wafting from the kitchen. She opened her eyes to find that it was completely dark outside, and the room was unlit, with only the faint light coming through the gaps in the curtains barely illuminating the surroundings. Getting up and walking out of her room, she saw the kitchen light on, and her aunt was busy at the stove in an apron, the food in the pot sizzling. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu come out, her aunt paused with the spatula in her hand, immediately revealing an expression of dissatisfaction. Why haven't you gone to school yet? The college entrance examination is coming up soon, and you don't put in any effort at all. While continuing to stir the food in the pan, she kept lecturing. You really can't compare to your brother. When he was in school, there was no need to worry about him. His grades were always among the top in the grade. And look at you, your grades are so poor, and you're always thinking about slacking off. What future do you expect to have? I don't know what your brother and sister-in-law were thinking, raising a daughter like this. Not knowing how to be ambitious at all. Your personality is also unlikable, and your words aren't sweet. What will you do in the future? I can only take care of you until graduation. If you don't get into college, I'll just leave you to your brother. Seeing her aunt like this made Jiang Xiaoyu feel irritated. Leaning against the door frame, she didn't argue back. Originally, she hadn't planned to go back to school. But then she thought that if the school and her family found out she was missing and came looking for her, it would be very troublesome. More importantly, if she continued to have no contact with her family, her aunt might even call the police, and if law enforcement got involved, it would disrupt her plans. Since there was nothing much to prepare, spending a couple of days at school wouldn't be a big deal. I'm going to school tomorrow, Jiang Xiaoyu whispered. Her aunt rolled her eyes and didn't say anything more about her, just muttering, "You always have so many excuses," and focused on cooking. Before long, the sound of keys unlocking the door came from the entrance. Her uncle walked in carrying a briefcase, followed by her bouncy younger cousin and cousin sister. Her cousin had just started elementary school, while her cousin sister was 3 years older. As soon as they entered, they began to argue and chatter, instantly breaking the tranquility of the home. "Mom, what delicious food are we having today? I'm starving." Her cousin dropped his backpack and rushed to the kitchen, peering eagerly over the stove. "Wash your hands first. You just came back and ran to the kitchen with bacteria all over your hands." Her aunt gave his head a light tap, her tone stern but with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Amid the crisp sounds of plates clinking, her aunt brought the last bowl of tomato egg soup to the table, steam and a savory aroma wafting through the air. Her uncle had already loosened his tie and was using serving chopsticks to pick up braised pork for her cousin. "I just closed a deal with Uncle Wong today. I'll take you to the amusement park this weekend." Her cousin immediately put down his chopsticks and clapped his hands, greasy fingers leaving marks on the tablecloth. "Really? I want to ride the roller coaster." Her cousin sister also leaned over, playing cute. "Daddy, I want to go too. I want to buy cotton candy." Her aunt helplessly patted the heads of the two kids. "Eat first, the food will get cold." The lively atmosphere of the family was like a warm fire. But Jiang Xiaoyu sat at the edge of the dining table, feeling like an ice cube isolated from the flames. Earlier, when her aunt set the table, she had deliberately placed Jiang Xiaoyu's bowl farthest from the dishes, not even passing her the serving chopsticks. It was as if she wasn't there to eat, but was merely a temporary guest. When her cousin's sister accidentally bumped her elbow while reaching for food, Jiang Xiaoyu instinctively pulled back, but her cousin's sister continued to ignore her, competing with her cousin for the last piece of rib. Her aunt noticed, but only softly said, "Eat slowly, don't fight," without mentioning the bumping at all. Children are the best at reading the atmosphere. If adults don't care, children will become even more reckless. Jiang Xiaoyu quietly took a bite of rice, the grains dry and scratchy in her throat. She suddenly recalled how family meals used to be. When her mother would always put the thornless fish in her bowl, her father would share interesting stories from outside, and her brother would secretly slip her candy when their parents weren't looking. Back then, the dining table was always crowded. Laughter floated from the living room to the balcony, and even the air was wrapped in a sweet warmth. But now, sitting around the table with family, she felt like an outsider. Her uncle occasionally glanced at her, always with a polite distance. Her aunt never asked if she needed more soup when serving the kids. Even her cousins would only sweetly call her sister Xiaoyu when they needed her help with homework. After finishing her last bite of rice, Jiang Xiaoyu's thoughts became crystal clear. She should leave. She didn't wait a second longer, gently put down her bowl and chopsticks, and said softly, "I'm done." Then quickly walked back to her room. Closing the door, she began to act, gathering her textbooks from the desk and clothes and shoes from the wardrobe into her space. Her aunt usually wouldn't enter her room, as long as the visible things were in order. Once she had packed everything, she sighed in relief. She had already planned it out. She would handle 2 days at school tomorrow and never come back again. The heavy rain before the apocalypse in her previous life would arrive the night after tomorrow. As long as she left school on the evening of the day after tomorrow and found a hidden place to hide, she could avoid the initial chaos. Determined, she finished her evening routine and went to bed early. The next day, as the sky began to lighten, Jiang Xiaoyu got up. After a simple wash, she slung her backpack over her shoulder and headed to school. As the bell for the morning reading class rang, she walked into the classroom. Just as she sat down, Lin Weiwei leaned over. "I thought you weren't coming to school today." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Weiwei reached out, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaoyu's neck. "Give me the necklace. You said I could wear it today." Chapter 6. Leaving school, Jiang Xiaoyu looked up at her, her tone calm. "I sent it to my brother." "What?" Lin Weiwei's voice instantly rose. "You clearly said one person wears it for 1 day. How can you go back on your word?" Lin Weiwei. Jiang Xiaoyu put down her textbook, her eyes filled with mockery. Don't be so thick-skinned. That's my thing. If I want to lend it, I will. And if I don't want to, do I have to follow your arrangements? Lin Weiwei's face turned red and white as she was taken aback by her words, her eyes slightly reddening. Xiaoyu, I just really like that necklace, so I wanted to wear it a few more days. I didn't mean anything else. Like, Jiang Xiaoyu let out a cold laugh. I also really like your house. It's spacious and bright. Why don't you let me stay for a few days? You all move out, and let me live there properly. How about that? Lin Weiwei instantly panicked. Why should I? That's my house. Why should you get to stay? Jiang Xiaoyu leaned back against her chair, leisurely retorting, yes. Why should you want to take my necklace just because you like it? I can't want to live in your house just because I like it? Her words left Lin Weiwei speechless, and she felt an intense agitation. She always thought that necklace was very important to her, but now that Jiang Xiaoyu had sent it to her brother, she had no way to get it back. A wave of strong unease surged in her heart, making her feel flustered, but she didn't know how to counter Jiang Xiaoyu's words. So she could only watch as Jiang Xiaoyu lowered her head and continued with her morning reading, as if their earlier argument never happened. Jiang Xiaoyu caught a glimpse of Lin Weiwei's flustered expression from the corner of her eye, but felt no ripple in her heart. As soon as the bell for the end of the morning reading rang, the students in the classroom surged out like a tide, rushing toward the cafeteria. Life in the third year of high school was like a stretched rubber band, allowing no moment of slack. Even breakfast time had to be timed. They queued to get food, devoured it, and then hurried back to the classroom, taking no more than 20 minutes. The countdown on the blackboard silently urged everyone on. Jiang Xiaoyu squeezed through the crowd, clutching 2 buns in her hand, nibbling as she walked. If such delicious food turns into zombies, I won't be able to eat it. So I need to eat more, eat more. Her classmates looked at her ungraceful eating and showed disdainful expressions. 2 girls in uniforms in the front row deliberately slowed down, covering their mouths with their textbooks, their eyes unabashedly glancing towards her. God, how can she eat so ungracefully, as if she hasn't eaten for hundreds of years? One of the girls wrinkled her nose, her voice just loud enough for those around to hear. You don't even know her? Another girl exaggeratedly widened her eyes. She's the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, you know? Her grades are at the bottom of the class. Apart from being somewhat good-looking, she's just useless. Useless was an understatement. More people gathered around, their gazes sweeping over Jiang Xiaoyu's fair cheeks and her upturned nose, their tones dripping with sour sarcasm. What good is it to be pretty? She's just a glutton who doesn't even care about how she eats. The upbringing she had as a rich girl must have starved out of her by now. Jiang Xiaoyu's chewing momentarily paused, her fingertips tightening around the bun. A little oil seeping from the folds of the plastic bag. She didn't look up or retort, just quickly swallowed the remaining bun. She had long since grown accustomed to such words. They didn't mean much. I heard she was at the bottom of the class again in the last monthly exam. Someone whispered, deliberately loud enough for her to hear. Having someone like her in the key class is simply dragging down our class average. What good is it to be pretty? Just a vase. In the end, she's still. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't hear the rest of the words clearly and didn't want to. She quickly left with her breakfast. She looked at the gray sky outside the teaching building, feeling a wave of frustration. The math and science she had never figured out in her past life still felt like a foreign language in this life, while the teacher spoke passionately at the podium. She sat below in a haze, unable to remember even a few formulas. The teacher's questions were all answered by guesswork, and her assignments were barely completed by copying her classmates' work. Luckily, everyone was busy reviewing, so no one paid much attention to her odd behavior. Finally, after enduring for 3 days, only a few hours remained before the apocalyptic rang. During a break, Jiang Xiaoyu quietly slipped to the wall behind the teaching building, preparing to climb over and leave. However, as she passed the entrance, she heard the security guard at the school gate calling her name, Jiang Xiaoyu. You have a package. She was momentarily stunned, hesitated for a few seconds, then quickly walked towards the gate. Upon receiving the package, she saw that it was sent by Jiang Yunju, her brother. When she opened it, she found a beautifully packaged box inside. Upon opening the box, a specially made silver-gray electric baton lay inside, along with a small note in her brother's familiar handwriting. Xiaoyu, happy birthday. This baton is for self-defense. Be careful when you're alone. Jiang Xiaoyu's fingers brushed over the cold baton, and her eyes instantly turned red. This was an early birthday gift from her brother, specially prepared because he was worried about her safety. She remembered that in her previous life, she never received this gift. She never had the chance to pick up this package before the apocalypse broke out. At that time, she was following a routine, attending evening self-study sessions, and would never go downstairs. In her previous life, She had gone to the dormitory in the rain to retrieve a notebook she had left behind. As a result, she fainted inexplicably and woke up to become a zombie, starting her 3-year journey through the apocalypse. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaoyu tightened her grip on the baton. She quickly moved to the blind spot of the surveillance cameras behind the teaching building, a safe corner she had long familiarized herself with, shaded by dense trees. She took out a stool she had prepared from her space, placed it steadily at the base of the wall, and using it for leverage, grabbed the top of the wall with both hands and pushed herself up. Once she was seated on the wall, she leaned down to put the stool back into her space, then slowly extended her legs over the wall, sliding down along the wall. Just before her feet were about to touch the ground, she took the stool out from her space and placed it on the ground to step down steadily. The whole action was fluid and made no unnecessary noise. She dusted herself off and began to calculate in her mind. Anyway, once the heavy rain passed, people would gradually awaken their abilities. Although space abilities were rare, they were not unique. Even if someone had seen her retrieving the stool while climbing the wall, they would likely think it was an ability user who had awakened early. At this critical moment, there was nothing to worry about. After leaving the small alley near the school, Jiang Xiaoyu hailed a taxi and gave the name of a newly built residential complex. She had specifically noted that place. The buildings had just been completed and were not yet officially on sale, with only a few renovation workers inside. By this time, the workers had long since gone home, making it a perfect hiding spot. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the complex, and Jiang Xiaoyu paid, slipping into the complex under the evening twilight. She avoided the scattered construction warning signs and headed straight for the top floor. The top floor was rarely visited, had a good view, and would allow for easy observation in case of an emergency. Chapter 7. Apocalypse Training Soon. She found an unlocked model room, with a sign on the doorknob indicating it was under renovation. She took out a hammer from her space and, with a few strikes, smashed the door open. Walking into the model room, she found simple furniture and appliances inside, a bed, a sofa, and kitchen utensils, all enough for temporary accommodation. Jiang Xiaoyu sighed in relief. After all, once the apocalypse broke out at night, neither the construction workers nor prospective buyers would come back. After a quick inspection, she took out a boxed meal from her space. She quickly finished eating, then changed into a set of black long-sleeved clothes and pants, followed by sunglasses, a hat, and a mask, putting them on neatly. She looked at herself in the dressing mirror of the model room and felt a lot more secure. Even if she really turned into a zombie, this outfit would cover up any changes to her face, preventing her from being mistaken for a zombie and getting her head chopped off right after stepping out. Just then, her phone in her pocket began to vibrate, with multiple notifications popping up on the screen from her homeroom teacher, Lin Weiwei, and her aunt. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't even look, directly setting her phone to silent and placing it on the sofa. She turned off the flashlight, and the room was instantly plunged into darkness, with only the moonlight outside casting a few faint beams through the glass. Jiang Xiaoyu sat on the sofa in the living room, leaning against it, quietly waiting for the storm that signified the arrival of the apocalypse. Outside, the sky had completely darkened, and suddenly, large raindrops began to pound against the glass without warning, the sound gradually merging into a continuous roar. Leaning back against the sofa, Jiang Xiaoyu listened to the increasingly loud rain, but her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and she couldn't resist the overwhelming drowsiness that washed over her. Before she knew it, she had fallen asleep on the sofa. "Ah, help!" A piercing scream suddenly pierced through the rain, jolting Jiang Xiaoyu awake from her slumber. Her entire body stiffened, and she opened her eyes wide. Outside, the sky had already begun to glow with a faint light, but the morning that should have been tranquil was filled with chaotic sounds. The uncontrollable honking of cars, the terrified cries of people, and the sound of something breaking collided together, creating a mournful symphony of the apocalypse. Jiang Xiaoyu struggled to get up, only to find her body stiff and unresponsive, her joints feeling like a machine lacking lubrication. She instinctively reached for her phone in her pocket. Her fingertips touched the device, but the screen remained dark and unresponsive. Trembling, she extended her hand, concentrating to try to use her space ability, relieved that it still worked. She took out an electric pen from her space, gripping it with her stiff fingers, and awkwardly poked at the phone screen. This time, the screen finally lit up, casting a faint glow on her face, revealing her eyes that were now just white. The screen displayed the time, Long Country Time, March 13th, 2095, for 29 a.m. She stared at her stiff fingers, noticing the skin at her fingertips had begun to turn a bluish gray. An unfamiliar instinct surged within her, urging her to chase after the scent of life, but the remaining rationality fought back desperately. A waste is still a waste, she self-mockingly smiled. But her throat could only produce a hoarse sound of ABA, ABA. Heaven had ultimately not favored her. Detected ability user. You have 30 seconds to enter the apocalypse training small world. A cold mechanical voice unexpectedly pierced her ears, accompanied by a countdown beeping. Jiang Xiaoyu's body stiffened, and her steps towards the door suddenly halted. She frowned in confusion. During the outbreak of the apocalypse in her previous life, nothing like this had happened. Was the world after her rebirth already different from her memories? What training? She understood training, but what was this apocalypse training nonsense? Did she escape the college entrance examination, but not some training? Even turned into a zombie, she was still so competitive. What ability user? She was a zombie, okay? Just as she was about to put her phone back into her space, the scene in front of her suddenly spun around. The sofa and furniture in the model room vanished in an instant, replaced by a dense forest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, and the damp, earthy smell mixed with the fragrance of the grass and trees rushed towards her, with thick fallen leaves underfoot. This was clearly a primitive forest, completely different from the city scene just now. Ding! Task released. Live in the parallel world for 7 days. Survivors who succeed in surviving for 7 days will return to the original world, where the time flow will remain static. The mechanical voice sounded again, and Jiang Xiaoyu instinctively looked down, discovering a silver-gray bracelet on her wrist that she hadn't noticed before. It felt cold to the touch, with a faint sheen on its surface. Each person is equipped with a system backpack. Items in the backpack can only be used in this parallel world and cannot be retrieved in the original world. Jiang Xiaoyu stared at the bracelet, feeling a surge of frustration. Why had she been deemed an ability user and dragged into this inexplicable small world? Was her rebirth not a coincidence? Countless questions swirled in her mind, leaving her increasingly confused. She raised her hand to touch her cheek. The skin beneath the mask was still stiff, and the bluish-gray marks showed no signs of fading. She tried to use her abilities again, but nothing happened. She was still just an ordinary zombie, with only the space in her necklace available for use. Before she could figure things out, the sounds of a group of people came from not far away. What is going on? I was just awakened by the roars of zombies outside, and the moment I opened my eyes, I ended up in this hellish place. Suddenly, a female voice filled with panic and dissatisfaction rang out not far away. Jiang Xiaoyu looked in the direction of the voice and saw several people dressed differently gathered together, all wearing confused and fearful expressions. A boy in sportswear responded, his tone filled with lingering fear. I went out to walk my dog early in the morning and saw a zombie pounce on someone and bite them. I was so scared that I hurried into the stairwell, and before I could catch my breath, I heard that training notification sound. Another boy in pajamas complained with a grimace, "Don't even mention it. I was in the bathroom at the time. I panicked when I heard the countdown. And thankfully I managed to put my pants on within 30 seconds, or else I'd be stuck here with my pants down. But this damn place doesn't even have food or water. How are we going to survive for 7 days?" A girl took off her thick clothes, exclaiming, "What is going on? Why is it so hot and stuffy in this hellish place?" The few of them were discussing animatedly. But Jiang Xiaoyu had no intention of joining in. She quietly retreated behind a large tree, her gaze falling on the wristband on her arm, trying to activate it. To her surprise, the wristband actually responded. The screen lit up, showing not only the time, but also an entry to a chat group. What delighted her even more was that her hand could interact with the wristband screen normally, without needing a stylus. She opened the system backpack, which contained only 3 items. An ordinary dagger that looked like a mass-produced product, utterly unremarkable, a lighter with a cheap plastic shell worth at most $1, and an empty metal lunchbox that seemed plain, costing just a few bucks at the supermarket. Chapter 8. Dinosaur World 1. Damn, it's like a survival game, giving us just 3 tools. How can an ordinary person survive? Jiang Xiaoyu complained inwardly, wondering where she was. Tropical rainforest? Then she opened the chat group, and the system prompted her to set a nickname first. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Xiaoyu typed salted fish on the screen. Upon entering the group chat, she discovered that there were actually over 50,000 members. Remembering the mechanical voice mentioning ability users when she first entered, Jiang Xiaoyu began to speculate. These over 50,000 people were likely the first batch of awakened ability users after the apocalypse. She was the only exception, a zombie mingling among the ability users. I must conceal my identity. Jiang Xiaoyu tightened her grip on the dagger, her gaze becoming resolute. No matter what this training is about, as long as she survives for 7 days in this parallel world, she can return to her original world. She absolutely cannot let her identity as a zombie be exposed and be hunted by the ability users. More than 50,000 ability users would see her as just a zombie. No, even a small piece wouldn't be enough to share. Several dozen kilometers away in a dense forest, Jiang Yunzhou was pressed against a sturdy ancient tree, his fingers tightly gripping the gun at his waist, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. The scene of the intense gunfight with drug dealers was still vivid in his mind. Bullets whizzed past his ears. The shouts of comrades mixed with the screams of the enemy, but in the next second, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed him, and when he opened his eyes again, the familiar abandoned factory had transformed into towering ancient trees. Yinzhou, where are we? Beside him, Fang Ziki rubbed his dazed head, confusion lacing his voice. We were just fighting drug dealers. How did we suddenly end up in this hellish place? And what was that training sound about? As he spoke, he touched the silver-gray wristband that had suddenly appeared on his wrist. I don't know. Jiang Yunzhou's voice was low and calm, his gaze warily fixed on the depths of the forest. Don't panic. Let us look around nearby and see if we can find other brothers. He was also filled with doubts. This sudden change was too strange, not like an enemy trap or an ordinary accident, especially the wristband on his wrist, which exuded a sense of technology that didn't belong to the real world. Fang Ziki nodded, just as he was about to follow Jiang Yunzhou forward. His eyes inadvertently caught sight of an icon on the wristband, and his eyes lit up. Hey, Yunzhou, there's a chat group on this wristband. Maybe there are other people in it. We can ask in the group and see if any brothers got pulled into, he said, reaching to open the chat group. But before his finger could touch the screen, a rustling sound suddenly came from nearby, as if a massive creature was moving. Oh. Fang Ziki's mouth dropped open wide enough for a fist to fit in, his fingers trembling as he pointed to an open area not far away, his voice quivering. Yunzhou. It's a dinosaur. Jiang Yunzhou turned sharply, following Fang Ziki's gaze, his heart sinking. In the clearing, several massive herbivorous dinosaurs were lowering their heads to graze on the plants below. Their bodies were larger than trucks, their long necks swaying gracefully, and their feet thudded against the ground, sending vibrations through the earth. Is this the dinosaur world? Fang Ziki blinked hard, thinking he was hallucinating. We're not dreaming, are we? How can there be dinosaurs? What on earth is going on? He instinctively shrank back behind Jiang Yunzhou, gripping his gun tightly. But facing such colossal prehistoric creatures, the gun in his hand seemed to lose its deterrent power. Jiang Yunzhou's pupils slightly contracted, tightening his grip on the gun. He had seen dinosaur skeletons in museums, but the shock of seeing live dinosaurs was far more intense than mere skeletons. He quickly composed himself, pulling Fang Ziki back a few steps to hide behind a thicker ancient tree, lowering his voice to say, "Don't make a sound. Let us observe the situation. These dinosaurs seem to be herbivorous and currently not aggressive, but we can't let our guard down. Let us check the chat group to see what is going on." Hundreds of meters away in the dense forest, Mu Yanxiao was crouching under an ancient tree, casually tracing the dagger from the system backpack on the tree trunk. The blade made a soft sound as it scraped against the bark, leaving several evenly spaced grooves. He raised an eyebrow, a playful smile creeping onto his lips, surprised that the dagger given by this lousy game was quite sharp. "Yanxiao, are you still in the mood to play with a dagger?" Next to him, Yi Yuanting was pacing anxiously. "What the hell is this place? We were just fighting drug dealers, and now we're here in the blink of an eye. Why are there only the two of us? Could the others have been drawn in as well?" Mu Yanxiao straightened up, brushing off the wood shavings from his hands, his tone still casual. "Since we're here, let us just go with it. Didn't that mechanical voice say that time in the original world is frozen? As long as we survive for 7 days in this hellhole, we can go back. What's the use of panicking?" As he spoke, he leaned against the tree trunk, his gaze sweeping through the dense forest, seemingly casual but already taking in all the movements around him. He had no family and had spent 8 years undercover, so life and death had long ceased to matter to him. In this situation, he only felt a sense of novelty and excitement. Yi Yuanting shot him a look, exasperated. "I'm not as calm as you. I've already changed my code name in the chat group to our secret code that only our teammates know. If any teammates come here, we can quickly get in touch." As he spoke, he opened the chat group on the wristband, refreshing the message list, hoping to see familiar code names. "Shoo, be quiet. Stay hidden." Mu Yanxiao suddenly lowered his voice, his eyes sharpening instantly. He gestured toward the left side of the forest. "There are people nearby, and not just one." Yi Yuanting immediately closed his mouth and looked in the direction indicated by Mu Yanxiao. He saw 3 figures peeking out from behind a bush over 300 meters away. The leader was a fat man wearing a jacket stained with dirt, followed by 2 lean lackeys, who were the drug dealers they had fought with. "What the hell is this place? Did I really cross over like they said?" The fat man scratched the back of his head, looking bewildered. He glanced at the bracelet on his wrist, and then up at the towering ancient trees, feeling increasingly absurd. A small lackey with dyed yellow hair leaned over and whispered, "Boss, why are we the only 3 who crossed over? Just now during the fight, we had over 30 brothers, and there were also 10 special forces and police. What if they also crossed over but got separated from us? Another small lackey with a buzz cut's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, "Boss, I often watch shows, and our situation is called crossing over. Plus, being chosen to enter this place means we are the chosen ones." Chapter 9. Dinosaur World 2. He pointed at the bracelet on his wrist, his tone growing more excited. "Look at this bracelet. It's the golden finger they talk about. It even has a countdown for time and tasks. It definitely means we are here to level up by fighting monsters." Chosen ones? The fat man's eyes narrowed, seemingly swayed by this idea. He stroked his chin, starting to fantasize. "So, does that mean I'm going to get rich?" Qinglong immediately agreed. "Absolutely, boss. I think this place might be ancient. With our modern knowledge, plus this bracelet, we can definitely make a name for ourselves in ancient times. Becoming local emperors is no problem. All right, stop dreaming." The fat man slapped Qinglong on the head. Although he felt a bit itchy inside, he forced himself to stay calm and said, "First, let's scout the situation and see what dangers are here, and if there's anything to eat or drink. We had a fight at dawn, and I haven't even had breakfast yet." Just then, Baihu suddenly pointed at the sky, his mouth agape, his voice cracking. "What the hell? Boss, what the hell?" The others looked up and saw several pterosaurs spreading their enormous wings, circling in the sky, their figures blocking out the sun, emitting deep roars. Baihu swallowed hard and stammered, "TTT dinosaurs? This isn't ancient times. This is really prehistoric. This is the age of dinosaurs." The fat man and Qinglong were dumbfounded. Their earlier excitement instantly replaced by fear. They looked at the pterosaurs circling in the sky and the towering ancient trees in the dense forest, feeling chills all over. What chosen ones, what great ambitions. In front of these prehistoric giants, they were no different from ants, hiding behind the ancient tree. Yi Yuanting watched the three familiar drug dealers not far away. His fingers instinctively reached for the gun at his waist, his eyes flashing with a hint of ruthlessness. He leaned close to Mu Yinxiao's ear and whispered, "Yinxiao, this is a great opportunity. There are only 3 of them, and they haven't discovered us yet. If we shoot them now, we can solve the problem and avoid trouble later." But Mu Yinxiao shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the dense forest surrounding the drug dealers. "No, this is the age of dinosaurs. The sound of gunfire is too penetrating and will definitely attract nearby dinosaurs. By then, let alone dealing with them, we might not even survive." He paused and pointed to a pterosaur's nest not far away. "Look closely. There's a pterosaur's nest over there, and on the other side, there's a swamp. Don't be fooled by how calm it seems right now. There might be some prehistoric giant hiding in there." Yi Yuanting followed his direction and indeed saw the nest and the swamp, with the drug dealers trapped in between. He swallowed hard, silently lowering his gun, feeling a bit unwilling. But they were drug dealers. During the fight, they had killed 2 of their brothers. Should they really just let them go? Now is not the time for revenge. Mu Yinxiao's gaze remained sharp as he observed the drug dealers, noticing that they were panicking due to the pterosaurs above and were completely unaware of their surroundings. "Let's observe their actions first and plan carefully. Don't worry. They will definitely remain in the dinosaur world forever." Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu was cautiously moving forward, stepping in and out of the thick, decaying leaves that emitted a damp smell. Looking up, she saw that the tall trees had no broad leaves, only needle-like leaves swaying slightly in the wind. Everywhere were coniferous trees and other gymnosperms. A bad premonition suddenly rose in her heart, and her teacher's words from high school geography echoed in her ears. In the age of dinosaurs, gymnosperms were the dominant terrestrial plants, and it wasn't until the late Cretaceous that angiosperms began to thrive. "No way." Jiang Xiaoyu stopped in her tracks, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the dagger in her hand, silently praying, "I hope I'm overthinking this. This is just an ordinary primitive forest, not the age of dinosaurs." As soon as she finished speaking, a sudden thudding sound of heavy footsteps came from not far away, accompanied by the cracking of breaking branches, making the ground tremble slightly. Jiang Xiaoyu's expression changed, and she immediately hid behind a sturdy tree, carefully peeking out. She saw several large carnivorous dinosaurs charging out from the depths of the forest, their bodies covered in dark brown scales, sharp teeth gleaming coldly. Their forelimbs were small, while their hind limbs were strong and powerful. Each step felt like stomping on a person's heart. In front of the dinosaurs, several people dressed in modern clothes were running for their lives. "Oh no, it's a carnivorous dinosaur. Run." A man's scream pierced the air as he ran, looking back in terror as the dinosaur got closer, his legs shaking. "Ah!" A piercing scream came from behind. She saw a woman running last being caught by a carnivorous dinosaur, which opened its massive mouth and bit down on her shoulder, instantly soaking the ground with blood. The woman's body struggled a few times in the dinosaur's mouth before quickly going still. People from the peaceful era had never witnessed such a scene. The remaining people were terrified, some collapsing to the ground in fear. One man suddenly raised his hand in panic, a small flame appearing in his palm. Although the flame was only the size of a fist, he threw it at the pursuing dinosaur. The flame landed on the dinosaur's scales, causing no harm, but it startled the dinosaur, which shook its head irritably and turned to run in another direction. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and just as she thought to breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed one carnivorous dinosaur that did not leave with its companions, but instead was heading toward her hiding spot. Her heart instantly leaped into her throat, her grip on the dagger turning white from tension, her back pressed tightly against the tree trunk. The dinosaur approached step by step, its enormous head almost touching her body, its foul breath spraying onto her face. The dinosaur lowered its head, sniffing her, its nostrils quivering slightly. Jiang Xiaoyu could clearly see her own reflection in its eyes. Just when she thought she was doomed, the dinosaur suddenly wrinkled its nose, as if it had caught a whiff of something extremely disgusting, taking a step back. Then, with a heave, it spat out a glob of slime, turning and wobbling away, not even glancing back at her. Its expression one of disdain, as if what it had smelled was garbage. No way, Jiang Xiaoyu thought to herself. Now even dinosaurs find me disgusting? Was she not concerned about her image in front of so many people? Jiang Xiaoyu watched the dinosaur's retreating figure, and suddenly a ridiculous thought popped into her mind. Being a zombie didn't seem so bad. At least even carnivorous dinosaurs found her unappetizing and wouldn't bite her. But the temperature was high in the age of dinosaurs, and decay would accelerate. Perhaps only scavenger dinosaurs would take an interest in her. She shook her somewhat stiff body, preparing to leave this place of turmoil. The earlier screams and the smell of blood made her zombie instincts start to stir. If she stayed any longer, she feared she wouldn't be able to control herself. She was hungry, so hungry, she just wanted to pounce and take a bite. Chapter 10. Dinosaur World 3. Just a few steps in, a male voice came from behind. Hey, you up front, don't walk away. Jiang Xiaoyu paused, her back instantly tensing up. She heard the male ability user, who had just used fire chasing after her, asking, "Little girl, what method did you use? Why didn't the dinosaurs eat you?" A female ability user also came over, speculating as she looked at Jiang Xiaoyu's back. It must be an ability, right? Didn't you just use fire abilities too? Maybe she awakened some ability to evade the dinosaurs. What kind of ability could make dinosaurs avoid her? The male ability user scrutinized Jiang Xiaoyu, suspicion in his eyes. Look at her, all bundled up and wearing sunglasses. Walking all crooked. Could she be sick? Jiang Xiaoyu ignored the two debating behind her, the instinct of a zombie surging in her chest. The vibrant aura of the ability users acting like hooks, making her want to pounce and bite. But the remaining rationality told her that she absolutely could not expose her identity here and had to leave quickly. She forced herself to take steps, moving forward awkwardly. Forget her, another ability user in sportswear came over and waved his hand. She clearly isn't feeling well, and didn't provoke us earlier. No need to keep bothering her. But speaking of which, if she hadn't held back, I would really think she walks like a zombie. By the way, do you guys think all of us brought in have abilities? The female ability user's attention was quickly drawn back. She immediately raised her hand to try, and soon a small droplet of water slowly formed in her palm, rolling crystal clear at her fingertips. I really have awakened water abilities. As soon as this was said, the people around became excited, each trying to activate their abilities. Some had faint currents sparking in their palms, others could make the surrounding soil levitate, and some could make plants grow rapidly. In an instant, various faint abilities sparkled in the dense forest, and everyone was immersed in the joy of discovering new powers. No longer paying attention to the oddly walking, tightly wrapped Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu quickened her pace, walking until she reached a dense thicket, confirming that there were no other figures around, and that she could not hear the sounds of dinosaurs before stopping. After catching her breath, she raised her hand to activate the wrist device, the screen lighting up, with the chat group icon prominently displayed on the homepage. After hesitating for a moment, she clicked in. Upon entering the group chat, a glaring number made her heart tighten. The number of group members had dropped from over 50,000 to more than 48,000. In just over 10 minutes, over 1,000 people had died. So many people have already died? Jiang Xiaoyu felt a chill in her heart. She had originally thought the danger only came from the massive carnivorous dinosaurs. But now it seemed that the threats of this era were far more than that. There could be poisonous plants, hidden venomous insects, or other unknown ferocious animals quietly taking the lives of ability users. She scrolled through the screen, browsing the messages in the group, which had already exploded with various comments. Oh my god, I just tried it. I really awakened my abilities. It seems we are all chosen by the heavenly way. This must be a test for us. An excited message popped up. Immediately after, another message replied, I think so too. Our original world has already fallen into an apocalypse. This should be a training ground given to us by the heavenly way to enhance our abilities and go back to save the world. That's right. I just saw zombies in the original world. Luckily, I was pulled in here, or I might have already become zombie food. We should be the first batch of ability users. I bet more people will come in later. But the excited comments were soon drowned out by panicked voices. Stop dreaming. Didn't you see that over 1,000 people are missing from the group? So many have died already. I don't want to die here. I want to go home. I miss my parents. Following this message were a series of crying emojis. Anyone want to team up? I'm a space ability user. I can help everyone store supplies. A message seeking to form a team popped up, trying to lift the mood. But soon someone poured cold water on it. Come on. The system backpack has a 1 cubic meter capacity. How much can your space hold? And this godforsaken place is full of dinosaurs and unknown creatures. Even if you have space, what can you store? Are you going to bring back a few dinosaur eggs? Exactly. Right now the most important thing is to find something to eat and a safe place to stay. We don't even know where supplies are. What is the use of teaming up? Team up? I think teaming up is still reliable. It's best to choose those with aggressive abilities, like fire or lightning, so we can fight back against the dinosaurs. Solo survival is definitely not possible. Team up? Everyone is in different places. We don't even know the exact location. How can we team up? I think we should just fend for ourselves. Living one more day is one more day. Is there a scholar here? Can someone tell me which plants here are edible? I almost ate a poisonous plant just now. Luckily, I reacted quickly and spat it out. Thinking about it now makes me scared. I can't tell which is edible and which isn't. If this goes on, even if I'm not eaten by dinosaurs, I'll starve to death or get poisoned. Wow, you up there? How dare you eat something you don't understand? Do you think you're Shinno, trying every herb? Everyone was struggling for survival. Some were excited, some were panicking, some wanted to huddle together for warmth, while others chose to face it alone. On the other side, Jiang Xiaoyu and Feng Ziki were hiding behind an ancient tree. Feng Ziki was the first to open the wrist device, skillfully finding the chat group entrance. The group is in an uproar. Some say we are chosen ability users, and others say the original world has fallen into an apocalypse. This is a training ground. There were also people panicking, saying over 1,000 people had already died. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at the comments, the messages in the group refreshing rapidly. Some were excitedly sharing their abilities, some were panicking for help, and others were debating whether to team up. All kinds of comments intertwined, making him furrow his brow slightly. It seems quite a few people have awakened abilities. He pondered, recalling someone in the chat mentioning the first batch of ability users. Feeling a bit more doubt about the situation in this parallel world and the original world. Yinzhou, do you think we might also have abilities? Feng Ziki suddenly brightened up, her tone full of anticipation. So many people in the group have tried it. Why don't you give it a try? Jiang Yunzhou nodded. Although he didn't quite believe in these supernatural things, the current situation was too strange, so trying it wouldn't hurt. He took a deep breath, focusing his attention as someone in the group had mentioned, trying to feel the power within him and attempting to mobilize the energy in his body. Chapter 11. Dinosaur World 4. Before long, he felt a slight tingling sensation in his palm, followed by a few small sparks of lightning flickering in his palm, making a sizzling sound. Yinzhou, you actually have lightning abilities. Feng Ziki leaned over to take a look, her eyes widening in surprise. This is amazing. Lightning abilities are very powerful. Jiang Yunzhou was also a bit surprised. He stared at the lightning in his palm, trying to control the power, and the lightning quickly disappeared. It seems what they said in the group is true. We are all ability users. He pondered, but his doubts deepened. If there really were abilities, then the apocalypse in the original world might really have come. Feng Ziki couldn't contain her excitement, and also imitated Jiang Yunzhou, concentrating to feel the power within her. Soon, a small flame burst forth from her palm, dancing in her hand and emitting warm heat. I really have abilities. I'm a fire ability user. He waved his hand excitedly, and the flames flickered with his movement. Could it be that the apocalypse has really come? But we didn't see any zombies during the gunfight with the drug dealers back then. Jiang Yunzhou fell silent for a moment, his expression growing serious. Perhaps it was because we were in a relatively remote location that we hadn't had the chance to see. He recalled that someone in the chat group had mentioned that zombies had just appeared in the original world, and he couldn't help but worry about the situation back home, especially about his sister. He wondered if she was safe now. What should we do now? Feng Ziki asked, retracting the flames in his palm as his excitement gradually faded. We have to stay here for 7 days before we can go back. It's dangerous everywhere, and there are only 2 of us. Plus, we just awakened our abilities, and our strength is still so weak. Jiang Yunzhou patted his shoulder. Don't panic. Let's find a safe place to settle first, and then think of a way to find the others. Since we've awakened our abilities, we should practice controlling them, at least to have a bit more self-defense capability when we encounter danger. As for the situation in the original world, we'll know once we get back. Soon, Jiang Yunzhao and Feng Ziki left the area where the herbivorous dinosaurs were gathered and headed deeper into the dense forest. On the other side, Jiang Xiaoyu leaned against a tree trunk, her body uncontrollably swaying, and the emptiness in her stomach grew stronger. As her hunger intensified, the instincts of a zombie became clearer. She could distinctly smell various scents in the air, especially the scent of living people, and this instinct urged her to search for food. But this was the age of dinosaurs, without zombies, and naturally, there were no crystal cores. She bit her lower lip, forcing her stiff body to move forward aimlessly. After walking for a short distance, her eyes suddenly lit up. Not far away, on a tree, hung several yellow fruits that looked very much like modern mangoes, with smooth and shiny skin, glistening enticingly under the sunlight, making them particularly appetizing. Whatever, I won't die anyway, she thought, quickly walking over, tiptoeing to pick one fruit, and taking a big bite. To her surprise, the fruit tasted slightly sweet, with soft and juicy flesh. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that she could clearly taste the flavor. Jiang Xiaoyu was stunned. She thought that after turning into a zombie, her sense of taste would disappear. But the taste of this fruit spread vividly across her tongue. To confirm it wasn't an illusion, she took out an apple she had stockpiled from a supermarket and took a bite. However, as soon as the apple touched her tongue, a bland, waxy taste overwhelmed her. It was so unappetizing that she immediately spit it out and tossed the apple aside. So only this fruit could be tasted. Jiang Xiaoyu felt a rush of excitement and began to devour the fruit in her hand. The sweet taste alleviated the hunger in her stomach and relaxed her tense nerves. While eating, she looked up at the tree and noticed many more such fruits, so after finishing the one in her hand, she began to pick more. Picking one and storing one. She even made sure to place these fruits in a separate corner of her space. What she could eat might not be suitable for her brother, so they had to be stored separately to avoid mixing them with other supplies. Soon, the fruits at the base of the tree were all picked. Jiang Xiaoyu looked up at the more fruits hanging at the top of the tree, hesitated for a moment, but decided to climb up. Although her movements were still stiff and clumsy, and every step upward was a bit strenuous, she could clearly feel that her strength had increased significantly compared to before, and her grip on the tree trunk was particularly strong. Just as she sat on a branch, reaching out to pick the largest fruit at the top of the tree, an anxious female voice came from below. "You're going to die, little sister. Quickly throw away the fruit in your hand." Jiang Xiaoyu paused and looked down to see a man and a woman standing at the base of the tree. The girl was pointing at the fruit in her hand, her expression urgent. "That's the highly toxic seven-leaf sea mango, the ancestor of the modern sea mango. Its toxin is hundreds of times more potent than that of the modern sea mango. Just a tiny bite of the sea mango can be deadly. You would die in an instant if you bite into this fruit." However, Jiang Xiaoyu remained unfazed, continuing to leisurely pick fruits. Stupid humans, she thought. I finally found something to fill my stomach. How could I give it up? Plants that bear fruit in this era are already scarce, and if she missed this opportunity, who knows how long she would have to wait to find food again. The boy beside her also urged, "Hey, why aren't you listening? Little sister, we are students from the marine biology department and wouldn't lie to you. This fruit is really poisonous. Come down quickly." Jiang Xiaoyu was a bit annoyed by their nagging and really wanted to make a banner that said "Mind your own business." Her mind was filled with picking fruits, and she had no intention of paying attention to the good intentions of these two strangers. Seeing that she wasn't listening, the girl at the base of the tree took a photo of Jiang Xiaoyu up in the tree. Then she posted it in the chat group with a caption. "This reckless girl is picking the highly toxic seven-leaf sea mango. Everyone, please don't follow her example. Just touching this fruit is dangerous." Jiang Xiaoyu was still focused on picking fruits and was unaware that her photo, showing her picking the toxic fruit, had already caused a stir in the chat group. In the chat group, the photo was shared wildly, and the comments section was flooded with thousands of messages. Some were shocked by her audacity, wondering if she was fearless. The students from the marine biology department had warned her that it was a toxic seven-leaf sea mango, yet she dared to pick and eat it? Some speculated that she might have a special ability, questioning if she had awakened an antitoxin ability. Otherwise, how could she be so bold? Others thought she had given up on life, perhaps knowing the apocalypse had come and didn't want to live anymore. How pitiful. There were also people in the group trying to contact the person who took the photo, asking if they could reach her and advise her to stop eating. Soon, the label of the reckless girl who isn't afraid of death spread quickly among the more than 40,000 people in the group. Chapter 12. The Dinosaur World 5 meanwhile, Fong Ziki was excitedly typing on the screen of his wristband, following the previous code names. He repeatedly searched in the group and finally found the accounts of Yi Yuanting and Mu Yanxiao, pulling Zhang Yunzhao in to form a small group of 4. As soon as they entered the group, Fong Ziki couldn't wait to send a message. Brothers, I finally found you. Are there just the 2 of you? Are there any others? This place is completely unfamiliar to us, and there are dinosaurs everywhere. How will we meet up? We can't just stay apart forever. Mu Yanxiao replied. There are just 2 of us here. We haven't seen the other 4. They probably haven't awakened their abilities and are still in the original world. He suddenly thought of the few drug dealers nearby. We have 3 drug dealers here, but they can't move right now. At that time, their team of 10 had participated in the operation together, and aside from the 2 who had sacrificed, there were 3 special forces for SWAT officers and 1 undercover agent. Now only the 4 of them had entered the small world. They were all specially trained, and it was impossible for them to have written the code names incorrectly. It was likely that the others hadn't awakened their abilities and had been left in the original world. Hearing that the drug dealers they had fought against were also here, Zhang Yunzhao instantly became serious. Are you in danger? The environment here is complicated. If you're not sure, don't shoot. Yi Yuanting snorted. We haven't made a move. They are surrounded by dinosaurs and swamps and can't get out for the time being. Let us meet up first and then figure out how to deal with them. Fong Ziki said, meeting up is easy. We can start a fire. Smoke can drift far in the forest. As long as we see smoke, we can walk in that direction and definitely meet up. Zhang Yunzhao quickly sent a message. Starting a fire is fine, but be sure to control the flames and don't cause a forest fire. The plants here are all flammable gymnosperms. Once a fire starts, the consequences are unimaginable. Mu Yanxiao replied, Yunzhao is right. Find an open area near a water source to start the fire, safety first. Just as the 4 were discussing the specific location for the fire, Jiang Yunzhao suddenly saw a faint blue smoke rising in the distance among the trees, and soon after, the flicker of flames became visible. He immediately sent a message in the group. Look over there. There's smoke. Yi Yuanting quickly replied, I've seen it. We're very close to the fire point, probably just a few hundred meters away. Fong Ziki said, we're also close, which means the 4 of us aren't far apart. How about we don't light a fire separately and just head to the fire point to meet up? Yi Yuanting hesitated for a moment while looking into the distance and replied, I'll stay here to guard and make sure those 3 don't escape. Mu Yanxiao said, okay. You stay here and stay hidden. Jiang Yunzhou didn't say much more, nodded to Fong Ziki beside him, and said, let's go to the fire point. The 2 quickly walked towards the direction of the smoke and fire, their steps cautious, always keeping an eye on their surroundings, fearing that a dinosaur might suddenly charge out. Like them, many other superpowered individuals were also attracted by the smoke and fire. In the chat group, someone had already started discussing the smoke, wondering if someone was lighting a fire and if they wanted to team up. I'm close, I'll go take a look. I'll go too, it's too scary alone. More people mean more strength. In no time, quite a few superpowered individuals scattered around the vicinity gathered towards the fire point, and the originally quiet forest was filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. Jiang Xiaoyu naturally had no idea about the heated discussions in the chat group, nor did she see the smoke that attracted numerous superpowered individuals in the distance. The area she was in was at least 10 kilometers away from the fire point, with dense ancient trees blocking her view. Not even a wisp of smoke was visible. At that moment, she had just finished picking the last 7-leaf sea mango from the treetops. She awkwardly climbed down from the tree, brushed off the fallen leaves from her body, and walked deeper into the dense forest. She reached out to touch the rough tree trunk and suddenly had a thought. If this tree were smaller and easy to dig up, she would really like to move the whole tree into her space. As a zombie that even carnivorous dinosaurs found unappetizing, Jiang Xiaoyu lived exceptionally leisurely in an area full of dinosaurs. She strolled leisurely, seeing herds of herbivorous dinosaurs munching on low plants, and instead of avoiding them, she moved closer to take a look. After all, opportunities to observe dinosaurs up close were rare. These dinosaurs showed no interest in her. They even moved aside to give her a path. As she walked, she discovered a nest of dinosaur eggs behind a patch of bushes. The eggshells had light brown spots, larger than basketballs, neatly arranged in the nest. Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. She looked around to confirm that the dinosaur mother wasn't nearby and directly walked over, picking up the largest dinosaur egg to put into her space. Her brother liked to eat fried eggs. Perhaps she could use a dinosaur egg to make one. On the way, whenever she saw unknown wild fruits, Jiang Xiaoyu would pick them and taste them. If she couldn't taste anything, she'd toss them aside. But once she found a sweet flavor, she would pick all the fruits from the tree. In her previous world, she could hardly eat anything flavorful, so she needed to stock up more for later. During this time, she also encountered a few small carnivorous dinosaurs. But those dinosaurs only came close to sniff her before disdainfully shaking their heads and walking away. After more than 10 minutes, the sun became increasingly fierce. Jiang Xiaoyu and Feng Ziki, following the direction of the smoke, finally saw familiar figures on an open patch of land. Mu Yanxiao was leaning against a tree, playing with a dagger. Yanxiao, Feng Ziki excitedly waved his hand and quickly ran over. Jiang Xiaoyu also quickened his pace, walking to the campfire. He scanned the surroundings, confirming there was no danger before he breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Is everything all right?" "It's fine, just encountered a few herbivorous dinosaurs. No threat," Mu Yanxiao replied, pointing at a girl sitting by the campfire, hugging her knees. She lit the fire. She's a college student named Su Lily from the history department at Haida. Everyone's gaze fell on Su Lily, who appeared to be around 20 years old, dressed simply in a t-shirt and jeans, her face still carrying youthful innocence, with red eyes indicating she was clearly frightened. Upon seeing them, her tense body visibly relaxed a bit. "I was just too scared to be alone here, so I took the risk to light the campfire to find some companions." Just then, Su Lily noticed Feng Ziki's uniform, and her eyes suddenly brightened as she quickly stood up and ran over. Her tone was filled with anticipation. "You must be police officers. That's great. My name is Su Lily. It's too scary here. Can you let me stick with you? I won't slow you down." Feng Ziki was about to respond when a sudden sound of footsteps came from the forest, and a group of about 7 or 8 people emerged, both men and women. Chapter 13. Dinosaur World 6. Leading them was a woman with exquisite makeup, wearing a dress. Although the hem was stained with some dirt, it couldn't conceal her elegant appearance. She glanced at the few people by the campfire and smiled slightly. "Oh, you guys started secretly forming teams before everyone even arrived. These 3 look capable. I want to team up too. More people means more security." A boy next to her immediately echoed, "Who says otherwise? Who doesn't want to cling to a big leg? I want to team up too. I've awakened a power-type ability and can help carry some load in case of danger." Others also chimed in, expressing their desire to form teams. "Take me along. I can find wild vegetables and tell which ones are edible. I'm a water-type ability user. I can provide water sources. Very useful. I'm a space-type ability user. I can carry a lot of things." Feng Ziki frowned and said, "Sorry, everyone. We have an important task to do and don't plan to team up for now. You can look for suitable companions on your own and watch out for each other." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent. The exquisitely made-up woman's smile froze on her face, and she said with some dissatisfaction, "What task could be more important than staying alive? Right now, it's most important for everyone to huddle together for warmth. Why are you so unkind? Aren't you police officers? Isn't it your job to protect the people? Our task is not convenient to disclose, but we really cannot team up," Jiang Xiaoyu added, his tone steady and carrying an undeniable authority. "Everyone is a superpowered individual. As long as we cooperate and stay cautious, we can survive here. We have matters to discuss, so we won't disturb you." As the 3 turned to leave, the exquisitely made-up woman suddenly stepped forward quickly, arms outstretched to block their way, her tone firm and unyielding. "You can't leave. Everyone here is unfamiliar with this world, and there are dangers everywhere. Only by grouping together can we survive. If you want to act alone, you're disregarding everyone else's lives." Mu Yanxiao raised an eyebrow, a cold smile creeping onto his lips as he twirled the dagger in his fingers, his tone filled with disdain. "Humph, whether we leave or not has nothing to do with you. What if we insist on leaving?" He wasn't going to fall for this moral coercion. After years of being undercover, he had seen all kinds of people. The woman's expression darkened, and she suddenly pulled a dagger from her system backpack, shouting to the surrounding superpowered individuals who hadn't dispersed yet, "Since they don't want to team up, that means they're enemies. Brothers, it's just right to test your newly awakened powers. Don't let them think we're easy to bully." The 7 superpowered individuals who had come with her, except for a few without combat strength, quickly surrounded the 3. Feng Ziki stepped forward, speaking sincerely, "We're all superpowered individuals who were pulled into this world. The apocalypse is waiting for us to return. Why fight among ourselves here? We just need to endure these 7 days. And returning to our original world to kill zombies and save people is the real priority. What is the point of infighting now?" "Less nonsense," the woman interrupted him, her eyes filled with greed and malice. "Either join us and follow my orders, or I'll break your legs and leave you to fend for yourselves here." She was never a kind person, and after the apocalypse broke out, she felt she could do whatever she wanted. Among the 4 people in front of her, only one was in uniform. He might be the only police officer, making him easy to deal with. The other 2 were simply too good-looking and had an extraordinary aura. She even ridiculously thought that they might be supermodels, without any real skills. As long as she defeated them, She could make these beautiful people listen to her, which was simply exhilarating. Just as she finished speaking, the dagger in her hand suddenly developed a layer of white frost, instantly elongating and widening into a gleaming ice blade. She raised the ice blade, her tone arrogant. So, have you thought it through? Are you still going to leave? Jiang Xiaoyu and the others exchanged glances, no words needed, and instantly prepared for battle. Mu Yanxiao was the first to charge forward, directly confronting the woman. Although he hadn't fully understood his mental type abilities yet, the opponent was just a level 1 beginner ice type ability user, not worth his attention. He drew out his dagger and rushed towards the woman's ice blade. Seeing him dare to take the initiative, the woman glared fiercely and swung the ice blade towards Mu Yanxiao's shoulder. Mu Yanxiao agilely sidestepped, dodging the ice blade while accurately blocking the woman's wrist with his dagger. Following that, he landed a heavy kick to her abdomen. Ugh! The woman let out a muffled groan, her body falling back like a kite with a broken string. She rolled on the ground before barely managing to stand up while supporting herself with the ice blade. She held her stomach, shock filling her eyes. She had thought that dealing with a few ordinary people would be more than enough, but she didn't expect the other party to be so skilled. Mu Yanxiao brushed the dust off his hands, understanding that this girl was indeed a practitioner, but compared to him, she was far from it. He had once been the most outstanding Special Forces soldier in the army, and later volunteered to go undercover for a mission. Over the years, he had faced life and death, having fought countless tough battles. So how could he possibly lose to a woman who only knew a few flashy moves? On the other side, Fang Ziki faced off against a water-type ability user. One used fire, the other used water, and the flames and water clashed, creating a brief rainbow in the air. Fang Ziki knew that his fire-type abilities were not strong enough at the initial stage to last long, so he pretended to be exhausted to lure the opponent closer. Just when the opponent thought they could take the opportunity to attack, he suddenly condensed a fireball and threw it at the opponent's knee. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent bent over in pain, he struck a knife-hand blow to the back of their neck, knocking them out. As for Jiang Xiaoyu, he was still effortlessly handling 2 level 1 beginner strength-type ability users. He gathered several strands of small lightning in his palm, skillfully dodging their punches. When the two became fatigued from their continuous attacks, he suddenly flung the lightning towards their arms. The current instantly spread through both of their bodies, causing them to go numb and freeze in place. Jiang Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to step forward and kicked each of them in the abdomen, easily knocking them down. In the end, only a few timid ability users stood aside, at a loss. In just a few minutes, all the ability users surrounding the three had either been knocked out or lost their combat effectiveness. The woman looked at the scene in front of her, her face pale, and the ice blade in her hand clattered to the ground, losing all her previous arrogance. Mu Yanxiao stepped forward, pointing his dagger at her throat, his tone cold. Are you still going to stop us? The woman trembled in fear, quickly shaking her head. And no, I won't stop you. You can go. Jiang Xiaoyu glanced at the fallen ability users and said to his companions, let us go. Don't waste time here. Chapter 14. Dinosaur World 7. After Jiang Xiaoyu and the others left the bonfire area, they walked deep into the dense forest for a short distance when Mu Yanxiao suddenly stopped, his sharp gaze sweeping toward the bushes behind them. He whispered to his companions, someone is following us. Jiang Xiaoyu immediately halted, listening intently. In the distance, a faint sound of footsteps could be heard. Although they were intentionally quiet, they recognized it immediately due to their professional training. He turned around and called out in a deep voice toward the direction of the sound, come out, or we will take action. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion behind the bushes, and Su Lily cautiously walked out, her face showing a timid expression, her eyes red and looking particularly pitiful. Three big brothers, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to follow you. It's just that after you left, that woman and her people looked at me with such scary eyes. If I stayed behind, they would definitely bully me. So, please let me follow you. I won't cause you any trouble. Fang Ziki looked at her appearance with some reluctance, but still frowned and advised, classmate, it's not that we don't want to take you, but what we are about to do is very dangerous. We can't guarantee our own safety, let alone take you with us. But where is it not dangerous? Su Lily pouted, her voice tinged with a whimper. I can't survive in this world at all. She was originally an ordinary person, inexplicably caught up in this small world. If she couldn't follow them, she would definitely not make it to tomorrow. Therefore, even if she had to be persistent, she wanted to stick with them. Being left behind would mean being bullied, and walking alone scared her. At least following them gave her some sense of security. I really don't need you to protect me. Just let me follow from a distance. I won't interfere with whatever you do. I just want to stay near you. The three exchanged glances and stepped aside to discuss in low voices. They were not cold-blooded, It wouldn't hurt to look after her a bit outside of their mission. After coming to an agreement, Jiang Yunzhou walked up to Su Lily. His tone serious. We can let you temporarily follow us, but there's a condition. When we act, you must keep a distance from us and not interfere with our decisions. Also, in case of danger, we prioritize our own safety and can't guarantee to protect you at all times. Can you accept that? Su Lily's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this. I can accept it. I'll listen to you. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it. I won't cause you any trouble. After saying that, she deliberately took a few steps back, creating distance, afraid that the three would change their minds. Seeing Su Lily's sincere attitude and her deliberate step back to maintain distance, Jiang Yunzhou didn't say more. He turned to his two companions and nodded. Let us go. We'll meet up with Yi Yuanting. Fang Ziki instinctively touched his flat stomach, his throat rolling, his tone filled with grievance. According to the time in our original world, it's already time for lunch. But we haven't even had breakfast yet. It wasn't that he was particularly greedy. It was just that people are made of iron, and food is steel. When they confront the drug dealers later, if he gets low blood sugar halfway through, that would be real trouble. Jiang Yunzhou sighed. Let us find something to eat first. We need to be full to have strength. Right? Fang Ziki nodded, gritting his teeth in anger. 2 brothers died at their hands. Whether the original world is an apocalypse or not, we can't let these scum go back alive. Since they can appear here, they must have awakened abilities. For the enemy, the greater the ability, the greater the harm. We can't give them a chance to grow. Mu Yanxiao said. Ziki makes sense. I had Yuanting stay at the spot where the drug dealer was trapped. If anything happens, he will contact us immediately. He paused and added. Those people are trapped between the pterosaur and the swamp. It won't be easy for them to get out. It's not too late for us to fill our stomachs before making plans. Jiang Yunzhou scanned the surrounding vegetation, his brow slightly furrowed. In this era, most plants are gymnosperms, and it's too difficult to find edible fruits. In contrast, eating animal meat or eggs is safer. Dinosaur eggs? Fang Ziki instantly perked up. Rubbing his hands together, this idea is good. A dinosaur egg is so big, it should be enough for the 4 of us to have a meal, and maybe even leave some for dinner. However, Mu Yanxiao poured cold water on him, reminding him seriously, stealing dinosaur eggs is fine. But there are 2 points you must pay attention to. First, don't touch a lone dinosaur egg. It's highly likely to be abandoned by the dinosaur mother, either not fresh or possibly problematic. Secondly, don't touch the dinosaur nests nearby. If we disturb the dinosaur mother, given our current abilities, we might not be able to handle it. He said this while pointing to a relatively open grassy area not far away. When I came over just now, I saw a nest in the low bushes over there, with about 5 or 6 eggs inside. We can go there and take 2 eggs. All right, let's do that. Fang Ziki was the first to agree and walked towards the grass. I'm going to check if the dinosaur mother is still there. Jiang Yunzhou glanced at Su Lily, who was not far behind, and said softly, You wait here for us. We'll be back soon. Don't wander off. Su Lily quickly nodded. Okay, I'll wait here for you. I won't move. After arranging for Su Lily, Jiang Yunzhou and Mu Yanxiao followed Fang Ziki's lead towards the low bushes. Fang Ziki had just run towards the low bushes for less than 2 minutes when he hurried back, looking somewhat anxious. Got it. I collected 2 eggs and put them in the system backpack. Let's leave here quickly. The group didn't dare to delay and immediately turned to leave, with Su Lily quickly quickening her pace to catch up. The 4 of them walked quite a distance before stopping. Mu Yanxiao pointed ahead. Yi Yuanting is not far in front. He is a water-type ability user. I was guarding with him earlier. Now it's my turn to go back. Jiang Yunzhou patted him on the shoulder. Be careful. I'll bring your share back. 3 minutes later, a figure emerged from behind a tree. It was Yi Yuanting. He came over rubbing his stomach, looking miserable. What do you want me for? Is there something to eat? I'm starving. The group tacitly pulled out lunchboxes from the system backpack and stuffed them all into Yi Yuanting's hands. Yi Yuanting was stunned for a moment, holding the empty lunchbox with a puzzled expression, his eyes wide open. What is this? What are you all doing? I can't cook. Clean them, Jiang Yunzhou said casually. You can control water, and we need water. Who else could do it if not you? Damn it. What do you mean, control water? That's a water-type ability. Can you at least respect my abilities? Yi Yuanting complained, but his hands obediently started to move. A few streams of clear water gathered out of thin air and accurately flowed into the lunchbox. Besides, if you want to wash the lunchbox, wouldn't you go to the river? Why drag me into this? Chapter 15. Dinosaur World 8. Jiang Yunzhou slapped him on the back of the head. Do dinosaurs not need to drink water? Haven't you seen the animal world? Water sources are the most dangerous places. You might run into predators at any moment. Do you want to walk right into danger? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Even Yi Yuanting paused in his actions. silently speeding up his hand movements. Soon, Jiang Yunzhou and Fang Ziki were busy squatting by a pile of rocks. The two of them worked together to move several flat stones over and built a simple stove. Although it looked ugly, it could barely hold the containers steady. Su Lily quickly ran to a nearby thicket to gather dry branches. Fang Ziki stared at the empty stove and couldn't help but roll his eyes in complaint. This broken system is too stingy. It doesn't even give us a proper pot. How are we supposed to cook these dinosaur eggs? Boiled eggs need a pot. And fried eggs need a frying pan, right? We can't just throw them into the fire and roast them into charcoal eggs. He grumbled, going from boiled eggs to fried eggs to roasted egg liquid, feeling more and more frustrated. Fang Ziki and Yi Yuanting carefully held the dinosaur eggs, gently tapping the edge of the lunchbox to create cracks, and then slowly pried open the eggshell with their fingers, distributing the sticky egg liquid evenly into 5 lunchboxes. Each lunchbox had only a thin layer, fearing that if there was too much, it wouldn't cook through. Su Lily even thoughtfully added half a spoonful of clean water into each lunchbox and stirred it evenly with wooden chopsticks. Finally, she placed the lunchboxes on the stones of the stove, letting the flames slowly bake them. This couldn't be called steamed eggs, nor could it be called fried eggs. It could only be considered baked egg liquid, and it certainly didn't look appealing. While waiting for the egg liquid to bake, Jiang Yunzhou turned and walked towards the nearby woods. He bent down and selected a few evenly thick, hard branches, took out a dagger from his backpack, and sat on a stone to carve. The dagger flew flexibly in his hand, and in no time, several pairs of smooth-edged, appropriately sized wooden chopsticks were formed. In less than 10 minutes, the egg liquid in the lunchboxes had solidified into golden egg pancakes, with slightly charred edges. The group quickly picked up the wooden chopsticks, and carefully picked up the egg pancakes to eat. The freshly baked egg pancakes were still steaming hot, causing them to inhale sharply yet reluctant to spit them out. Without salt or any seasoning, the egg pancake had a faint fishy taste, but the group, having been hungry for most of the day, didn't care about that anymore and wolfed it down. The clinking sound of wooden chopsticks against lunch boxes rose and fell, and in no time, they had cleaned out the egg pancakes from their respective lunch boxes, barely filling their stomachs. Yi Yuanting chewed the last tasteless bite of the egg pancake and couldn't help but complain, "Damn it, this isn't some end-of-the-world training. It's clearly wilderness survival. There's no supplies at all. Even if you're stingy, at least give us a bag of salt. This is way too bland. It's like chewing on wax." Having eggs to eat is already good enough. Jiang Yunzhou put down his lunchbox, wiped the crumbs off the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and said calmly, "The system at least provided a dagger and lunchboxes. That's much better than being unarmed and having to eat dinosaur eggs raw." Su Lily sat nearby, taking small bites of the egg pancake, feeling very lucky. She had only helped gather some firewood, but managed to get a share of food. Compared to those who might still be starving, she was already very fortunate. Just as the group was cleaning up the lunchboxes, Fang Ziki seemed to remember something. He raised his hand to pull out a photo from his wristband, activated the projection function, and clearly projected the image in midair, with a tone full of gossip. "Speaking of food, I just saw something outrageous in the system discussion area. Look, there's a girl who actually picked the highly poisonous 7-leaf sea mango to eat." This has become the headline of the discussion area. The comments are going crazy. Jiang Yunzhou, who had been looking a little tired, suddenly narrowed his eyes when he saw the projected photo, and his breath stopped instantly. The lunchbox in his hand clattered to the ground, spilling the remaining egg crumbs everywhere, and the wooden chopsticks rolled to his feet. The girl in the photo was dressed in a black hood, wearing sunglasses and a mask, standing in a tree picking yellow fruits. "Xiaoyu," Jiang Yunzhou's voice trembled uncontrollably as he grabbed Fang Ziki's arm. "Where did this photo come from?" Fang Ziki was startled by his sudden excitement and quickly explained, "Brother Jiang, don't get too worked up, calm down first. I saw this in the group. Someone said she was picking the highly poisonous 7-leaf sea mango. You haven't checked the chat records until now." Su Lily, who was nearby, leaned over to take a look, and her face instantly changed. What she was holding was indeed a 7-leaf sea mango. This fruit is an ancient, highly poisonous plant, hundreds of times more toxic than modern sea mangoes. Just one bite would result in immediate death. This girl is likely. "No way." Jiang Yunzhou immediately interrupted her, his tone firm and unquestionable. "My sister won't be in trouble. I'm going to privately message the person who took the photo and ask for her location." As he spoke, he immediately opened his wristband, found the user who posted the photo, and sent a private message, but after sending it, there was no response at all. "Look at the messages. Someone contacted them before," Fang Ziki sighed. "The other party said they only took a distant photo and didn't get close, and she completely ignored them. They didn't know her username, so there was no way to contact her. Find her, Jiang Yunzhou clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anxiety. He pulled out all the users in the group with the word fish in their names and began to check them one by one, convinced he would find her. Fang Ziki saw Jiang Yunzhou's hands trembling and didn't care if it was right or wrong. He input the keywords, and soon a string of names popped up. Brother Jiang, there are quite a few with fish in their names. Moody dead fish, happy leisure baby fish, clownfish, flounder, and at least dozens of them. How are we supposed to check? Yi Yuanting patted Jiang Yunzhou's shoulder. Yunzhou, don't rush. Let's first complete the drug dealer's mission and ensure our own safety. Then we can slowly look for your sister. I checked, and none of the offline names have the character for fish in them. Fang Ziki looked at Jiang Yunzhou's tense profile and scratched his head. Brother Jiang, why are you so sure? Your sister's online name must have the character for fish in it. What if she changed it to something without fish this time? As soon as he said this, a soft light of memory flashed in Jiang Yunzhou's eyes. My sister has loved anything related to fish since she was a child, and her online name is no exception. He paused and added. The first online name she chose for herself was Clownfish. Later, she thought it was childish and changed it to Deep Sea Fish and Fish Bubble, last year. She even bragged to me that her new online name was Fishball with Tofu. This habit hasn't changed over the years. At this point, his tone softened a bit. So no matter what she calls herself in the group this time, her online name will definitely have the character for fish in it. There's no mistake. Yi Yuanting suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Our search range is much smaller now. Brother Jiang, don't worry. After we complete the mission, I'll help you check them one by one. There are only dozens of names with fish in them. We can message them one by one. Fang Ziki patted Jiang Yunzhou. We will all help you. Hearing the support from his comrades, the warmth in Jiang Yunzhou's heart had not faded, and reason quickly returned. Chapter 16. The Dinosaur World 9. He is first a soldier, and then Jiang Xiaoyu's brother. That's right. First deal with the drug dealers. Jiang Yunzhou's tone became firm again. They are a threat, whether in this world or when we return to the original world. The more of them that die, the less danger we will face in the future, and it will also be safer when we return to the real world. As soldiers, eliminating threats is their duty. Especially since these drug dealers are directly confronting them. It has long been a fight to the death. He suppressed his longing for his sister and regained his rationality. After packing their things, Jiang Yunzhou turned to Su Lily. Classmate Su, ahead is the swamp area, which not only may have carnivorous dinosaurs, but also drug dealers. It's too dangerous for you to come with us. You should stay here and wait for us. We'll come back to find you after we finish our business. Su Lily's face instantly paled, her eyes filled with unease. Will I encounter danger if I stay here alone? Yi Yuanting pointed to a large rock not far away. You can hide behind that rock. Don't run around or talk to strangers. We'll be back soon. Su Lily knew they couldn't take her to dangerous places and could only bite her lip and agree. Okay, I'll wait here for you. In a dense thicket at the edge of the swamp area, Fatty was curled up, cautiously observing the front through the gaps in the grass. He lowered his voice and muttered, "Damn it, behind us is the swamp that can swallow people, and in front is actually a pterosaur's nest. How the hell are we supposed to get out of this cursed place?" The Qinglong beside him also peeked over, only to see that on the high ground not far away, dozens of giant pterosaur nests were scattered, with several pterosaurs spreading their large wings, circling above the nests and emitting low roars. Their sharp claws and pointed beaks made one's scalp tingle. He couldn't help but swallow hard. The place we crossed over to is really indescribable. If I had known it was this damned place, I would have rather fought alongside my brothers in the firefight. At least it would have been a quick death. The Baihu squatted on the ground, unconsciously rubbing the grip of his gun, wondering if the gun could kill these pterosaurs. They were too big, and their skin was tough and thick. If they couldn't kill them, they might provoke them, and the three of us would become their snacks. Fatty irritably scratched his head, his gaze sweeping over the murky swamp behind him. The black mud still floated with the bones of unknown animals, and occasionally bubbles would rise from the mud, emitting a pungent rotten smell, making it clear that anyone who went in wouldn't come out alive. He gritted his teeth. They definitely couldn't cross the swamp. Going in would be a dead end. Now it seemed they could only wait for the pterosaurs to leave their nests before they could rush out. Wait, but that's a group of pterosaurs, not just one. Qinglong immediately retorted, his tone filled with grievance and weak hunger. We haven't eaten for 2 meals, and since we crossed over, we haven't even had a sip of water. If we wait any longer, even if we're not eaten by the pterosaurs, we'll die of hunger and thirst here. Baihu nodded in agreement as his stomach grumbled. Yeah, boss, I saw some wild fruits in the grass just now and wanted to pick them, but as soon as I got close, a snake fixed its gaze on me and nearly bit me. There's not even a safe food source here. If we keep wasting time, we really won't be able to hold on. Fatty fell silent. He knew how difficult their situation was. With pterosaurs blocking the road ahead, and the swamp cutting off their retreat, and his stomach growling, plus their weapons might not be able to deal with pterosaurs. They were truly in a dilemma. He leaned against the roots of a large tree, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Let us wait a little longer. We'll see what happens after dark. The pterosaurs might rest at night, and then we can think of a way to bypass the nests and leave this damned place. If we rush out during the day, it would just be serving ourselves up as food for the pterosaurs. Qinglong and Baihu exchanged glances, although they were unhappy. They knew the boss was right. They could only huddle in the grass, trying to lower their presence while vigilantly watching the pterosaur nests ahead and enduring their hunger, praying for the night to come quickly. Suddenly, Qinglong's eyes lit up as if he thought of something. That's right, the ability. Boss, didn't you awaken a fire-type ability? Animals are afraid of fire. Maybe we can use fire to lure the pterosaurs away. Fatty was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled bitterly and spread his hands. A small cluster of weak flames flickered in his palm, extinguishing before it could last a few seconds. A level 1 beginner fire-type ability is useless. It's even harder to burn a twig than to use the lighter in the system backpack. A lighter is more useful than an ability. Baihu immediately leaned over. Hope igniting in his eyes, I awakened a wind-type ability. You can use your ability to start a fire. And I can use wind to blow the flames and smoke towards the pterosaur nests. The fire will be carried by the wind, which should definitely lure them away. Then we can take the opportunity to bypass the nests and leave this damned place. Qinglong nodded along, feeling it was more and more feasible. Yeah, boss. Even if your fire is small, as long as there's smoke, that's enough. Pterosaurs are definitely afraid of fire and smoke. As long as they leave the nests, we'll have a chance to run, which is much better than just sitting here waiting to die. Fatty looked at the anticipation in their eyes, took a deep breath, and gathered his ability again. This time, although the flames in his palm were still weak, they were a bit more stable than before. All right, let us do it your way. Baihu, get ready. As soon as I start the fire, you blow the smoke towards the nests. Baihu nodded, raising his hands and gathering invisible airflow in his palms. Don't worry, I'm ready, just waiting for you to start the fire. Qinglong lay in the grass, cautiously observing the surroundings, lowering his voice. I'll keep watch. If there's any danger, I'll warn you. Not far away in the dense forest, Jiang Xiaoyu and the others were crouched behind the bushes, closely watching the drug dealers in the grass through the gaps in the branches and leaves. Feng Ziki lowered his voice. It seems they are going to start a fire to break through. Look at the flames in Fatty's hand. They want to lure the pterosaurs away. Should we take action now to disrupt their plan? Mu Yanxiao narrowed his eyes, scanning the direction of the pterosaur nests and then returning his gaze to the drug dealers, a cold arc curling at the corners of his mouth. No need to rush. If we act now and alarm the pterosaurs, we will not only have to deal with the drug dealers, but also the rampaging pterosaurs, which is too risky. I think it's better to wait until they drive away the pterosaurs. Then we can take the opportunity to kill them. The odds will be much greater. Jiang Xiaoyu slightly nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Mu Yanxiao's words. The threat of the pterosaurs far exceeds that of 3 level 1 beginner ability users. If they can remove this layer of obstacles by using the drug dealers, their subsequent actions will go much smoother. He lowered his voice. That's the plan. Everyone, get ready. As soon as the pterosaurs leave, we'll act immediately. Yi Yuanting gripped the gun tightly in his hand, his gaze vigilantly fixed ahead. Don't worry. As soon as the pterodactyl flies far away, I'll shoot immediately, not giving them a chance to escape. The four no longer spoke, each adjusting their posture and concentrating on the movements of the drug dealers. Chapter 17, Dinosaur World 10 on the other side. The 3 drug dealers in the grass were still focused on their breakout plan, completely unaware that someone was watching them. The fat man took a deep breath, his fingertip abilities stabilizing. He brought the flame close to the dry weeds beside him. The dry grass ignited instantly upon contact with fire, a thin wisp of blue smoke rising, carrying the charred scent of burning vegetation. Now's the time, the fat man whispered. The white tiger was already poised and, upon hearing the command, immediately activated his wind abilities. He slightly spread his arms, an invisible air current surging from his palms, instantly sweeping up that wisp of blue smoke and forcefully pushing it towards the pterodactyl nest. The air current, carrying the blue smoke, moved quickly at low altitude, picking up more dry grass along the way, heading straight towards the nest where the pterodactyls were gathered. The green dragon lay nearby, his eyes fixed on the movements of the pterodactyls, observing cautiously while lowering his voice to alert his companions. The smoke has passed, and it seems the pterodactyls are reacting. Look at the pterodactyls over there by the nest. They're starting to get restless. Everyone's gaze turned to the pterodactyl nest. The pterodactyls, originally circling, began to flap their wings restlessly upon smelling the smoke. A few pterodactyls close to the smoke source even let out sharp screeches, their heads constantly turning as if searching for the source of the smoke. "It's working, increase the firepower," the green dragon urged, keeping his gaze on the nest. The fat man gritted his teeth, and the fire abilities in his palm surged instantly. An orange-red flame shot out from his fingertips, licking the dry weeds. The previously weak fire suddenly intensified, more blue smoke billowing up. The white tiger also fully activated his wind abilities, swinging his arms vigorously, the invisible air current wrapping around the thick smoke and charging towards the pterodactyl nest. The thick smoke mixed with burning grass debris fell onto the dry grass around the nest, igniting several small fires, and the smoke became increasingly dense and acrid. The pterodactyls in the nest could no longer tolerate it. The first few pterodactyls closest to the smoke source let out sharp screeches, flapping their wings vigorously in an attempt to disperse the smoke. But the thick smoke kept surging in with the wind, choking them and causing them to shake their heads continuously. Not long after, one pterodactyl was the first to spread its massive wings and fly away from the nest. Soon after, other pterodactyls followed suit, one after another leaving the nest, circling in the air a few times before flying deep into the dense forest. "It's done," the green dragon excitedly whispered, not bothering to extinguish the remaining flames, and dashed out from the grass towards the direction away from the swamp. "Hurry, let's go while the pterodactyls haven't returned." The fat man and the white tiger followed closely behind, the three of them hastening their steps, eager to escape this dangerous place. But just as the green dragon had run a few steps, two crisp gunshots suddenly pierced the air, bang bang. The bullets struck the green dragon's chest accurately, causing his body to stiffen suddenly, stumbling forward a few steps before crashing heavily to the ground. "Not good. There's an ambush." The fat man's face changed drastically. Just as he wanted to turn around, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. The bullet had penetrated his clothing, instantly soaking his jacket with blood. He grimaced in pain, quickly hiding behind a nearby ancient tree, using the trunk to shield his body. "Damn it. These soldiers have crossed into this hellhole and are still so dedicated." The fat man cursed through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. He immediately drew his pistol from his waist and fired in the direction of the gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets whistled through the dense forest, but none hit anyone. In the forest, Jiang Xiaoyu and his three companions rose from behind the bushes. Mu Yanxiao still holding the pistol he had just fired, his cold gaze fixed on the drug dealer behind the ancient tree. Fang Ziki gathered a fireball in his palm and threw it towards the ancient tree. The fireball grazed the trunk, landing on the grass not far away and igniting a small flame. "Damn it," the fat man roared, pulling the trigger again, the bullets weaving through the forest, striking the tree trunk and leaving behind a series of bullet holes. In an instant, the gunfire echoed through the forest, shattering the peace of the swamp area. In the swamp, the murky mud suddenly began to bubble, the water surface slightly shaking. Soon after, a massive shadow slowly surfaced from the depths of the mud. The first thing to emerge was a head covered in thick scales. Its head was as big as a car, the double eyes on top slowly opening. The copper bell-like pupils a dark yellow, and the pupils as thin as needle tips, coldly scanning the surroundings with no hint of warmth. This was a prehistoric giant crocodile. Its snout was long and wide, the corners of its mouth slightly raised, revealing a few tusks nearly half a foot long, with dried dark red bloodstains on them. Emitting a pungent fishy odor, the giant crocodile quickly locked onto the figures in the nearby forest. It did not immediately launch an attack, but pressed its body against the muddy bottom, slowly moving towards the shore. Meanwhile, the fierce battle in the forest raged on, and no one noticed the deadly threat in the swamp. Once ashore, the crocodile crawled towards the scent of blood. The gunfire suddenly stopped, and the combatants saw the fat man bitten in half by the crocodile. This scene stunned even those who were used to life and death. A horror movie had come to life. The nearby white tiger was so scared that he urinated, bolting away without a care for the bullets. Just as Jiang Yunzhou's palm was about to condense the lightning, he suddenly caught movement out of the corner of his eye in the grass. His heart sank, instantly realizing what it was, and he urgently shouted to his companions, "Run, get out of here. There's a crocodile." Mu Yanxiao also instantly sensed that something was wrong, his expression changing dramatically as his gaze swept across the swamp. "There's not just one of those giant crocodiles." He grabbed Yi Yuanting beside him, his tone urgent. "We need to go." Jiang Yunzhou and the others didn't care about him anymore and turned to sprint towards the forest where Su Lily was. The giant crocodile, seeing the two bodies on the ground, did not pursue but instead stopped to slowly enjoy its meal. Su Lily heard the footsteps and immediately peeked out from behind the rocks. Seeing the four return safely, she finally relaxed the tension in her heart and hurried over. "Are you all okay?" I heard the gunshots earlier. The four collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, sweat streaming down their cheeks. Feng Ziki rubbed his sore legs while still feeling a bit shaken. Don't mention it. There are a bunch of prehistoric giant crocodiles hiding in the swamp, bigger than trucks. We almost became its snacks. We need to stay far away from the swamp from now on. It's too scary. Yi Yuanting leaned against a tree, taking a while to catch his breath before speaking. I'm sure that if they hadn't stopped chasing us, we definitely wouldn't have outrun those guys. Jiang Yunzhou wiped the sweat from his forehead, his tone still laced with lingering fear. That thing's head is as big as a small car, and its whole body is as big as a super large truck. If it targeted us, we wouldn't have had a chance to fight back. Once he calmed his breathing, Feng Ziki looked at everyone. What should we do next? There's still a white tiger missing. Chapter 18. Dinosaur World 11. Mu Yanxiao stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Let's find food to replenish our energy first. Then find a safe place to spend the night. Jiang Yunzhou immediately thought of his sister, his expression turning urgent. You guys take care of this. I'll contact my sister first. Just then, Su Lily suddenly spoke up. Brother Jiang, after you left, I had nothing to do. So I contacted all the users with the character fish in their names. I used the video function of my wristband and could see the other person's appearance directly. I've already ruled out a dozen who I contacted. They are not your sister. There are still 8 people I haven't reached. They might not have seen the message or may not want to answer. Hearing this, Jiang Yunzhou thanked Su Lily. That's really great. Thank you so much. Please send me the list of those I couldn't contact, and I'll try to reach out to them one by one. Su Lily said, and immediately opened her wristband, forwarding the organized list to Jiang Yunzhou. Mu Yanxiao looked at Jiang Yunzhou's eager expression and said, Yunzhou, take your time, no need to rush. I'll go look around for a suitable shelter nearby. Ziki, Yuanting, you two go find some edible food nearby, and be careful. Yi Yuanting and Feng Ziki replied, no problem. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyu was squatting next to a patch of damp bushes, focused on picking mushrooms from the ground. Ever since she picked the 7-leaf sea mango last time, she had noticed that fruit trees were particularly scarce in this era. After walking for most of the day, she hadn't seen a single fruit-bearing tree. Instead, the clearings in the forest were filled with various fungi. Some were larger than her palm, with caps glistening in white. Some had bright red spots and looked particularly beautiful. Others were completely golden, shining like little lanterns in the sunlight. Jiang Xiaoyu took out a cloth bag from her space and bent down to pick up the intact mushrooms one by one and put them into the bag. In no time, the bag was full and heavy. She picked up a large white mushroom, wiped off the dirt on it, and took a bite. The mushroom had a somewhat rough texture and a bitter taste, which wasn't particularly delicious, but she was pleasantly surprised that she could clearly taste the bitterness. This meant that these mushrooms could alleviate her hunger, just like the 7-leaf sea mango. Jiang Xiaoyu immediately felt energized and began to sort the mushrooms. Any that she couldn't taste, she casually tossed aside. Those that she could taste, regardless of whether they tasted good or bad, she put into the cloth bag. She even deliberately separated mushrooms of different flavors, thinking that if she found other edible things later, she could mix them. Hey, little sister. Why did you pick the poisonous ones and throw away the non-poisonous ones? A surprised male voice suddenly came from behind, interrupting Jiang Xiaoyu's actions. She frowned, slowly turned around, and saw 3 strangers walking towards her. 2 men and 1 woman, all looking to be in their 20s. The girl in the middle, hearing the boy's words, curiously asked, how do you know which ones are poisonous and which are not? These mushrooms all look similar. The speaking boy chuckled and patted his chest. A hint of pride in his tone. Don't forget, I'm from there. We have mushrooms everywhere back home. I've seen them since I was little. Although I'm not sure about many varieties in this era, I recognize some of the ones you're holding, and they're all highly toxic. Just one bite can put you down. If you don't believe me, you can try. The girl hurriedly waved her hands. No, I still want to go home alive. I don't dare to try. Jiang Xiaoyu stood still, watching the 3 approach, feeling a bit annoyed. Why does she run into people wherever she goes? However, since she had just picked a lot of mushrooms and wasn't hungry for the moment, she had no intention of dealing with these strangers. At this moment, the boy spoke again. Little sister, I'm serious. You shouldn't pick these mushrooms anymore. The plants and fungi in this era are too strange. Even the varieties I know, I wouldn't dare to eat. If you're hungry, we can look for other edible things together. Don't joke with your life. The girl suddenly brightened, staring at Jiang Xiaoyu's outfit, confidently saying, oh, I remember now. This girl is a celebrity in the chat group. She's the one who picked the highly toxic 7-leaf sea mango. The group was in an uproar at the time, saying she was risking her life. The boy who had been silent all along looked at Jiang Xiaoyu in surprise. Then how is she still alive? Did she awaken some special ability? Is there such an ability? The girl curiously asked. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't want to listen to their chatter anymore. She needed to pick more mushrooms to store in her space before it got dark and had no time to waste with them. She put the bag full of mushrooms into her system backpack and turned to leave. Hey, little sister, wait a minute. The speaking boy quickly stepped forward and blocked her path. It's too dangerous for you to be alone in this forest. There are unknown dangers everywhere now. Why not team up with us? We have both attack and support abilities among the three of us. If we look out for each other, our chances of survival will be greater. Jiang Xiaoyu raised her head and waved her stiff hand at the boy, indicating her refusal. Her movement was stiff, looking a bit strange. Seeing this, the girl urged again, little sister, don't refuse so quickly. In a few hours, it will be dark. And the forest is even more dangerous at night. There might be fiercer carnivorous animals out hunting. It's better to stick together than to fight alone. Jiang Xiaoyu's brow furrowed even tighter, inwardly cursing these foolish humans. She was in a hurry to find food. She didn't have time to team up with them. Moreover, she couldn't expose the secret of being a zombie. Being around ability users was too dangerous. Just as she was about to bypass the boy and continue walking, he suddenly sensed something was off, grabbing her stiff arm and asking in confusion, You can't speak? When the boy touched her stiff arm, he instinctively let go. A chilling feeling, reminiscent of a horror movie, made him take a few steps back. The little girl gave him a dead sensation. At this moment, the other boy noticed his companion's strange expression and stepped forward to mediate. Forget it. If you don't want to team up, then don't. A forced partnership won't be sweet. Little sister, you can go. The girl saw that Jiang Xiaoyu really didn't want to team up and stepped aside to let her pass. All right then, be careful by yourself. And run to where there are more people if you encounter danger. Jiang Xiaoyu ignored them and walked straight into the depths of the dense forest, quickly disappearing from the three's sight. The boy asked his still dazed classmate, Shannon, what happened to you just now? You looked so pale. Shannon came back to her senses, shook her head. I don't know. My intuition tells me she's very scary. Let's keep our distance from her. The other two classmates chuckled. Come on, she's just a little girl. How formidable can she be? The two laughed and didn't take the matter seriously. Chapter 19. Dinosaur World 12. As Jiang Xiaoyu walked deeper into the dense forest, she opened the private message list on her wristband. After swiping a few times, a video call request suddenly popped up with a note displaying a Jasmine. She frowned and directly clicked to reject it. But just 2 seconds after rejecting, another user named Cheetah7931 sent a video request. Jiang Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, but still chose to reject it. She didn't want to get too entangled with strangers and was even more afraid of exposing her identity in a video. She simply sent a message to a Jasmine, saying not to call anymore, as she had no intention of teaming up and didn't need help. Then, she sent the same message to Cheetah7931, and after sending, she prepared to close the private message list and continue searching for mushrooms. But just a few seconds later, Cheetah7931's reply popped up. A short sentence that instantly froze Jiang Xiaoyu's footsteps. Xiaoyu? Is that you? It's me, your brother. Brother? Jiang Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, and her fingers trembled uncontrollably. She quickly stopped, rummaged through her system backpack for a small mirror. In the mirror, her complexion was still gray, her eyes completely white, her lips devoid of color. Fortunately, she was wearing sunglasses and a mask, and her hat was pulled down low, wrapping her up tightly, making it hard to see any obvious abnormalities. After confirming there was no problem, she shakily typed a reply to Cheetah7931. Brother, it's me, Jiang Xiaoyu. The message had barely been sent for 3 seconds when another video call request popped up again, initiated by Cheetah7931. This time, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't hesitate and pressed the answer button. In this life and the next, she hadn't seen her brother for too long and really missed him. The moment the screen lit up, she saw that familiar face. Jiang Yunzhu was dressed casually, with a hint of fatigue on his face. Yet he still looked imposing and strong. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu on the screen, his eyes instantly brightened, though his voice trembled slightly. Xiaoyu, is that really you? Don't be afraid. Brother is already looking for you, and he will find you soon. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at her brother's concerned gaze. Her nose tinged with a sense of bitterness, almost unable to resist taking off her mask, but the remaining rationality told her not to do so. She could not let her brother see her current state, nor let him know that she had turned into a zombie. She didn't make a sound, just quickly typed on the screen, You don't need to look for me, brother. We will most likely return to the original place in 7 days. I can protect myself, you don't need to worry. Jiang Yunzhu frowned tightly as he read the text on the screen, his tone filled with concern. Xiaoyu, why are you so tightly wrapped up? Are you hurt? And why aren't you speaking? Are you feeling unwell? Fearing her brother would continue to ask, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly changed the topic. Brother, do you have supplies? I have food here, I'll send some to you. After eating, you can ask me for more. Saying this, she took out a box of instant noodles and 5 boxes of prepared meals from her system backpack. She knew that the system backpack had a time-stopping function, so the food would not spoil no matter how long it was kept, so she deliberately took more. She activated the transmission function of her wristband, selecting to send these supplies to Leopard 7931. The screen quickly displayed that the transmission was successful, and on the other side, Jiang Xiaoyu, puzzled about where his sister got the supplies, suddenly saw a box of instant noodles and 5 boxes of meals appear in front of him, with a familiar brand logo printed on the packaging. Xiaoyu, where did you get these supplies? Jiang Xiaoyu was about to ask further when the screen suddenly went black. Jiang Xiaoyu had already hung up the video call. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at the black screen, her fingers tightly gripping the mask, her eyes unknowingly reddening. She leaned against a tree, her shoulders trembling slightly. She didn't not want to talk more with her brother, but she wasn't ready yet, lacking the courage to tell him that she had turned into a zombie. This news was too cruel for a loved one. She could only temporarily conceal it and think of a way to confess to her brother after returning to the original world. Jiang Xiaoyu was still lost in thought, staring at the instant noodles and meals that had suddenly appeared, pondering how his sister could have so many supplies, when he heard Feng Ziqi's loud voice from a distance. Brother Jiang, we're back. Come see what good stuff we found. Feng Ziqi and Yi Yuanting hurried over, each holding a palm-sized gecko, its claws tied with a rope, still struggling slightly. But as soon as they got closer, Feng Ziqi's attention was drawn to the instant noodles and meals on the ground, his eyes widening in surprise. And the gecko in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. Wow, instant noodles. If I had known there was this, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of catching geckos. Brother Jiang, where did you get this good stuff? A system reward? Yi Yuanting also saw the instant noodles and meals, immediately tossing the gecko aside, raising his hand to conjure several streams of water, carefully washing his hands, rubbing them together as he wanted to grab a meal. Brother Jiang, I only had a bit of roasted egg for lunch. I'm already starving. And it's almost evening now. Can we eat now? This meal looks so delicious. Wait, a steady voice came. Mu Yanxiao emerged from the dense forest. Yunju, I didn't expect you to get such good stuff at a time like this. Let us put it in the backpack first. I found a small cave that is hidden and can shield us from the wind and rain. We should go build a shelter first. He pointed at the gecko on the ground. And you too. Put away the gecko. Don't waste it. We'll be here for 7 days. Who knows if we can find food later. Jiang Yunju came back to his senses and quickly put the instant noodles and meals into the system backpack, fearing that if he delayed even a second, Feng Ziqi would snatch them away. Although Feng Ziqi and Yi Yuanting were reluctant, they knew Mu Yanxiao was right. So they had to grudgingly pick up the gecko from the ground, kill it, and shove it into the backpack, mumbling, I wonder how gecko meat tastes. Next time, we must bring a pack of salt. The group headed towards the cave Mu Yanxiao found. On the way, Mu Yanxiao couldn't help but ask, Yunju, where did the instant noodles and meals come from? The system didn't indicate any supply rewards. Jiang Yunju paused for a moment, his tone a bit complex. They were given to me by my sister. Your sister? Feng Ziqi immediately asked in surprise. Where is she? Brother Jiang, I remember your sister isn't an adult yet. It's so dangerous for her to be alone in this dinosaur world. We must find a way to locate her. Yi Yuanting sighed, pouring cold water on the situation. I estimate she is far from us. Think about it. We were all at the border carrying out tasks, and the location we were transported to was close by. But Xiaoyu was at home at that time, and the border is separated from Haiqing by a vast distance. Even if she was transported here, the distance wouldn't be close. There are no planes or high-speed trains here. We rely solely on our legs, and in 7 days, it's completely impossible. Chapter 20. Dinosaur World 13. Mu Yanxiao fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Your sister must have awakened her spatial abilities early and prepared supplies in advance. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to send you things. Perhaps she knows something about the apocalypse. Jiang Yunju's brows furrowed even tighter. Today is her 18th birthday. During the video call earlier, she didn't say anything, acting strangely, and just sent me the supplies before hanging up. When I asked her why she was wrapped so tightly, why she wasn't talking, she didn't answer. Feng Ziqi patted his shoulder. Brother Jiang, don't worry. Since Xiaoyu can awaken spatial abilities and prepare so many supplies, she can definitely take care of herself. After we set up the shelter, we can contact her again. Jiang Yunju nodded, but his heart still felt heavy. How could his sister, who didn't know anything, survive in the dinosaur world? The group entered the cave, using the light filtering in from the entrance to assess their surroundings. The cave was not deep, only about 30 square meters in size, with a flat rock floor that felt very dry to the touch, without any hint of dampness or moldy smell. There were no small animals in the corners, only some dry weeds and rubble, making it a rare safe spot to rest. Jiang Yunju nodded in satisfaction. This place is good, elevated, dry, and safe. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll stay here for the next 7 days. All right. Fang Ziki responded first, immediately bending down to pick up some rubble from the ground. Let us make the entrance more concealed so that no dinosaurs or other animals come in at night. Everyone split up the tasks. Mu Yanxiao and Jiang Yunju went outside to bring back a few half-person high boulders, while Fang Ziki and Yi Yuanting used vines to tie together the rubble and branches. Su Lily also helped gather small dry twigs. Soon, a makeshift barrier made of stones and branches blocked the cave entrance, leaving only a gap for one person to pass through, allowing for ventilation while providing concealment. Yi Yuanting looked at the newly constructed barrier and couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if there was an Earth-type ability user right now. They could just make a mud wall, which would be much more convenient than this stone and branch setup. Come on, even if there was an Earth-type ability user. A first-level ability wouldn't be enough to use. Fang Ziki rolled his eyes, slumping down on the ground and rubbing his arms. A first-level Earth ability can only make a small mound at most. It's still far from building a mud wall. Our stone barrier is already quite good. Fang Ziki leaned against the rock wall, glancing at the gradually darkening sky. In this world, as long as we don't actively encounter large carnivorous animals, with our abilities and skills, it's not hard to survive. Su Lily, who had been quietly helping, suddenly spoke up. I just checked the chat group. Over 5,000 ability users have gone offline today. They probably didn't make it. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the cave instantly turned solemn. Fang Ziki's relaxed expression also disappeared as he sighed. It's only the first day, and so many people have already gone offline. After tonight, I estimate there will be another batch offline. The dangers at night are far greater than during the day. Jiang Yunju clapped his hands to break the heavy atmosphere. Let's not think about that for now. Let's eat and replenish our strength. The shelter is ready, and we can try the takeout that Xiaoyu brought. Oh, I love to hear that. Fang Ziki instantly perked up, bouncing off the ground and moving closer to Jiang Yunju. Brother Jiang, I was so exhausted from moving stones earlier. Hurry and take out Sister Xiaoyu's food. We had baked eggs for lunch, and there wasn't even any salt. We've sweated so much. I've been craving a warm meal for ages. Jiang Yunju took out the takeout from the system backpack. The real challenge in this little world isn't dealing with dinosaurs, but surviving in the wilderness. The weather here is stuffy and hot, and moisture is lost quickly. If we don't have salt, our bodies won't hold up after a few days. Exactly, Mu Yanxiao echoed. When I was looking for the shelter earlier, I noticed that this area is all dense forest and marshes, with no sea. It won't be easy to find salt, so we might have to rely on bland food for our meals. While speaking, Jiang Yunju had already distributed 5 boxes of takeout to everyone. Yi Yuanting couldn't wait to open the box, and a rich aroma wafted out immediately. He looked at the dishes inside, his eyes shining. Sister Xiaoyu is so thoughtful. She even prepared soup. Look at this tomato egg drop soup, and there's dompa pork, broccoli, and braised fish pieces, all warm. Fang Ziki also opened his box and exclaimed in surprise, mine is seaweed egg drop soup. Although the dishes are different from Yuanting's, they are also plentiful, with stir-fried greens, fried chicken legs, and stir-fried shredded meat. Brother Jiang, look at your takeout, sweet and sour ribs and steamed fish, all your favorites. We are really blessed to have this. From now on, Sister Xiaoyu is my sister too. I have to thank her properly. Jiang Yunju rolled his eyes at him, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. She's my sister. It has nothing to do with you. Mu Yanxiao opened his takeout, looking at the exquisite dishes with a tone of emotion. These foods are simply priceless in this world. Su Lily held her box with slightly red eyes. Thank you, Brother Jiang, and also thank you, Sister Xiaoyu. I really didn't expect to have such delicious takeout in this dinosaur world. Jiang Yunju, no need to thank me. Eat quickly. It won't taste good if the food gets cold. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and started to eat voraciously. Halfway through, Mu Yanxiao suddenly spoke up. Let's not eat the remaining box of instant noodles for now. Save it as emergency supplies. If we can't find food later, we can rely on instant noodles to last a few days. Jiang Yunju, right, my sister is a high school student. I only give her 1,000 each month, so she probably doesn't have much in supplies. I hope she saves some for herself. As everyone was focused on eating their takeout, Jiang Yunju had just picked up the tomato egg drop soup for a sip when the bracelet on his wrist suddenly lit up, popping up a prompt for receiving supplies. He put down the soup bowl and clicked on the message, noticing the sender was his sister. Jiang Yunju felt warmth in his heart, but was soon overwhelmed by worry. He immediately opened the chat box with his sister and initiated a video call request. However, after waiting for a long time, the screen remained stuck on the waiting for the other party to answer interface before it automatically disconnected. Not willing to give up, he initiated 2 more video calls. But the result was still no one answering. He tried to make a voice call, but only the prompt that the other party was temporarily unreachable came through. What is going on? Mu Yanxiao, sitting across from him, noticed his tense expression and put down his chopsticks to ask, Jiang Yunju, my sister sent me supplies again. But she won't answer my video call, and she isn't picking up the voice call either. I have a feeling she is hiding something from me. She seemed strange during the video earlier. Mu Yanxiao frowned and pressed further, besides not answering the calls. Is there anything else unusual about her? Chapter 21 Dinosaur World 14 His movements were stiff as Jiang Yunju recalled the video footage, his brows furrowing tighter. Just like the photo in the group. She was bundled up tightly, wearing a hat low, sunglasses, and a mask that wasn't taken off. I asked her why she wasn't talking. And she only replied in text, saying she was fine and told me not to worry. Could it be a bad signal? Fong Ziki speculated. But just after finishing his sentence, he shook his head. No, she can send supplies, which means the bracelet signal is fine. There's no reason she can't answer the video call. Mu Yanxiao took out his bracelet and opened the chat group, finding the photo of Jiang Xiaoyu picking 7-leaf sea mangoes. In the photo, Jiang Xiaoyu was wrapped in a black hooded sweatshirt, sunglasses covering most of her face, and the mask pulled down to her chin, revealing only a small strip of pale skin. It really was as Jiang Yunju said. It was almost impossible to see her appearance. He stared at the photo for a moment, his tone serious. She is deliberately hiding something. If it were just to avoid sun exposure or insects, there would be no need to wrap up so tightly, even refusing to speak. Su Lily also put down her takeout and quietly added, I contacted her earlier and sent her a video request, but she didn't answer either. Only replied that she didn't need help. I thought she was just introverted, but now it seems there's really something wrong. The atmosphere in the cave became heavy again, and everyone could feel Jiang Yunju's anxiety. Fong Ziki patted his shoulder and said, Brother Jiang, don't be too anxious. Maybe she really has her reasons. She just turned 18. After all, she is still a young girl. It's normal to have worries she doesn't want to share when encountering such strange events. As long as she is safe now. We can slowly find out the truth when we see her later. Yi Yuanting chimed in. My brother is about the same age as her. And he also loves to keep little secrets, not wanting to tell us. Maybe Xiaoyu just thinks she can handle it and doesn't want to trouble you. Don't worry. She can awaken spatial abilities and has prepared so many supplies in advance. She must be stronger than we think. When we see her, everything will be clear. Jiang Yunju nodded silently, but his heart was still heavy. He looked at the supply receipt prompt on the bracelet, whispering, but I don't even know where she is now, let alone when I can see her. Whether in this little world or the original world. They are separated by thousands of miles. Jiang Yunju stared at the supply receipt prompt on the bracelet, hesitating for a few seconds before finally pressing the receipt button. In the next second, a pile of items suddenly appeared out of thin air, filling the empty space in the cave, but miraculously. They were all compressed within about 1 cubic meter, just enough to fit into the system backpack. Everyone stopped their actions and curiously gathered around. Fong Ziki was the first to step forward, rummaging through the supplies and exclaiming, wow, this is too complete. As everyone focused, they saw that the supplies included a complete set of 8 cooking tools. The condiments included oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar. Dozens of bags of frozen buns, steamed buns, and dumplings were neatly stacked together, with familiar brand logos printed on the packaging. A box of mineral water leaned nearby, with a total of 20 bottles. There were also several bags containing apples, bananas, and oranges, as fresh as if they had just been picked from the ground. And at the very bottom of the supplies, there was a small blue first aid kit with a cross symbol printed on it. Mu Yanxiao bent down to pick up a bag of apples, his fingers brushing over the label, which was printed by the supermarket, showing a date from 3 days ago. This means these fruits were bought by your sister 3 days ago. Fong Ziki, holding a bag of frozen dumplings, was grinning from ear to ear. Is Sister Xiaoyu planning to have a picnic? She even brought all the cooking tools, with oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar all included, and there's fruit for dessert. She really knows how to live. Su Lily noticed the small first aid kit and squatted down to gently open it. Inside were cold medicine, fever medicine, anti-inflammatory medicine, as well as iodine, gauze, band-aids, and even allergy medicine. It was so complete, like it was specially prepared for outdoor survival. Mu Yanxiao put down the apple, his tone becoming serious. She must know something. If it's just an ordinary emergency, there's no need to stockpile so many medications and prepare so thoroughly. Cooking tools, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and fresh fruits. Fong Ziki also put away her joking demeanor, perhaps because she had awakened her space abilities early and was afraid something would happen. So she prepared everything on the spur of the moment. Jiang Yunju remained silent. simply squatting down to sort through the supplies one by one. After a few seconds of silence, he sighed and gently packed all the supplies into the system backpack, from the cooking set to the small medicine box, leaving nothing behind. Mu Yanxiao patted his shoulder and didn't say anything more. At least they could confirm now that she was taking good care of herself. Other matters could be discussed when they met again. There was no need for baseless speculation. Just as Jiang Yunju was still worried about his sister. A loud rumble suddenly echoed outside the cave. A bolt of lightning split the sky, illuminating the dim forest as if it were daytime, and then, without warning, heavy raindrops began to pour down, with the wind howling and whipping the rain around, causing tree branches to rustle. The sky darkened at a visible pace, as if they had instantly fallen into night. Fortunately, we were quick and found shelter in advance. Yi Yuanting walked to the cave entrance, looking at the torrential rain outside. And couldn't he help but feel relieved. If we had been a moment late, we would have been drenched like chickens. Su Lily took out her wristband and looked at the messages popping up in the group chat. It was in chaos, with many people unable to find a place to shelter from the rain, complaining about being drenched, and some even reporting encounters with frightened, running dinosaurs, claiming it was particularly dangerous. Jiang Yunju didn't move closer to see the rain. He stood inside the cave, staring at the trees outside blurred by the rain. His brow tightly furrowed. Little fish, where are you? Have you found a place to hide from the rain? You must be safe. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu was standing in a thicket washed by rain, looking up at the large tree above her, heavy with fruit. The downpour flowed down her hat's brim, soaking her clothes, but she seemed oblivious, expressionless as she extended her stiff hand to grasp a branch and climbed step by step up the trunk. For her, the wind and rain, the cold, were all imperceptible. The zombie's body had long lost the ability to feel pain and cold, aside from hunger. Only its sense of smell remained. Only extreme cold would slow her movements. In such heavy rain, it was no different for her than a sunny day. In fact, the rain could wash away her odor, allowing her to search for food more discreetly. She didn't need to rest or sleep, functioning like a perpetual motion machine. Since finding the poisonous fruits and mushrooms in the forest that she could taste, she hadn't stopped eating. Perhaps the energy from the food was too low, requiring her to keep eating to feel full. At this moment, she sat on a high branch, holding the trunk with one hand while quickly plucking fruits from the tree with the other, stuffing them into her space. Her movements, though stiff, were exceptionally skilled. In a nearby temporary rain shelter, several ability users huddled in a corner and caught sight of Jiang Xiaoyu on the tree through a gap at the cave entrance, instantly erupting in excitement. My God, look over there. There's a person in that big tree. It's pouring rain, and she's still picking fruit, and that fruit clearly isn't edible. Has she gone mad? A boy pointed in Jiang Xiaoyu's direction, his tone filled with shock. A girl beside him frowned, her eyes showing some disdain. She must be crazy. Otherwise, who would climb a tree in such heavy rain during a thunderstorm? Isn't she afraid of getting struck by lightning? That's just not normal. Let's keep our distance and not get dragged down by her. Sigh, speaking of which, I haven't eaten anything all day. Another tall, thin boy rubbed his empty stomach, sounding dejected. He had originally planned to find some wild fruits or mushrooms before dark, but hadn't expected such a heavy downpour to prevent him from finding anything, leaving him feeling dizzy from hunger. As soon as he finished speaking, someone tentatively spoke up. Does anyone have food? Just a bite will do. I promise I'll return it when I find food tomorrow. But all he received in response was silence. After a few seconds, a boy in a jacket coldly laughed and said, Come on, whether we can survive until tomorrow is still uncertain, and you're talking about returning food? Right now? Food is more precious than gold. Who would be foolish enough to share their life-saving rations with others? Just figure it out yourself. The tall, thin boy's face flushed red, but he had no strength to retort. In this perilous world, food was the foundation of survival, and no one would easily share. The rain outside grew heavier, with thunder and lightning continuing, and occasionally distant roars of startled dinosaurs could be heard. They seemed to be frightened by the thunder, running around in the forest. Heavy footsteps echoing through the rain, making everyone seeking shelter feel alarmed. After Jiang Xiaoyu picked the last fruit, she jumped down from the tree, unconcerned about the rain soaking her, and turned to walk toward another patch of forest. Just as Jiang Xiaoyu jumped down from the fruit tree and turned toward the next grove, the boy in the distant rain shelter had already taken out his wristband and snapped a photo of her back. In the photo, the heavy rain blurred the background, and Jiang Xiaoyu's figure looked somewhat thin amidst the rain curtain, still clutching several brightly colored fruits that appeared particularly striking. The boy casually sent the photo to the public chat group, adding a teasing comment. Hey, does anyone get this? In such heavy rain, someone is actually picking poisonous fruit from a tree. She must be a lunatic, right? Just a few minutes after the photo was sent, the group exploded with responses. Some attentive individuals zoomed in on the photo, recognizing the appearance of the fruit in Jiang Xiaoyu's hands, and immediately posted a message in the group. Wait. The fruit she is holding seems to be ancient leprosy fruit. I saw it in the plant encyclopedia before. This fruit is highly toxic. Just one bite could land you in ICU. And in this world without medical facilities, eating it is basically a death sentence. Once this message was posted, the group instantly boiled over. Someone quickly added, I saw the encyclopedia too, and look at that tree beside her. It looks like a jujube tree. Although the fruit isn't ripe yet and can't be eaten, at least it's not poisonous. Why would she ignore the non-toxic fruit and go for the deadly leprosy fruit? Isn't that madness? She's really crazy. Why not just enjoy a good life instead of seeking death? Maybe she feels she can't go on and wants to end it all, but there's no need to choose such a painful way, right? This hellish place is already tough enough, and now we encounter such a weirdo. What bad luck. The comments in the group overwhelmingly criticized Jiang Xiaoyu. But it wasn't long before the topic gradually shifted to their own survival dilemmas. One user sent a voice message, filled with fear, stop just criticizing others. I saw someone get eaten by a carnivorous dinosaur today. It was like a scene from a horror movie coming to life. I still shiver just thinking about it. It was terrifying. Another user immediately replied, what is that compared to? I went to the river to fetch water today and almost lost my life. A giant lizard suddenly popped up from the water and charged at me. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been its snack. Is the giant lizard okay? Another user chimed in, sounding frightened. Let me tell you, don't ever go near the swamp. I saw a prehistoric giant crocodile chasing a few ability users from a distance today. Its size was bigger than a truck, and I almost wet my pants. My heart is still racing. The atmosphere in the group grew increasingly heavy as everyone started sharing their own experiences. Someone complained. Wasn't there a post with pictures of edible fruits in the group? But I searched all day and didn't even see a shadow of them. There are just too few edible fruits in this place. At that moment, someone shared a photo of roasted dinosaur eggs in the group, sounding a bit smug. Hey, we got lucky and found a nest of unguarded dinosaur eggs. Roasted, they taste really good, but there are no seasonings, so it's a bit bland. But this message did not attract envy. Instead, it drew a wave of complaints. Who can find dinosaur eggs so easily? We searched all afternoon today, and every nest we saw had dinosaurs guarding it, so we didn't dare to get close. It's only been a day, and I'm almost at my limit. I haven't found much to eat, and I almost got chased by a dinosaur. How am I supposed to survive? I want to go home. Me too, if this continues. I won't even have to wait 7 days. I estimate I'll have to log off tomorrow. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoyu also saw the photos and discussions in the group. When he recognized the familiar figure in the photo and saw the messages in the group stating that the malab fruit is highly poisonous, his heart suddenly constricted, and his fingers tightened around the wristband. The discussion in the group continued. Meanwhile, in the cave, Jiang Xiaoyu had no mind to follow the ongoing discussions. He stared at the wristband screen, his fingers quickly messaging his sister, one anxious inquiry after another. Xiaoyu, are you picking malab fruit? That fruit is poisonous. Don't eat it. Where are you now? Are you safe? Please reply when you see this. Have you encountered danger? If something is wrong, tell your brother. Don't try to handle it alone. But the messages he sent seemed to sink like stones into the sea. He received no replies. Jiang Xiaoyu's hand gradually came to a stop, his eyes filled with disappointment and worry, and even the fingers gripping the wristband trembled slightly. Chapter 23. Dinosaur World. The brothers in the cave watched all of this with grave expressions. Feng Ziki wanted to comfort him but didn't know what to say, so he could only pat Jiang Xiaoyu's arm. Mu Yanxiao came over, sat down beside Jiang Xiaoyu, patted his shoulder, and spoke in a calm yet gentle tone. Yanxiao, don't worry. Your sister is still in high school, right? Kids at this age may sometimes want to show off, but they're pure-hearted and soft. You're her only family, so she must care about you. Send her more messages, share your situation, let her know you're worried about her. Maybe she'll contact you when she sees it. Jiang Xiaoyu looked up, his eyes slightly reddened. He gritted his teeth, nodded, and picked up the wristband again, starting to send messages one by one. This time, it was not just simple inquiries. He mixed in updates about himself. Xiaoyu, your brother is in a safe cave with a few comrades. Don't worry about me. Just like that, he sent dozens of messages in one go, stopping only when his fingers grew sore. At this time, Jiang Xiaoyu was quite busy, standing under a malab fruit tree, staring at the empty branches. She had already picked most of the nearby fruits, and to find more food, she would have to go further away. Just as she was about to set off, she heard a commotion of footsteps and roars in the distance. Looking up, she saw a herd of triceratops running towards her, each one as big as a car. their sharp horns gleaming in the rain. Behind the herd, a larger Spinosaurus was following closely, roaring with its long mouth full of sharp teeth. Instead of being scared, Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Why walk when she could hitch a ride? As the first Triceratops ran beside her, she leaped onto its back. The Triceratops, feeling the extra weight, shook its head irritably, trying to throw Jiang Xiaoyu off. But right now, escaping was the priority. The pursuing Spinosaurus was getting closer, and it had no time to deal with the unusual weight on its back, so it could only continue to run for its life. Jiang Xiaoyu tightly grasped the Triceratops's horn, feeling the wind rush past her ears, and an inexplicable thrill surged in her heart. She had never ridden a horse in her life, let alone a dinosaur in this world. She couldn't help but look down at the Triceratops's sturdy legs, silently admiring. It must be said, those long legs were quite effective. They really were fast. And so, Jiang Xiaoyu rode the Triceratops, charging through the rain with the herd. After about 10 minutes, the heavy rain in the sky gradually subsided, the thick dark clouds slowly receding, revealing a splendid sunset in the originally dim sky. The orange-red light poured into the forest, adding a touch of rare tenderness to this perilous land. The Spinosaurus behind them did not catch up. And after jumping off the Triceratops's back, Jiang Xiaoyu watched the herd gradually disappear into the depths of the woods before turning and walking in the opposite direction. Before long, she stepped into an unfamiliar forest. She paused, leaning against a large tree, and only then remembered her vibrating wristband. Pulling it out, she saw the screen filled with messages from her brother, ranging from anxious inquiries to patient updates, one after another, almost filling the entire chat interface. Jiang Xiaoyu's fingers lightly glided over the screen, a complex mix of emotions rising within her. There was warmth, guilt, and a hint of fear she couldn't face. After a moment of silence, she finally opened the input box and typed a short message. "Brother, I'm fine. Don't worry. Take care of yourself." After successfully sending it, she hesitated for a moment before closing the chat interface. Once she finished with the messages, Jiang Xiaoyu looked down at her clothes. Her black outfit was already soaked through with rain, clinging tightly to her body. Although she couldn't feel discomfort from the dampness, she found this attire inconvenient for movement and quite messy. She directly entered her space, changed into light blue jeans, a white short-sleeved t-shirt, a gray baseball cap, and a black medical mask. The only thing that remained unchanged was the sunglasses on her face. After organizing her outfit, Jiang Xiaoyu reached out and gently pinched her cheek. When her fingertips touched her skin, she felt the familiar coolness, but there were no signs of decay. Her skin remained intact. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that perhaps her transformation into a zombie had happened too recently for any signs of rot to appear. Just as she stepped out of her space, having taken only a few steps, she suddenly heard footsteps ahead. Looking up, she saw two men in tattered sportswear stepping out from behind a tree. Standing in the middle of the path, arms crossed, and greedily sizing her up. The man on the left wore a lewd smile, nudging his companion on the right. "Big brother, look at this girl." Although she's wearing sunglasses and a mask, making it hard to see her face, just looking at her figure, you can tell she's definitely beautiful. It's getting dark, the long night is ahead. We're just in need of a companion. Let's drag her into the cave next door for some fun. The man on the right was more composed but did not hide the desire in his eyes as he looked Jiang Xiaoyu up and down. "Don't rush. Let's see the situation first. This girl dares to walk alone in the woods. Maybe she has powerful abilities. We don't want to take a fall." After hearing this, the man on the left took a couple of steps forward, asking with a hint of probing, "Little sister, what abilities do you have? Don't you fear encountering danger wandering alone in this forest? Why not come with us? We'll protect you." She didn't want to waste time with these two, as she was hungry and wanted to eat people. She could only take out a 7-leaf mango from her space, bite into it in front of the two, and slowly chew. Hunger can drive a zombie mad. If she turned into a demon, her justice-driven brother would. The man on the left reached out his hand, wanting to take the sunglasses off Jiang Xiaoyu's face, mumbling, "Stop wearing sunglasses, let me see what you look like. If you're really pretty, we might treat you better." Jiang Xiaoyu remained silent, slowly finishing the mango in her mouth and tossing the pit into the bushes beside her. Chapter 24 Dinosaur World 17 As the man's hand was about to touch her sunglasses, Jiang Xiaoyu's mind stirred, and a mini electric baton appeared in her palm. She slightly raised her wrist to avoid the man's hand, while simultaneously pressing the baton switch. Zzz, a faint blue current jumped at the end of the baton. Before the two men could react, Jiang Xiaoyu quickly moved forward, accurately jabbing the baton into the side of the man on the left. "Ah!" the man screamed, his body instantly stiffening, collapsing to the ground. The man on the right, seeing this, changed his expression drastically and was just about to activate his abilities to counterattack when Jiang Xiaoyu had already turned around. The baton struck again, landing firmly on his thigh. Another cry of pain escaped him as he clutched his leg and fell to the ground, quickly losing consciousness. In just a few moments, the two ill-intentioned men were both knocked out on the ground. Jiang Xiaoyu put away the baton and looked at the two unconscious men on the ground, her throat involuntarily swallowing. The faint smell of blood lingered at the tip of her nose, a result of the man's skin being accidentally broken when he fell. The instinct of the zombie surged within her, and her eyes instantly turned crimson, almost uncontrollably wanting to pounce. But reason quickly pulled her back. She remembered what her brother had said before, that one should not show mercy to bad people. However, she also didn't want to eat people. After a moment of struggle, she dragged the two men's ankles toward the gathering place of the carnivorous dinosaurs. Upon seeing the Spinosaurus not far away, she stopped, made a cut on the hands of the two men, and left the spot. As dusk fell, the last rays of the evening glow were swallowed by the night. But the forest did not fall into complete darkness. Countless bioluminescent plants and animals began to awaken, emitting dazzling light. For her, the night was not a hindrance. On the contrary, it made her movements more agile. The zombie's physique allowed her to be unrestricted by visibility at night. Whether day or night, her vision remained clear, even able to see the patterns on the leaves in the dim light. She happily collected food by herself. The morning sunlight poured through the crevices of the cave, and Jiang Yunzhou and the others sat around the cave entrance, holding the frozen buns Jiang Xiaoyu had sent, simply finishing breakfast with mineral water. Thanks to Jiang Xiaoyu's supply of resources, they didn't have to scavenge for food every day like other ability users. The food in their backpacks was enough to sustain them until they left this world, allowing them more energy to focus on other matters. Let's tidy up and take a look around nearby, Jiang Yunzhou said, wiping his mouth and standing up. There was a white tiger running around before. It'd be best to find it to avoid future troubles. Mu Yanxiao nodded in agreement. That works, and we can familiarize ourselves with the surrounding terrain. If we encounter an emergency, we'll know where to hide. Fang Ziki and Yi Yuanting had no objections, quickly cleaning up the leftover trash and carefully packing the remainder into their backpacks. The four left the cave, spreading out in different directions. Jiang Yunzhou and Mu Yanxiao teamed up to check the dense forest to the west, while Fang Ziki and Yi Yuanting went to the eastern edge of the marsh. Su Lily stayed behind to wait for news. However, in the following days, they searched nearly a 10-mile radius around the cave, but found no trace of the white tiger, nor any sign of other drug dealers. It's probably hiding far away, or something has happened, Fang Ziki speculated as he leaned against a tree, panting. But we'll be heading back soon. We'll know for sure when we return. Although everyone felt regretful, they understood that in this perilous world, tracking a person's whereabouts was indeed challenging. Just as the four finished their dinner, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. The last 10 hours are the animal frenzy. All ability users should prepare. Upon returning to the original world, everyone will have 48 hours of rest time. After 48 hours, you will be transported to the next training world. Good luck to all ability users. The moment the mechanical voice disappeared, Fang Ziki jumped up from the ground. What does animal frenzy mean? It doesn't sound good. Plus, we have to enter the next small world after going back. Are we not allowed to live? Mu Yanxiao's expression turned serious, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the hilt of the knife at his waist. This isn't the time to complain. We need to think about how to survive the last 10 hours. There were only a few minutes left until the system announced the last 10 hours. They would not be able to sleep that night. They had to stay awake until dawn. Jiang Yunzhou frowned, a strong sense of unease rising in his heart. The dinosaur frenzy system's special reminder indicated that this was not an individual animal activity. It was surely on a large scale. He instinctively touched his wristband, wanting to send a message to Jiang Xiaoyu to warn her, but he remembered that the previous messages had disappeared without a trace. He could only silently pray for his sister to safely get through these 10 hours. Yi Yuanting took a deep breath. How about we hide in the cave and wait until dawn? Jiang Yunzhou sighed. I don't think it will be that easy. Just as they were pondering, a sudden dull vibration came from the distance, and the ground began to tremble slightly, as if some colossal creature was approaching. The expressions of Jiang Yunzhou and the others changed drastically, and they instinctively walked out of the cave, looking in the direction of the vibration. At the cave entrance, stones began to fall, and several agile black shadows were rushing toward the cave. 8 compact yet sharply built velociraptors were sprinting towards them, their feet pounding the ground. Don't let your guard down. Mu Yanxiao instinctively positioned himself in front of the others, fingers gripping the gun at his waist. These little guys have brains comparable to large predators and are quite cunning. Draw your guns, Jiang Yunzhou said as he swiftly drew his handgun, aiming steadily at the approaching prey. Beside him, Yi Yuanting moved in sync, the sleek black gun glinting coldly in the dim light at the cave entrance. The two forming the first line of defense back to back. Su Lily, without a firearm, quickly took out a knife. She held her breath, her body trembling slightly. Her gaze fixed on the movements of the velociraptors, even though cold sweat was already forming on her back. In an instant, the 8 velociraptors had surrounded them, arching their backs and roaring. The 5 were enclosed in the center, their breathing audible to each other. Bang! Mu Yanxiao was the first to pull the trigger. The bullet accurately penetrated the skull of the nearest velociraptor. It didn't even have time to scream before its massive body crashed to the ground, twitching twice before going still. The gunfire acted as a signal, and the remaining 7 velociraptors instantly became furious, all lunging forward. Jiang Yunzhou, Feng Ziki, and Yi Yuanting coordinated seamlessly, their guns firing in alternation, bullets whistling through the air, each gunshot accompanied by a velociraptor collapsing. In just a few minutes, the surrounding threat was eliminated. Before they could catch their breath, a large group of dinosaurs was seen charging toward them from the distant horizon. A dense mass of figures blotting out the sky, their heavy hooves thundering against the ground, creating a resounding roar. Chapter 25 Dinosaur World 18 Watching the approaching herd of dinosaurs, Mu Yanxiao furrowed his brows. No, this wave of beasts is too large. No matter where we hide, we can't escape. There are many small carnivorous dinosaurs as well. Unless we climb onto the backs of the herbivorous dinosaurs, we might have a slim chance of survival. Otherwise, we'll end up like moles waiting to be stomped into mush, with little hope of survival. Climbing onto the dinosaurs' backs, Jiang Yunzhou's eyes brightened. Then he looked at the towering ancient tree beside him. Let us climb the ancient tree first. When the dinosaurs get close, we can jump down directly onto their backs. Hearing this, Su Lily's face turned pale, but I can't climb trees. And what if I miss when I jump from the tree onto a dinosaur's back? Yi Yuanting glanced at the approaching herd of dinosaurs. In a moment, we'll lift you up into the tree. When the dinosaurs come, I will throw you onto the back of one with Feng Ziki. Whether you can survive will depend on your luck. It's better than staying here and getting trampled to death. Su Lily bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. I'm still scared. No time to think about that. Hurry up the tree. Mu Yanxiao shouted, grabbing the trunk and climbing up quickly. Jiang Yunzhou followed closely. Lifting Su Lily and pushing her upward, grab the branches tightly and don't let go. Feng Ziki and Yi Yuanting also quickly climbed up the adjacent trees. The 4 of them perched on 4 tall trees, their eyes fixed on the approaching herd of dinosaurs. Before long, the first wave of dinosaurs rushed to the base of the trees, their massive hooves pounding the ground, causing the trunks to shake violently. These dinosaurs seemed to be on a frenzy, slamming their bodies against the trunks, with bark and splinters falling off, and the branches swaying increasingly as if they would snap any moment. Now, Jiang Yunzhou seized the moment, grabbed Su Lily's arm with one hand, and as a triceratops passed beneath the tree, he forcefully pushed her onto its back. Su Lily screamed, her body arcing through the air, managing to grab onto a few of the triceratops's legs, finally not falling down. Seeing Su Lily succeed, the 4 on the trees breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, people can unleash tremendous potential in extreme danger. At that moment, the tree Jiang Yunzhou was on was suddenly rammed by a T-Rex, the trunk cracking loudly and breaking instantly. Jiang Yunzhou lost his support and slid down the broken tree, landing heavily on the ground. The ground was 100 times more dangerous. Dinosaurs several times taller than a person were running wildly around, their massive hooves brushing dangerously close to him, almost trampling him several times. Jiang Yunzhou could only huddle beside the broken tree, pressing tightly against the trunk, not daring to breathe loudly. The slightest movement would turn him into ground meat under the chaotic herd of dinosaurs. Jiang Gu, Feng Ziki, and Yi Yuanting on the tree shouted anxiously, wanting to jump down to save him. Mu Yanxiao immediately stopped them. Don't act rashly. You two quickly find a suitable dinosaur to jump onto. Don't wait for Jiang Yunzhou. I'll think of a way. The longer we delay, the more dangerous it becomes. The density of dinosaurs is increasing, and if we hesitate any longer, we'll all die. Don't forget, our lives belong to the country. Feng Ziki and Yi Yuanting gritted their teeth, shifting their focus. They suppressed their worries, each targeting a more stable dinosaur, and jumped down, clinging tightly to the dinosaur's scales, finally managing to climb onto its back. Jiang Yunzhou watched his companions temporarily safe, feeling slightly relieved but also trapped in a desperate situation. He wanted to climb back up a different unbroken tree, but there were dinosaurs running wildly all around, leaving no gaps for him to move. He could only continue pressing against the broken tree, keeping his eyes alert to the surroundings, searching for an escape opportunity. Don't worry about me, just go. Jiang Yunju looked up at Mu Yanxiao still in the tree, shouting loudly, if you don't leave now, we'll all die here. But Mu Yanxiao shook his head, gripping the branches tightly, scanning the herd of dinosaurs, unwilling to leave. He couldn't abandon Jiang Yunju. As the deputy commander of this operation, he couldn't give up on any one person. Meanwhile, not far away, on the back of another Triceratops, Jiang Xiaoyu was sitting steadily. With her exceptional eyesight, she spotted her brother under the broken tree. Her heart tightened, and she immediately stood up on the Triceratops's back, jumping onto the backs of surrounding dinosaurs toward her brother. Though not fast, she was steady. As she got closer, she took out a bright red jacket from her space and waved it vigorously in the direction of her brother. To attract his attention, she even tried to make sounds, but could only produce strange syllables. Jiang Yunju instantly recognized his sister. Mu Yanxiao on the tree also saw Jiang Xiaoyu. She was riding a shorter Triceratops, passing near Jiang Yunju. Jiang Yunju seized the opportunity, rushing over, grabbing the jacket, using the force to climb onto the Triceratops's back, settling firmly behind Jiang Xiaoyu. Just as he got comfortable, Jiang Yunju instinctively reached out to grip Jiang Xiaoyu's shoulder. But the moment his fingertips touched, a wave of coldness surged through his palm. The texture felt rigid, unlike living skin, more like a piece of lifeless stone. His hand suddenly stopped, his heart gripped by an invisible hand, his fingertips turning icy and even trembling slightly. Countless questions flooded his mind. Why was his sister's body devoid of warmth? Why was she so stiff? What had she been through? But now was not the time to ask questions. The dinosaurs ahead were still rampaging, and the danger around them had not dissipated. Jiang Yunju took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions, temporarily burying all his doubts, and shouted, Xiaoyu, hold on tight. Don't let go. Jiang Xiaoyu could clearly feel the tremor in her brother's palm, and knew he must have sensed something was off. In this life, for some reason, her flesh hadn't rotted like other zombies, but the essence of being a zombie had never changed. Cold body temperature, stiff limbs, these were the most obvious differences between her and living people. She didn't respond, burying her face lower, not daring to look into her brother's eyes. Almost simultaneously, Mu Yanxiao targeted an adjacent dinosaur, leaping down successfully onto its back. The two finally reunited, but the crisis was far from over. These dinosaurs seemed to be on a frenzy, showing no signs of stopping, galloping wildly through the forest, occasionally shaking their bodies violently, twisting their backs, trying to throw off the people on their backs. The group clung tightly to the dinosaur's scales, their knuckles turning white from the strain, nearly being thrown off several times, barely managing to stabilize themselves through instinct and cooperation. What was even more terrifying was a sudden sharp roar from the sky. A group of pterosaurs swooped down, spreading their massive wings, diving down to grab the ability users on the backs of the dinosaurs with their sharp claws, throwing them into the air. The captured ability users let out piercing screams, some crashing onto the hard ground, instantly silenced. Others were directly snatched up by the pterosaurs, becoming their prey. The already tense escape scene became even more tragic with the addition of the pterosaurs, the survival rate of ability users continually dropping. Jiang Yunju looked up at the rampaging pterosaurs in the sky, his heart sinking. He glanced at his silent sister beside him, tightening his grip on her shoulder. Xiaoyu, don't be afraid, brother will get you out. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't speak, just nodded. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly swooped down from the clouds. A particularly sturdy pterosaur headed straight for them, its sharp claws glinting coldly, targeting Jiang Yunju. Jiang Xiaoyu's pupils contracted. Without thinking, she suddenly stood up on the Triceratops's back, forcefully blocking in front of her brother. The pterosaur's claws caught her just as she grabbed hold, the immense force instantly lifting her off the ground, flying upward. Xiaoyu. Jiang Yunju's pupils dilated. By the time he reacted, his sister had already been taken into the air by the pterosaur. He reached out to grab her, but only caught a corner of her jacket. In a moment of desperation, he leaped up without hesitation, wrapping his arms tightly around Jiang Xiaoyu's waist, his whole being pulled away from the Triceratops's back, flying toward the sky together. Yunju. Mu Yanxiao, on a nearby dinosaur's back, saw this scene and shouted anxiously, but there was nothing he could do. Only watching helplessly as the two were taken by the pterosaur. Jiang Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned by her brother's sudden action. With her current zombie strength, she could safely climb onto the pterosaur's back, but her brother's embrace almost pulled her down from its claws. She couldn't help but complain in her heart. If she could speak, she would definitely scold her brother 500 times for being so meddlesome. She didn't need her brother to accompany her. Instead, he almost caused her to lose her grip. Don't be afraid. I'm here with you. Jiang Yunzhou tightly embraced his sister's waist. Feeling the whistling wind by his ears and the increasing height, he knew the dangers of being at such a high altitude. But he could never bear to watch his sister face it alone. Jiang Xiaoyu felt helpless but could only accept reality. She relied on the support of the pterosaur's claws, struggling to inch her way upwards. The strength of the zombies was several times that of an ordinary person. Even with someone in tow, they still had enough strength to climb. The pterosaur sensed that its prey was resisting and let out a sharp screech, wildly thrashing its body and twisting its wings, trying to shake the two off. But Jiang Xiaoyu held on tightly, her hands gripping the pterosaur's feathers and scales, remaining motionless no matter how much the creature struggled. Jiang Yunzhou's skills were not to be underestimated. Seizing the moment when his sister stabilized, he pushed off with his legs, shooting his body upwards and quickly climbing onto the pterosaur's back. He then reached out and pulled Jiang Xiaoyu up as well. The two lay side by side on the pterosaur's broad back, gripping its spine tightly. Jiang Yunzhou turned to look at his sister beside him, still puzzled by her unusual strength, but he breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay now, Xiaoyu. The pterosaur let out a sharp screech, wildly thrashing its body and twisting its wings. Even more terrifying, it began to dive and soar in an erratic manner. The powerful airflow slammed against their faces, and the two clung tightly to the pterosaur's back, feeling their insides churn as if they were being stirred, causing their scalps to tingle. Each dive felt like it would crash directly to the ground, making their hearts leap to their throats. When it soared suddenly, the tremendous pull made their bodies feel numb, and a slight misstep could send them flying into the sky. Jiang Yunzhou gripped the pterosaur's scales tightly, catching a glimpse of the mountains and rivers passing by below at high speed. This extreme thrill was more heart-stopping than any adventure. However, Jiang Xiaoyu remained unusually calm. The zombie's body rendered her almost immune to dizziness, and she simply held on tightly to the pterosaur's spine, steadying herself in sync with her brother's movements. A whole night passed like this for all the ability users, until a streak of dawn appeared on the horizon. A cold mechanical voice echoed in everyone's minds. Surviving ability users, you have 60 seconds to leave the small world. 60, 59, 58, 27. The countdown sounded like a warning bell, snapping Jiang Yunzhou back to reality. He turned his head, staring intently at his sister beside him. Even though the gale made it hard for him to open his eyes, he still focused on her face, obscured by sunglasses and a mask. Xiaoyu, once we return to the real world, you must take care of yourself and stay in a safe place. I will come to get you. No matter what happens to you, I will protect you and never let you be alone. He had too many questions, but time did not allow for them. He could only pour all his worries and promises into those few short sentences. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at her brother's serious eyes, feeling her eyes well up. She couldn't respond verbally, so she could only nod vigorously. Although her movements were stiff, they conveyed her determination. The countdown continued, and the pterosaur's movements grew more frantic. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The moment the mechanical voice fell silent, a dazzling white light enveloped the two. The pterosaur's screeches and the howling wind vanished instantly. As the brilliant light faded, the fierce wind and the pterosaur's roars were replaced by a barrage of gunfire. Jiang Yunzhou abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself standing in an open area of an abandoned factory, alongside the equally bewildered Mu Yanxiao, Feng Zhiqi, and Yi Yuanting. They had returned directly to the scene of the gunfight before they were transported. The factory was filled with smoke, the whizzing of bullets, and the clanging of metal was still deafening. The drug dealers they had been fighting against were hiding behind containers, shooting frantically. But no one noticed that their leader had already disappeared without a trace. Why hasn't he the boss made a move? A drug dealer crouched behind a box, changing his magazine while murmuring in confusion. He was just shouting to charge. Why is it suddenly silent? No one could answer his question. Just then, a hurried shout rang out from the crowd. Retreat! Quick retreat! The one shouting was the White Tiger. He was hiding behind a concrete pillar, already having second thoughts about the fight. It's the apocalypse. The boss is dead. Why keep fighting? He didn't think too much, quickly turned, and ran towards the factory exit, being the first to flee. Seeing this, the other drug dealers lost their will to resist. The previously intense gunfight collapsed in an instant, and the drug dealers looked back in panic while awkwardly following the White Tiger as they retreated, shouting, "What is going on? Everything was fine just a moment ago. Where's the boss?" Chapter 27. Searching for medicine at the pharmacy. Jiang Yunzhou and the others stood in place, watching the drug dealers flee in panic, momentarily at a loss. Should we chase? Feng Zhiqi tightened his grip on his gun, his eyes eager for action. He had been holding back a lot of energy in the small world, and now he had the chance to vent it. Mu Yanxiao shook his head, glancing at the corpses and injured team members on the ground. Don't chase. First, get the injured onto the vehicles and take them to the nearest hospital for treatment. We'll contact headquarters immediately to report the situation. If the apocalypse is truly here, we have more important things to do. As soon as he finished speaking, the roar of an engine echoed not far away. An assault vehicle sped over and stopped at the factory entrance. It was the team members who had been left outside to provide support. Soon, all the injured were properly settled. 8 people boarded the assault vehicle and slowly left the abandoned factory. Bai Yufei noticed the tattered clothes of the 4 and asked, Jiang Gu, Mu Gu, how did you get so battered in less than an hour? Jiang Yunzhou replied, let us leave here first. I'll explain later. Not only Bai Yufei was puzzled, but the other 4 were also confused. They had been fine just a few minutes ago, and now everything had changed. As the vehicle entered a densely populated town, the previously calm atmosphere was shattered instantly. The streets were in chaos, abandoned vehicles were blocking the road, shop windows were shattered, and scattered goods and garbage covered the ground. What was most unsettling were the ragged, blood-soaked individuals aimlessly wandering around, their movements stiff, their eyes hollow, saliva dripping from their mouths, occasionally letting out low growls as they lunged at any living beings by the roadside. They were zombies, like those seen in movies. What the hell is this? Bai Yufei slammed on the brakes, her voice trembling. Zombies? Are they zombies? Am I dreaming? Jiang Yunzhou patted her shoulder. Don't panic. Just drive through. Can you do it? If not, I'll take over. Bai Yufei was already terrified. Jiang Gu, there's zombies. Oh my god, is the apocalypse here? The other few in the car who hadn't been in the small world were also quite frightened. In contrast, Jiang Yunzhou and the others, while shocked, were far from panicking. After all, they were mentally prepared, and having just escaped from a small world ravaged by dinosaurs, the horror of ordinary zombies paled in comparison. Jiang Yunzhou furrowed his brows, quickly scanning the zombies on the street. We can't go to the hospital now. Find a pharmacy, get some disinfectants, anesthetics, and surgical tools, and then find a safe place to take the bullets out from the injured. Mu Yanxiao took out a satellite phone and quickly contacted headquarters. Moments later, he hung up and said to the others, headquarters said these monsters have appeared in various locations. We need to find a safe place to hide and wait. They will send a helicopter to take us back to the capital for unified resettlement. What about the 2 injured? Fang Ziqi looked at Mu Yanxiao, pointing at the 2 team members in the back seat who were holding their wounds and had pale faces. The distance is too far. The helicopter won't arrive here until at least tomorrow. Mu Yanxiao shook his head, his tone resolute, saying they couldn't wait, as an infection would cause trouble. First, they would find a pharmacy for medicine, and they would extract the bullets on site. The car restarted and headed towards the nearest pharmacy shown on the navigation. Along the way, the number of zombies increased, and from time to time, they could see people being knocked down by zombies, letting out piercing screams that were hard to watch. At that moment, a sudden commotion broke out at an intersection ahead. The group looked up and saw several young people dressed in casual wear gathered together, wielding steel pipes and kitchen knives, methodically killing zombies. Their movements were swift, and their eyes were determined. They were clearly also capable individuals who had survived in the dinosaur world. Those who could survive in such dire situations were no pushovers. Most had adapted to this life and death struggle and felt more confident when facing early zombies. These people were quite bold, Bai Yufei thought. Watching the young people fighting zombies with bare hands, incredulous. Didn't they fear the zombies? Fang Ziqi leaned against the car window, his tone dismissive, saying early zombies were just like this, slow and weak, far inferior to dinosaurs. While they were talking, the car had already arrived at the pharmacy's entrance. It was a small street pharmacy, with the glass doors slightly ajar, and no zombies were visible inside for the moment. The pharmacy is right in front. You guys guard the car and stay alert, Jiang Yunzhou said, pushing open the car door and instructing the team members in the back seat. The 4 of us will go in to get the medicine. We'll be quick. Okay, brother Jiang. Be careful. Bai Yufei tightened his grip on the gun, watching the wandering zombies around them warily. The car stopped steadily at the roadside, and the 4 quickly got out, one person guarding the front door while the other 2 went inside to get the medicine. Jiang Yunzhou and Fang Ziqi rushed into the pharmacy and closed the glass door behind them. The pharmacy was small, with shelves filled with various medicines. Jiang Yunzhou quickly scanned the area. Disinfectant alcohol, iodine, anesthetics, surgical blades, tweezers, gauze, tourniquets, and anti-inflammatory drugs. They would take as much as they could carry. Got it. Fang Ziqi replied while pulling out an empty bag from his backpack and frantically stuffing it with medicine. He muttered regretfully, if only we had a space ability user. We could just empty the entire pharmacy. Less talk. Move faster, Jiang Yunzhou interrupted him, continuing to shove several urgently needed surgical tools and anesthetics into his backpack. Just then, Mu Yanxiao's urgent voice came from outside. "Hurry up, there are more and more zombies outside. We can't hold on much longer." The two exchanged glances and no longer hesitated. Fang Ziki picked up the bag full of medicine, and Jiang Yunzhou strapped on his backpack, quickly running towards the door. Pushing it open, they saw Mu Yanxiao and Yi Yuanting surrounded by a dozen zombies, and the number of zombies was still increasing, making the situation more perilous. "Let us go," Jiang Yunzhou shouted, raising his hand to conjure several bolts of lightning to strike the approaching zombies. Fang Ziki immediately activated his fire ability, launching fireballs like cannonballs that instantly ignited the clothes of two zombies. The four of them fought their way through, rushing back to the car. As soon as the car door closed, Bai Yufei hit the gas, and the car shot forward, shaking off the zombies trailing behind. "Head to the suburbs," Mu Yanxiao said, looking at the zombies closely pursuing in the rearview mirror. The city was densely populated, and there were too many zombies. The suburbs were more remote and would be easier to find safe hiding spots. The car sped along towards the suburbs. The scenery outside became increasingly desolate, and the number of zombies gradually decreased, but everyone understood that this apocalyptic crisis had just begun. Chapter 28, Gathering Supplies on the Other Side. Jiang Xiaoyu returned to the model room, and everything seemed unchanged. She took a shower, changed her clothes, and slowly made her way down the stairs. Climbing stairs was indeed different from walking on flat ground. By the time she leisurely reached the first floor, more than 10 minutes had passed. Walking out of the community, the road was in chaos. Vehicles were collided, shops were smashed, and screams and roars echoed continuously. However, Jiang Xiaoyu was unconcerned. Her gaze passed through the chaotic crowd and accurately locked onto the large vegetable market across the street. On the first day of the apocalypse, zombies only appeared in the morning, and all the fresh produce had yet to rot. It was the last chance to gather fresh food. Packaged foods in supermarkets wouldn't spoil in the short term, but fresh meat, fish, and vegetables in the market would quickly go bad if not collected in time. She crossed the chaotic road and entered the vegetable market, where a mix of the fragrance of vegetables and the smell of fish and meat hit her. Unlike the chaos outside, this place was empty. The living had long since fled, and a few infected vendors and customers wandered stiffly around the stalls, ignoring the array of food around them. This was a fairly large vegetable market divided into several areas. The vegetable section was filled with fresh vegetables, such as cabbage, greens, cucumbers, and tomatoes. The fruit section had apples, oranges, bananas, most of which had not yet been unpacked. The fresh fish section had tanks filled with fish, and the fresh meat section had pork and beef neatly hung on hooks, while the cooked food section displayed freshly made delicacies, emitting an enticing aroma. The second floor was the grocery section, stocked with rice, flour, cooking oil, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, dried goods, and snacks, with products neatly arranged on the shelves, showing almost no signs of disturbance since it had just opened that morning. Jiang Xiaoyu wasted no time and immediately sprang into action. She walked to the vegetable section and raised her hand to collect bundles and bags of vegetables into her space. Next was the fruit section. She didn't choose but took entire boxes of fruit directly. The live fish from the fresh fish section, raw meat from the fresh meat section, and even the delicacies from the cooked food section were all taken into her space. The wandering zombies showed no reaction to her actions, merely passing by her slowly, as if she were air. After clearing the first floor, Jiang Xiaoyu went up to the second floor to start looting the grocery section. She collected packaged rice, flour, buckets of cooking oil, bottled seasonings, and various dried goods and snacks. Anything edible was taken without exception. Her space had enough capacity to accommodate these supplies. Time passed second by second, when Jiang Xiaoyu finally placed the last bag of rice into her space. 2 hours had already gone by. Just as she turned to leave, a sudden commotion erupted from the other end of the market, filled with fierce fighting sounds and shouts. Jiang Xiaoyu looked up, peering through her sunglasses, and saw several young people in sportswear fighting side by side, wielding steel pipes and kitchen knives, cutting down the zombies in their path as they charged towards the door. Their movements were swift, their eyes determined, and they bore some blood stains. Evidently, also capable individuals who had survived in the dinosaur world. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoyu standing at the door, they clearly paused for a moment and halted their steps. "Little girl, quickly hide. It's dangerous here." The leading man, looking around 27 or 28 years old, tall and holding a hatchet, shouted anxiously at Jiang Xiaoyu. Before she could react, a woman in a pink coat quickly stepped forward, grabbing her arm and forcibly dragging her to hide in a small shop beside the market. The woman's hand was warm and strong, a stark contrast to Jiang Xiaoyu's cold and stiff skin. causing her to instinctively want to break free. But the woman held on tightly. Bang! The woman closed the shop door behind her and casually blocked it with a heavy object. Only then did Jiang Xiaoyu see that this small shop was actually an egg store. In the small space, shelves and the floor were piled high with various types of eggs: white chicken eggs, gray duck eggs, delicate quail eggs, as well as preserved salted eggs, century eggs, and vacuum-packaged egg products, all dazzling and nearly filling the entire shop. Quick, Xiaofeng, put these eggs into the space. The leading man rushed in closely behind, propping the axe against the door, and excitedly said to the woman, Jiang Xiaoyu, who was coming in the apocalypse, eggs are high-quality protein, rarer than meat. We can't waste them. The woman named Xiaofeng nodded and waved her hand towards the eggs on the shelf, causing several boxes of eggs to vanish in an instant. She frowned and helplessly said, I only have a level 1 space, with a total capacity of 3 cubic meters. I can't fit all these eggs. Another man with glasses pushed up his glasses and suggested, then let's take a little of each. Get some chicken eggs, duck eggs, quail eggs, and a few boxes of egg products. The rest can be left. It's better than having nothing. The group immediately sprang into action, with Xiaofeng using her spatial ability to store the eggs while the others kept a vigilant watch on the shop door to prevent zombies from breaking in. Jiang Xiaoyu stood in the corner, looking at the mountain of eggs on the shelf, her eyes slightly shining. But when she glanced at the busy group, she suppressed the urge to act for the moment. She could wait. After all, anything they couldn't take would eventually belong to her. Wearing sunglasses and a mask, she pressed her stiff form against the wall. The few ability users were so focused on collecting various egg products that they momentarily failed to notice the unusual girl, thinking she was just too scared to speak. However, it wasn't long before a loud banging sound suddenly came from outside the store. Several zombies, attracted by the noise inside, were frantically smashing against the glass door. The glass emitted a piercing cracking sound under the impact, with more and more cracks appearing. And it looked like it wouldn't hold much longer. Hurry, there's no time. The leading man's face changed, and he grabbed the bag filled with eggs, shouting towards the back door, leave through here and quickly find the next safe spot. The others panicked, each grabbing their loot and running towards the back door with the man. Xiaofeng ran a few steps and turned back to look at Jiang Xiaoyu, who was still standing in place, and couldn't help but shout, little girl, hurry and come with us. Jiang Xiaoyu didn't move. It was most dangerous to run with a zombie and an ability user. Forget it. She probably thought she was an idiot for not running, so she ignored it. The leading man impatiently urged, if we wait any longer, we'll be trapped here by the zombies. Xiaofeng gritted her teeth, but ultimately ran out with her companions. The back door slammed shut with a clang, leaving only Jiang Xiaoyu in the egg shop, along with the increasingly close banging from outside. Jiang Xiaoyu completely ignored the zombies outside and, not caring about the types or packaging of the eggs, reached out to rummage through her space. Chicken eggs, duck eggs, quail eggs, century eggs, salted duck eggs, and marinated eggs were all taken in by her. Even the instant package of century egg and lean meat porridge from the bottom shelf was not left behind. In just a few minutes, the small shop, originally filled with various egg products, was cleared out by her. Chapter 29. Arriving in the suburbs, stepping out of the egg shop. There were even more zombies on the street, but Jiang Xiaoyu didn't care at all. This street was exceptionally rich in goods, aside from a few shops that hadn't opened. Most were wide open, with their products intact inside. She swept along the street, raiding one store after another, no longer focusing solely on food as she had before. Entering a grain and oil store, she took half a warehouse of rice, flour, and cooking oil, but intentionally left a few bags in a conspicuous place. In the apocalypse, one should leave others a glimmer of hope. One shouldn't wipe everything out. Passing by a fruit shop and a vegetable shop, she collected a large amount of fresh fruits and vegetables into her space, leaving only a small amount for survivors. When she reached a clothing and shoe store, she first picked out several comfortable and durable outfits and sports shoes for herself. Then she began choosing for her brother. Unsure of her brother's exact size, she collected quite a few coats, pants, shoes, and even underwear in several sizes, from casual wear to sportswear, and even a few thick jackets, thinking they might come in handy if they ended up in a cold world later. After that, she visited an outdoor supplies store, collecting a speedboat, kayak, tent, sleeping bag, trekking poles, and various tools. Entering a hardware store, she stuffed hammers, wrenches, screwdrivers, and iron wires into her space. She also didn't miss the kitchen and bathroom store, taking gas stoves, iron pots, and thermos cups. Even the seed store was not left out, as she collected various vegetable and grain seeds. She moved as if in a no-man's land, clearing one store after another. It wasn't until a wave of intense hunger surged that she finally stopped. pulled out some poisonous mushrooms from her space, and stuffed them into her mouth. On the other side, the assault vehicle sped away, finally leaving the chaotic city and reaching the suburbs. Jiang Xiaoyu followed the navigation prompt to find an empty villa built against the mountains. The villa's gate was locked, clearly uninhabited, surrounded by dense trees and far from human activity, making it an excellent temporary rest point. This is it. Jiang Xiaoyu stopped the car, used tools to open the door, and entered. The villa's interior was simply decorated, covered in dust, and there were no signs of zombies. He waved his hand behind him. Everyone, come in and close the door, barricade it with something heavy. The group got out of the car one after another, carrying the two injured teammates into the villa's living room. Mu Yanxiao took out disinfectants, anesthetics, and surgical tools from their backpacks that they had retrieved from the pharmacy and said to Bai Yufei beside him, "You hold him down. I'll get the bullet out. Move quickly, and don't let the wound get infected." Bai Yufei nodded and pressed down on the injured teammate's shoulder. "Bear with it. It will be over soon." Mu Yanxiao quickly disinfected his hands and tools with alcohol, injected a small amount of anesthetic into the teammate, then used a scalpel to cut around the wound, precisely using tweezers to extract the bullet. Blood oozed from the wound, soaking the gauze, and the living room was filled only with the crisp sounds of tools clashing and the muffled groans of the injured teammate. Jiang Xiaoyu stood guard nearby, occasionally glancing out the window, wary of any approaching zombies. The other team members, at this moment, all took out their phones. Since the apocalypse had just broken out, communication had not yet been cut off, and they were eager to contact their families. Feng Ziki squatted in a corner, his fingers quickly dialing his wife's number. The moment the call connected, his tense nerves relaxed a bit. "Wife, how are you at home? You haven't gone out, right?" "I'm fine. It's just that it's too scary outside, and many strange things are making noise." His wife's voice came through, trembling yet relatively calm. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." Feng Ziki quickly reassured her, his tone unusually serious. "Listen to me. Lock all the doors and windows at home, and definitely don't go out. Wait for the country's rescue. Trust me, the country won't abandon us. Is there still food at home? If not, let Dad go out now and get some back. The zombies are slow now and don't have much attacking power. Just aim for their heads with a stick, and it's easy to deal with." He paused and emphasized again. "If there really isn't any food, make sure to go out early to find some. The longer you wait, the more zombies there will be, and it will be harder to deal with. At least prepare food and water for over a month, as well as common medicines, and stock them at home. Don't think it's too much. These are lifesavers in the apocalypse." After hanging up with his wife, Feng Ziki immediately dialed his parents' number, repeating the same reminders, his tone filled with worry. On the other side, Yi Yuanting also connected the call to his home. As soon as the call was answered, he hurriedly asked, "Mom, is everyone at home okay? Where are Dad and my brother? Are you safe now?" "We're all fine. We're at home. We didn't dare to go out." His mother's voice trembled, yet was relatively calm. "It's just that many people are running outside, and there are strange things making noise. We've locked all the doors and windows." "That's good." Yi Yuanting sighed in relief, then seriously reminded, "Mom, listen to me. From now on, seal all the doors and windows in the house with wooden boards. The tighter the better. Besides looking for food, don't go out for anything else. Even if the neighbors knock on the door, don't open it. You can't trust anyone. In the apocalypse, human hearts are scarier than zombies. Is there still food at home? If not enough, let Dad find a suitable weapon and go out during the day to gather some supplies. Try to stock up on rice, flour, oil, canned food, anything that can last a long time, and water. We must store plenty of it." He rambled on, reminding her of all the survival essentials he could think of, and only felt relieved when his mother repeatedly agreed before hanging up the phone. There were two other team members, their phones still in dialing mode, but nobody answered. Anxiety was written all over their faces as they redialed over and over, only to hear the cold beeping sound. Eventually, they could only put their phones down in despair, their eyes filled with disappointment. Jiang Xiaoyu did not call. He took out his phone, pulled up his sister's number, and hovered his finger over the dial button, hesitating for a long time, but ultimately did not press it. He remembered his sister's stiff body in the small world, her inability to speak, and knew that even if he got through, she wouldn't be able to respond. In the end, he just edited a short message and sent it. "Little sister, take care of yourself. Wait for your brother." Not long after, Mu Yanxiao successfully removed 2 bullets, quickly disinfected the wounds, stitched them up, and bandaged them. "All right for now. It's okay." He wiped the sweat from his forehead and handed the injured team member 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine. "Take some anti-inflammatory medicine and observe for a night. As long as there is no fever, it should be fine." Fortunately, there was still some food in the car. Otherwise, it would have been a real hassle. Bai Yufei watched the injured team member take the anti-inflammatory medicine and breathe a sigh of relief, turning toward the off-road vehicle. Moments later, he and the other 2 team members took a heavy package from the vehicle. Upon opening it, they found it was filled with sealed military emergency rations and a few bottles of mineral water. These were provided by headquarters before departure as a backup, and they didn't expect them to come in handy now. Bai Yufei distributed the emergency rations among everyone, telling them to eat a little and save it for tomorrow until the helicopter arrives. Chapter 30. Stuck. Fang Jiqi took a couple of bites of the compressed biscuit, his face filled with bitterness. The apocalypse has come. When can we go home? This struck a chord with everyone's concerns, and they all stopped moving, turning their gazes toward Mu Yanxiao. Mu Yanxiao was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Headquarters just called and said for all of us to return to Beijing for assembly. Zombies have appeared everywhere, and we need to go back to build the base and conduct rescue operations." Yi Yuanting frowned tightly, his tone filled with reluctance. "My home is in the neighboring province. Just leaving like this. This is not an ordinary disaster. It's the apocalypse. Everyone wants to go home and reunite with their families. Obey the orders." Mu Yanxiao's tone was unusually firm, leaving no room for negotiation. This is not the time for sentimental feelings. Beijing needs more combat-capable people. Only when the base is built can we shelter more people, including our families. Once the situation stabilizes, headquarters will arrange for us to go back to find our families. Everyone sat down again, silently nibbling on the compressed biscuits. The living room was filled with the sound of chewing, and the atmosphere was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. After a while, Yi Yuanting seemed to remember something and looked up at Bai Yufei and the others. "You guys, haven't awakened any abilities?" "Abilities?" Bai Yufei was taken aback for a moment before suddenly realizing. "You mean those superpowers like breathing fire or controlling water?" Jin Hongming next to him shook his head as well. "I haven't either. It's no different from usual." Another team member, Jiang Xiaoyu, nodded along. "I haven't awakened any abilities either." Jiang Yunzhou glanced at them and slowly raised his arm, revealing the inconspicuous bracelet on his wrist. "If any of you awaken abilities one day, you might be pulled into the small world for training," he said calmly. "Just giving you a heads up so you won't be caught off guard when the time comes." This bracelet. Bai Yufei stared at the bracelet on Jiang Yunzhou's wrist and suddenly pointed at the numbers flashing on it, asking curiously, "What's this countdown about?" "It's the time to the next small world," Mu Yanxiao interjected, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "After we returned from the dinosaur world, we only had 48 hours of rest. Once the time is up, we'll be forcibly transported to the next training world." "Next?" Jiang Xiaofeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "You mean you've already been to one?" "We spent 7 days in the dinosaur world." Fang Jiqi swallowed the biscuit in his mouth and continued. "When we returned, the time in the real world didn't change. It was like just blinking. The drug lord leader we fought before was also sucked into the dinosaur world and died there. After returning to the real world, he just disappeared, leaving no body behind." He recounted how to enter the training small world and what happened after entering. "My God." Bai Yufei listened in shock, instinctively shaking his head. "Then I'd rather not awaken any abilities. That's too creepy. The dinosaur world is even scarier than the apocalypse." Jiang Yunzhou smiled faintly. "I'm just giving you a warning. If you really awaken abilities, bring more food, water, and commonly used tools with you. The dangers in the small world are far more than you can imagine." Everyone nodded silently, their hearts stirred with waves of unease. They originally thought the apocalypse was the most terrifying experience, but they didn't expect there were even more bizarre training and small worlds waiting for those with abilities. Bai Yufei suddenly seemed to understand something and slapped his thigh. "I get it. The brave ones we saw in the city who dared to fight zombies with their bare hands must have been ability users, right? They went through 7 days of hellish training. If they're not afraid of dinosaurs, they certainly won't be afraid of these slow-moving zombies." "Exactly." Mu Yanxiao nodded in confirmation. "Most of those people are ability users who returned from various small world trainings. After the apocalypse broke out, they became the first batch of people who could stand up and fight against zombies." As they talked, fatigue washed over everyone like a tide. Jiang Yunzhou checked the time and said to everyone, "Let us take turns keeping watch. You 3 who haven't been to the small world will keep watch for the first half of the night. The 4 of us are too tired. We'll take a shower and rest for a bit, and then switch with you for the second half of the night." Bai Yufei, Jin Hongming, and Jiang Xiaofeng nodded. Although they were tired, they were indeed more energetic than the 4 who had just escaped from the dinosaur world. The villa had hot water available, so Jiang Yunzhou and the others quickly washed up, changed into clean clothes, and collapsed onto the sofa, falling into a deep sleep. The tension and exhaustion of the past few days made their sleep particularly sweet. When they woke up again, It was already midnight. The night outside was thick, with only the occasional roar of zombies breaking the silence of the suburbs. Jiang Yunzhou rubbed his throbbing temples, got up, and walked downstairs directly to the corner of the living room. The two injured team members were lying on the makeshift blankets resting, with Jiang Xiaoyu keeping watch beside them. Looking a bit tired. Did they develop a fever? Jiang Yunzhou asked softly. Jiang Xiaoyu shook his head, his voice a bit hoarse. I just took their temperature. They both had a fever, but thankfully they took fever-reducing medicine, and now their temperature has come down, though they still don't feel very well. You've worked hard. I'll keep watch, you go rest. Jiang Yunzhou sat down on a nearby chair, his gaze resting on the pale faces of the injured team members. I'm fine. I can hold on. Jiang Xiaoyu forced a smile. Go rest. Jiang Yunzhou's tone was undeniably firm. There's a lot to do tomorrow. You need to be well rested to have the strength to deal with it. I'll be fine here. Seeing his resolute attitude, Jiang Xiaoyu didn't insist further, nodded, and headed toward the bedroom on the second floor. The living room fell quiet again, with only the steady breathing of the injured team members left. Jiang Yunzhou sat in the chair, unconsciously rubbing his phone. He had not sat long when he heard faint footsteps coming from the stairs. Looking up, he saw Mu Yanxiao waking up. Why aren't you sleeping a bit longer? Jiang Yunzhou asked softly. Mu Yanxiao sat down next to him, his expression somewhat serious. He had just received news from headquarters that the situation was not good. What happened? Jiang Yunzhao's heart sank. There is an anomaly in the global magnetic field, and helicopters cannot take off. All air transport has been suspended, Mu Yanxiao said slowly. They want us to find our own way back to Jing City and temporarily not participate in the base construction. We need to ensure our own safety first. Find our own way? Jiang Yunzhao furrowed his brow. We're over 1,000 kilometers from Jing City, and there are zombies everywhere outside. How long will it take to drive back? Chapter 31. Kidnapped on the street, there's no choice. We can only take it one step at a time. Mu Yanxiao sighed, his gaze landing on the bracelet on his wrist. And we don't have much time left. The countdown on the bracelet is getting closer. After dawn, we need to gather some supplies nearby, focusing on what we need to enter the next small world. Food, water, weapons, common medicine. The more, the better. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard coming down the stairs. Fang Zhiqi and Yi Yuanting had also woken up, rubbing their eyes as they came down. Just in time to hear their conversation. Going back to Jing City? Fang Zhiqi's eyes suddenly lit up, fatigue disappearing completely, his tone filled with excitement. Does that mean we can take our families with us on the way? The excitement on both their faces was evident. Previously, they had been disappointed about not being able to return home when they received the order to go back to Jing City. But now that they could arrange their own route, the thought of going home overwhelmed everything else. Mu Yanxiao understood their eagerness. In the apocalypse, the safety of family is the most concerning issue for everyone. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed. In that case, let's adjust our plan. After dawn, everyone report your home addresses, and I will organize a route to try to detour and visit each family, moving them to a safe place. Everyone was excited upon hearing this news. Their family's safety was also very important to them. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu was still sweeping the city in the middle of the night. For her, there was no distinction between day and night. Ever since she became a zombie, she had completely bid farewell to sleep and rest. Not to mention working 996 or 007. Even after days and nights of continuous running, she still remained energetic. She was like an unflagging collecting machine, sweeping through the most prosperous streets of Haishur, raiding every store. Her space was already packed full, essentially a moving warehouse of the apocalypse. From a screw from a hardware store to a combination wardrobe from a furniture store, from prefabricated houses at a building materials market to even an unopened shipping container. She had collected everything into her space. Most importantly, living creatures could enter her space, so she had also collected live chickens, ducks, and geese from the poultry market. She didn't intend to raise them. She simply took the ready-made chicken coops and feed, casually throwing the seeds for pasture on the ground in her space before exiting. The only regret she had was that there weren't many cooked foods. The apocalypse broke out in the early morning, and aside from breakfast, restaurants had not yet opened. By dawn, she had already swept the 3 core commercial streets of Haishur. Just as she reached an intersection, a sudden screech of brakes pierced the air. A black car sped towards her, suddenly stopping beside her. The door was flung open with a clang, and a rough hand reached out, grabbing her arm tightly and yanking her into the car before she could react. The whole action was fluid. Jiang Xiaoyu was caught off guard, stumbling as she fell into the back seat. The door closed immediately, and the car sped off again. They had silently kidnapped a girl. In the back seat, a man with a buzz cut and a face full of flesh held her shoulder down, his greedy gaze sweeping over her. He grinned and said, "Wow, You look like a schoolgirl, all wrapped up so tightly, not afraid of zombies, wandering around on the street so early. Another man with dyed yellow hair leaned over, leering at her figure with a flirtatious tone. I just love schoolgirls, so young and tender. Today is my lucky day to snag such a gem. Your figure is really perfect. As they spoke, they reached out to take off her sunglasses and mask, their faces filled with malicious smiles. Jiang Xiaoyu sat in the back seat, showing no signs of panic. She merely tilted her head slightly to avoid the yellow-haired man's hand. But when he saw her resistance, the lewd expression on his face instantly turned ferocious. He sneered, no longer bothering to remove her sunglasses, and slapped her mask off her face. The mask was flung into a corner of the car, revealing Jiang Xiaoyu's pale, bloodless lips and jawline. What are you pretending for? The yellow-haired man spat. Without waiting for her response, he used his strong arm to press her down on the back seat. The car rocked violently due to his movement. Yet the man in the driver's seat didn't stop him. Instead, he glanced back with a playful smile. Jiang Xiaoyu's back slammed heavily against the seat, and her stiff body momentarily couldn't recover. She watched as the yellow-haired man's greasy face drew closer, the stench of his breath hitting her face, his mouth almost touching her cheek. She had never encountered such humiliation in her 2 lifetimes. Even after becoming a zombie, she adhered to the bottom line of not harming people, but these 3 scumbags clearly had no intention of leaving her any room. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Xiaoyu's zombie instincts were fully triggered. Without thinking, she suddenly turned her head, opened her mouth, and sank her sharp teeth accurately into the yellow-haired man's neck. The moment her teeth broke the skin, warm, thick blood surged into her mouth, carrying a rich, fishy sweetness. That taste was like a switch, instantly igniting her dormant zombie instincts, and she involuntarily began to swallow. The yellow-haired man let out a heart-wrenching scream, the intense pain in his neck causing him to instantly collapse. He could no longer continue his violence, frantically slapping Jiang Xiaoyu's face with both hands, so hard that her cheeks instantly swelled, and her sunglasses were knocked away, revealing her completely white pupils. But Jiang Xiaoyu's teeth bit down tightly, as if welded to his flesh, refusing to let go no matter how he struggled. Blood flowed down from the corners of her mouth, dripping onto her clothes, blooming into dark red flowers. A zombie, she was a zombie. The buzzcut man finally saw her eyes, and the lifeless whiteness made him feel as if his soul had fled, trembling in fear and not daring to approach. The yellow-haired man used all his strength to push his knee against Jiang Xiaoyu's chest, rolling and crawling back into the corner of the back seat. She bit me. She bit me. The man in the driver's seat was also stunned by the sudden turn of events and slammed on the brakes. The car skidded on the road, leaving a long tire mark, nearly crashing into the guardrail. He turned to look at the back seat, where Jiang Xiaoyu was covered in blood, her pupils completely white. And the yellow-haired man was clutching his neck and screaming. What? What happened? How could she be a zombie? With a sharp sound, the blade pierced in, and dark red blood gushed out instantly, staining Jiang Xiaoyu's back. He pulled out the spring knife and stabbed Jiang Xiaoyu in the neck again, simultaneously using all his strength to kick her hard in the lower back. At the same time, he opened the back door, and Jiang Xiaoyu rolled out. Bang! She crashed heavily onto the asphalt road, rolling several times before lying on the ground. At this moment, her neck seemed broken, oddly hanging. The man in the driver's seat had long been scared out of his wits. Ignoring his bleeding arm, he slammed the gas pedal. The car sped away like an arrow, leaving behind a long blood trail and a scene of chaos. Jiang Xiaoyu lay in the middle of the road, her all-white pupils watching the car escape into the distance. A few seconds later, her head suddenly began to rotate slowly at an angle that defied human physiological limits. The neck made a cracking sound, like rusty mechanical joints, forcefully turning her head 180 degrees, precisely returning to its original position. She got up and instinctively extended her hands. In the next second, a bizarre scene occurred. A soft white light suddenly appeared in the palm of her left hand, warm but not glaring. In contrast, a flickering flame ignited in the palm of her right hand. A small orange-red flame that was surprisingly stable. This made Jiang Xiaoyu furrow her brows, confusion filling her all-white pupils. How did she suddenly gain superpowers? And two at that. Level 1 early fire and healing abilities. She tried to clench her left hand, and the white light dimmed. When she released her grip, the white light brightened again. The flame in her right hand behaved the same way. With a thought, the flame would sway and could even be adjusted in size at will. She tried to move her joints and found that her previously stiff neck and wrists were now much more flexible, her walking no longer clumsy. And she could even vaguely feel a surge of power within her. A sudden awakening of superpowers. But where did it come from? Forget it, collecting supplies is the priority. She suppressed her doubts and turned to walk down another street. This breathtaking scene was clearly observed by 3 people on the rooftop of a nearby apartment complex. Shuren leaned against the railing, flanked by a male and female classmate, all 3 carrying backpacks filled with supplies. The female classmate tightly gripped the straps of her backpack, her face pale, thinking, "No, I can't be mistaken, that was a zombie. Didn't they say a zombie dies if its neck is broken? Was it not broken earlier?" Her eyes were filled with suspicion, and why does she look so familiar? The male classmate beside her was also palpably shaken, patting his chest with a tone full of fear. "Shuren, I also think she looks familiar, but I'm sure she's a zombie. Did you see that?" Her head was almost falling off, but could still recover. "It's too scary." He recalled the bizarre scene of the zombie rotating its head and couldn't help but shiver. Shuren stood still, his expression unreadable, his gaze tightly following Jiang Xiaoyu's retreating figure, his fingertips unconsciously tightening. He remained silent for a few seconds, his voice calm without a hint of emotion. "You're mistaken." "Ah?" The 2 classmates froze simultaneously. "We never saw that zombie." Shuren withdrew his gaze and turned to them. "There are many people who look similar in the apocalypse, not to mention she is a zombie. There's no need to dwell on it." He paused, shifting the topic. "There's not much time left. Let us quickly organize the supplies and prepare for the next small world." The 2 classmates exchanged glances, still feeling strange, but since Shuren was usually steady, they suppressed their doubts and nodded, "Okay." However, they didn't notice that as Shuren bent down to organize his backpack, his gaze drifted back towards the direction where Jiang Xiaoyu had disappeared, his expression complex and thoughtful. Of course, he recognized her. But why was she a zombie? Aren't they all superpowered individuals? Why didn't she attack them back then? Lu Hong and Wang Jun were too timid. They still didn't know. In the villa's living room, Jiang Yunzhou, Mu Yanxiao, Feng Ziki, and Yi Yuanting were gathered around a table, spreading out a simple map and discussing the route back to the capital city. Scattered on the table were several notes with everyone's home addresses written on them. Mu Yanxiao used a red pen to outline the general route on the map, quietly analyzing. "We'll start from here. First go to Yi Yuanting's house. Then detour to Feng Ziki's house, trying to avoid the main roads in the city as much as possible. The density of zombies there might be higher." Feng Ziki and Yi Yuanting leaned in to add a few comments now and then. Just then, the villa door was suddenly slammed open with a bang, and a disheveled figure stumbled inside. It was Bai Feiyu, her hair in disarray, her once clean clothes torn and ragged, with several varying depths of scratches on her arms and cheeks. After rushing in, she leaned against the door frame, gasping for breath, her words incoherent. "The dinosaur world is so scary." Bai Feiyu's voice trembled violently, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. "And Tianyu and Mingho died in the dinosaur world." "What?" Jiang Yunzhou abruptly turned from the window, his expression changing dramatically as he rushed to Bai Feiyu, grabbing her arm. "You need to explain. What happened?" Feng Ziki, Mu Yanxiao, and Yi Yuanting also rushed over, their faces filled with shock. Bai Feiyu shakily raised her left hand. On her wrist was a bracelet identical to those worn by Jiang Yunzhou and the others, the numbers on the bracelet slowly fluctuating. A closer look revealed that the countdown was exactly the same as Jiang Yunzhou's group. This meant they would enter the next small world together. The 5 of them hurried into the room, and sure enough, the 2 injured team members had disappeared. "We've awakened. All 5 of us have awakened," Bai Feiyu sniffed, her voice choking. "Just now, I, Jin Hongming, Jiang Xiaofeng, and Tianyu and Mingho suddenly felt a strange power surging within us. Then this bracelet appeared on our wrists. And right after that, we heard a prompt sound and were swept into the dinosaur world." Chapter 33. Entering the next training world, her body began to tremble violently. Clearly recalling the terrifying scenes at that time, we were unlucky. The place we crossed into was full of giant carnivorous dinosaurs. Their roars were so loud it hurt our ears. Tianyu and Mingho were already injured. The smell of blood from their wounds attracted several dinosaurs. They were too fast. We couldn't react in time, and we just watched as they. At this point, Bai Feiyu could no longer hold back, collapsing to the ground in tears. Her cries filled with helplessness and fear. Mu Yanxiao's expression also grew serious. He patted Bai Feiyu's back, asking in a deep voice, "What about Jin Hongming and Jiang Xiaofeng? What happened to them?" They came back," Bai Feiyu sobbed. "We were swept into different areas, but fortunately, we met up later, and with all our strength, we escaped from the dinosaur pack. They also awakened their superpowers and are now out collecting supplies. I came to inform you." Jiang Yunzhou's eyes dimmed, a wave of sadness rising within him. Tianyu and Mingho were companions who had executed missions with them. Although they hadn't spent much time together, hearing the news of their sacrifice was still hard to accept. He took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and said to Bai Feiyu, "You should go rest, change into some clean clothes, and take care of your wounds. As for Tianyu and Mingho, we will report to headquarters." Bai Feiyu nodded, supported by Yi Yuanting, and walked towards the second floor in a daze. Feng Ziki. So, no matter when superpowers awaken, we are forcibly sent to a small world for training? What on earth is this nonsensical system? Feng Ziki furrowed his brows, his tone filled with a mix of anger and confusion. Why should superpowered individuals be thrown into such a life-or-death training ground? Mu Yanxiao walked to the table, shook his phone, and his expression became increasingly grim. Perhaps this apocalyptic disaster was far more serious than we imagined. Look, ordinary phones have no signal. Now only satellite phones can barely contact headquarters. What? Feng Ziki and Yi Yuanting exclaimed simultaneously, their faces filled with panic. No signal means they can no longer reach their families or confirm the situation at home. They could still hear their families' voices when they made calls before, but now, that sole connection has been severed. It's only been 24 hours, Feng Ziki murmured, anxiety filling his gaze. My wife and parents are still at home. I don't know how they are doing. Jiang Yunzhou leaned against the wall, silent for a long time, then slowly spoke. Perhaps this is not an ordinary disaster. This is a cataclysmic natural disaster. He raised his wrist and looked at the bracelet, thinking that these training mini-worlds might be the opportunity given to humanity by the system. I think so too, Mu Yanxiao nodded in agreement. Think about it. Since humans can develop abilities, zombies may not be incapable of evolving. The time we spend in the mini-world is essentially extra time given by the system for us to level up. We can hone our will and upgrade our abilities in the mini-world, so we can have the power to fight against evolved zombies in the real world. Just like the ability users who dared to go out and kill zombies when the apocalypse first began. Jiang Yunzhou added, if they hadn't trained in the mini-world, they might not have had the courage to charge at those terrifying zombies. But after the life and death trials in the mini-world, they can adapt to the apocalypse more quickly and become the main force against zombies. Feng Ziki fell silent, recalling the sacrificed Tianyu and Mingho, and thinking of his distant family. His tone carried a hint of heaviness. So, time is king. The system has given humanity a chance to breathe and grow stronger. But the price is too cruel. So many people have already died. The living room fell into silence. The sky outside had brightened, and sunlight streamed through the windows. Yet it couldn't dispel the gloom in their hearts. After a long while, Mu Yanxiao took a deep breath, breaking the silence. All right, sadness won't solve the problem. Now we have more important things to do. Prepare supplies to cope with the next mini-world. He paused and added key information. I tried it in the last world. The supplies we carry can be taken in. At that time, each of us should bring more, and after entering the mini-world, we can transfer the supplies to our backpacks for easier carrying and access. There is still one day left. Jiang Yunzhou picked up the conversation, his tone steady. Besides preparing supplies, everyone should rest well during the remaining time to recharge. The last world was about dinosaurs. We still don't know what the next world will be like. And it could be even more dangerous than the dinosaur world. We must be in the best condition to face it. For the next day, everyone temporarily set aside their worries about family and anxiety about the apocalypse, fully dedicating themselves to preparing supplies. The 7 of them teamed up and raided the town's supermarket, pharmacy, and clothing store. The instant food in the supermarket was cleared out. Instant noodles, self-heating rice, compressed biscuits, and canned goods filled their bags. The pharmacy's common medications, first aid kits, anti-inflammatory drugs, and bandages were also nearly stripped bare. Even vitamins were not spared. In the clothing store, they selected durable and lightweight jackets and pants, each preparing 2 or 3 sets of changeable clothes. On the way back, everyone was carrying a bulging backpack and holding a tote bag filled with supplies. The countdown on the bracelet was getting closer. The moment to enter the mini-world was approaching. The 7 sat around in the villa's living room with no unnecessary words, instinctively reaching out their hands and gripping tightly together. Just then, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in everyone's minds. Attention, ability users. You have 30 seconds to enter the training mini-world. 30, 29, 28. It's here, Mu Yanxiao said in a low voice, gripping the hands beside him tightly. Everyone, hold on tight. Don't let go. Upon hearing this, everyone increased their grip. 10, 9, 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, a flash of white light engulfed the entire living room. Everyone felt as if they were being pulled by a powerful force, experiencing a sense of weightlessness. When the white light dissipated and the solid ground beneath their feet returned, they slowly opened their eyes, only to be stunned by the sight before them. They found themselves in a vast and primitive forest, but everything here felt strange. The trees soared into the clouds. their trunks so thick that it would take several people to wrap around them, and the green leaves were as large as grinding discs. The layers of branches and leaves blocked out the sun, allowing only a few rays of mottled sunlight to seep through. The grass underfoot was taller than a person. Unknown vines coiled around the trunks like giant pythons, and even half-human-sized ants hurried by. In the distance, among the flowers, a brilliantly colored bloom was the size of an umbrella. Chapter 34. Paradise Island 1. What is going on? Have we shrunk, or have the plants grown? Yi Yuanting instinctively took a step back, shock evident in his voice. The plants here are far too big. Isn't that a mushroom up ahead? It looks like a little pavilion. Everyone followed his pointing direction and saw a large mushroom growing in a nearby clearing. Its cap having a diameter of 2 to 3 meters, with a thick, upright stem that resembled a small, exquisite pavilion. Jiang Xiaoyu looked around, frowning. He reached out and touched a blade of grass beside him. The leaf's texture was clear and the rough feel was incredibly real, definitely not an illusion. Just then, the cold mechanical voice echoed again, and clear text appeared in everyone's minds. Welcome to Paradise Island. Main quest: successfully leave Paradise Island within 7 days. Quest reward: return to the original world. Failure penalty: stay here forever. All ability users, good luck. The brief task announcement ended, and the bracelet activated. The group member list was filled with flickering avatars. Feng Ziki quickly scanned it, unable to contain his exclamation. There are more than 30,000 people this time. Jiang Xiaoyu quickly checked his friends and found his sister was also present, letting out a sigh of relief. Mu Yanxiao didn't pay attention to the chat group, but instead cautiously observed the surrounding environment. He said in a deep voice, "Don't panic. Let us secure our supplies first." Upon hearing this, everyone focused their thoughts and stored their backpacks and tote bags into the system backpack. The 7 cautiously navigated between the giant plants. Since we need to leave here, we must first know the direction. Bai Yufei shrank her neck and looked up at the tree canopy that blocked out the sun, her tone filled with anxiety. But these plants are so tall that our view is completely obstructed. We can't tell which way is north or south at all. Her words echoed the sentiments of the group. Everyone stopped, looking around, surrounded by towering trees and endless grass, with no reference points to discern direction. Feng Ziki frowned and looked around. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he pointed towards a not-so-distant area. "Look over there." Everyone followed his direction and saw an exceptionally thick tree standing at the end of their sight, its trunk several times thicker than the surrounding trees, soaring into the clouds. And its lush branches and leaves looked like a giant green umbrella, standing out among the giant plants. "That tree is tall enough," Feng Ziki said decisively. "Let us climb up and take a look. Standing at the top of the tree will surely give us a much broader view. Maybe we can find rivers, mountains, or clues to leave the island." "Climb up?" Yi Yuanting instinctively took a step back, hesitating in his gaze. "That tree looks at least a few hundred meters tall. Climbing up would be too dangerous. What if I slip midway, or encounter some giant creature resting in the tree? The consequences would be unimaginable." "Do you have a better method?" Feng Ziki retorted, a hint of urgency in his tone. "We can't just keep going around in circles here. We can't afford to waste the limited 7 days." Several pairs of eyes turned to Mu Yanxiao and Jiang Xiaoyu, waiting for their decision. Mu Yanxiao looked up at the towering tree, remained silent for a few seconds, and concluded that for now, this was the best method. He turned to the others. His tone firm. "The height of the tree does indeed pose a risk, but what we lack the most right now is visibility and direction. Feng Ziki, you have good stamina and are agile. Could you take a trip up there? We'll be on standby below the tree, and if anything unusual happens, signal immediately." Jiang Xiaoyu nodded and added, "Be careful. No need to climb too high. Just get a clear view of the surrounding environment. If you encounter any danger, come down immediately." "Don't worry." Feng Ziki patted his chest, loosening his limbs. "Climbing trees was my strong suit back in the army. This height is nothing." Soon, everyone arrived at the base of the large tree. The trunk was so thick that it would take a dozen people to hug it. With rough bark covered in cracks of varying depths, just right for climbing. Feng Ziki took a deep breath, tightly grasped the cracks in the bark with both hands, and used both hands and feet to quickly ascend. The others looked up at his figure from below, their hearts filled with anxiety. As Feng Ziki climbed higher, his figure gradually shrank among the dense branches and leaves, leaving only a small black. Jin Hongming and Jiang Xiaoyu vigilantly watched their surroundings, always on guard for potential dangers. Mu Yanxiao and Jiang Xiaoyu kept their eyes fixed on the tree, their expressions focused, not daring to relax for a moment. Time passed slowly, each second feeling particularly long. After several minutes, Feng Ziki finally climbed high enough. However, the scene before his eyes left him momentarily stunned. Looking around, He could see no rivers, no mountains, and no signs of human activity, only an endless expanse of giant plants, lush and sprawling, with no end in sight. The towering trees, the grass, the mushrooms formed a green ocean that completely covered the entire Paradise Island, making it impossible to see the island's boundaries and even harder to find clues for leaving. A sense of heaviness filled his heart, and a feeling of helplessness surged. After carefully observing for a few more minutes and confirming that he hadn't missed any details, Feng Ziki slowly descended the trunk. The moment he landed, he stumbled slightly, his face pale. "How was it, Feng Ziki? What did you see?" Yi Yuanting was the first to rush forward to ask. Feng Ziki wiped the sweat from his face, shook his head, his tone filled with disappointment. "I saw nothing." "What do you mean?" Everyone tightened their hearts. "I climbed to a very high place, and all I could see was an endless expanse of plants." Feng Ziki's voice was hoarse. "There are no mountains, no rivers, no roads, and no signs of human activity. Besides these giant plants, there is nothing. We are trapped in an endless green prison." Those words extinguished the hope in everyone's hearts in an instant. The wind rustled through the branches and leaves of the giant plants, creating a whispering sound. The 7 of them stood in place, their faces serious. The news Feng Ziki brought felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing the hope in everyone's hearts. An endless green prison. How are we supposed to find a way out in 7 days? Silence lingered for a long time until Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly spoke, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. "Since we can't see the edge, then let's move in one direction." He looked up at the dense tree canopy, his eyes showing no signs of retreat. Paradise Island, since it is called an island, must have a boundary. As long as we keep moving in one direction, we will eventually reach the edge of the island and find clues for leaving. Chapter 35 Paradise Island 2 Mu Yanxiao nodded, took out a compass from his backpack. His tone slightly hopeful. "I was thinking the same thing. With the compass, at least we can ensure we don't lose direction." But as soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw the needle of the compass spinning wildly, so fast that it became just a blur, unable to fix on any direction. "This," Mu Yanxiao frowned, shook the compass a few more times, but the needle continued to spin erratically, showing no signs of stopping. "This won't do. The magnetic field here is chaotic. The compass is useless. We can't determine the accurate direction." Another piece of bad news. Without a direction, blindly moving forward is just like a headless fly going in circles, possibly wasting precious time. Bai Yufei crossed her arms, confusion in her eyes, suddenly proposing a bold guess. "What if this isn't Earth?" Her words stunned everyone. Think about it. Such massive plants, a chaotic magnetic field, none of this fits with Earth's knowledge. If this is a completely unfamiliar planet, or an independent space, then much of what we know may not apply. Just then, a vague voice suddenly came from the grass ahead, breaking everyone's thoughts. "Is someone there?" Jin Hongming instantly became alert, quickly pulling out his handgun, ready for any sudden situation. Everyone tensed up, looking in the direction of the voice. They saw a man and a woman emerging from the grass, both appearing to be in their 20s, dressed relatively neatly, carrying a handbag. When they saw the 7 people in front of them, they were momentarily taken aback, their eyes filled with surprise, clearly not expecting to encounter other superpowered individuals here. The atmosphere became a bit awkward as their eyes met. The couple examined Jiang Yunju and the others, noticing that despite being in a dangerous situation, they stood tall, with sharp eyes, exuding an air of seasoned fighters, which was starkly different from other panicked superpowered individuals, and they immediately formed a plan in their minds. The woman reacted first, a hint of a flattering smile on her face. "Hello, big brothers and sisters, can we team up with you?" She pointed to the endless plants around, her face full of helplessness. It's hard to tell directions with all these giant plants. The man beside her quickly agreed. Yes. Yes, everyone's goal is to leave Paradise Island within 7 days. More people means greater strength. We both have awakened superpowers, though not too strong. But we can help a bit, and won't hold you back. Their eyes were filled with hope as they eagerly watched Jiang Yunju and the others, clearly sincere about joining the team. Mu Yanxiao and Jiang Yunju exchanged a glance, silently communicating. The others also nodded, indicating no objections. Seeing that no one opposed, Mu Yanxiao stepped forward, speaking seriously. "We can team up, but there's one condition. You must follow our commands and comply with arrangements. If there are disagreements midway, or if you want to act alone, you can leave at any time." "No problem, no problem." The couple quickly nodded, smiles of joy on their faces. "We'll listen to you. As long as we can leave here, anything is fine." The woman quickly introduced herself. "I'm Bai Hui, a wood-type superpowered individual. He is Zhang Hao, a water-type superpowered individual, both at the initial level 1. Mu Yanxiao, Captain. Jiang Yunju, Vice Captain." Mu Yanxiao briefly introduced himself, then pointed to the others. Fang Ziki, Yi Yuanting, Bai Yufei, Jin Hongming, Jiang Xiaoyu. I want to go into detail about our specific powers. You will naturally know them as we spend more time together. Just as the team was about to set off, Jiang Yunju suddenly spoke up, scanning everyone. Since conventional methods aren't working, why not try using our powers? He looked at Bai Yufei and the newly joined Bai Hui. Bai Yufei, Bai Hui. You are both wood-type superpowered individuals. Try communicating with the surrounding plants and see if you can sense the island's boundary, water sources, or any other anomalies. Then he turned to Mu Yanxiao. Yanxiao, your psychic powers cover a wide range. Also try to extend your perception. Everyone's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. Mu Yanxiao immediately closed his eyes, and his spiritual power spread out like invisible ripples into the surroundings. Bai Yufei and Bai Hui stood side by side. A faint green glow emanating from their palms as they focused their thoughts to connect with the plants around them. The others remained vigilant nearby, guarding against any sudden dangers that might interrupt the three's supernatural exploration. Time passed by, and after 10 minutes, Mu Yanxiao opened his eyes first. A hint of regret on his face. It was no good. My spiritual power can only stabilize and sense a radius of 100 meters, which is far from enough to find the island's boundary. There's nothing special around here either. Following closely, Bai Yufei also withdrew his abilities. Shaking his head with a slightly disappointed tone, my situation is similar to Brother Mu's. It may be that our ability levels are too low to control the plants here. Bai Hui's side as well, my situation is the same. I didn't find any useful information. After the fruitless supernatural exploration, Mu Yanxiao made a quick decision. Since it was hard to determine the direction, let's look for a water source. The island's water source will likely flow into the sea. Following the water source might lead us to the island's edge. This suggestion received agreement from everyone, and the 9-person team moved forward, using their abilities to sense the surroundings as they headed toward the relatively moist vegetation. Unlike the tangled situation with Jiang Yunzhao and others on the other side, Jiang Xiaoyu was also swept into Paradise Island the moment the white light flashed. She did not struggle with the direction or deliberately look for a water source. She simply stepped forward based on her intuition. Although Paradise Island was vast and filled with over 30,000 supernatural beings, she encountered many scattered survivors along the way. Some saw her alone, dressed in a black hoodie and jeans, wearing a cap, sunglasses, and a mask, revealing only a pale jawline. Although her face was unclear, she exuded an inexplicably formidable aura, prompting many to approach her, hoping to team up. Jiang Xiaoyu initially wanted to refuse, but then thought that having more people could attract some of the dangerous attention, saving her trouble. Moreover, ever since she drank human blood, her movements were no longer stiff. As long as she didn't make noise and was careful not to take off her sunglasses, no one would notice anything unusual. Thus, she tacitly accepted their requests, gradually forming a team of over 10 people. She always stood at the edge of the group, holding a fire axe, her steps steady, remaining silent throughout, deliberately lowering her presence. Most of the people in the group were strangers to each other, relying on chatting to relieve their anxiety. And the air was filled with chattering discussions, which made Jiang Xiaoyu a bit irritated. Chapter 36 Paradise Island 3. I think this mission isn't too difficult. It's just about finding a way out. Maybe we can leave in less than 7 days, a young man in sportswear said lightly, clearly still unaware of the dangers of Paradise Island. Immediately, someone next to him retorted, "You're too optimistic. I just climbed a tree and looked around. It's all endless woods, with no reference points at all. It's not that easy to get out. That said, with supernatural abilities, aren't we afraid of not finding the way?" Another woman with glasses adjusted her frames and said, "Unfortunately, the strongest spatial ability right now is only 3 cubic meters, enough to fit a bicycle at most. If it could fit a car, we could move faster. Having a car is useless." Someone laughed derisively. "Look at this road. It's all wild grass and vines. There's no place to drive. It's good enough to walk." The group debated back and forth, while Jiang Xiaoyu remained oblivious, focusing intently on observing her surroundings. In the shadows of the giant plants, there seemed to be many moving black figures. Suddenly, a loud croaking noise interrupted the debate. Before anyone could react, a giant frog suddenly jumped out from the nearby grass and landed in the center of the group. This frog was as big as a small car. Its green skin covered in rough bumps, and its round eyes glinted fiercely. Its long tongue whipped out like a nimble whip, quickly wrapping around the nearest supernatural being and pulling them toward its mouth. "Ah, help!" The ensnared supernatural being was terrified and struggled desperately, but couldn't break free from the powerful tongue. Their body was dragged closer and closer, and it looked like they were about to be swallowed by the frog. The group immediately fell into chaos, everyone frightened and fleeing in all directions. Screams and cries for help ringing out. Some tried to launch their abilities in retaliation, but due to their panic, they couldn't gather their powers in time. Some were so focused on escaping that they accidentally bumped into their companions. Jiang Xiaoyu stood at the edge of the group. She did not flee. Her right hand pulled out from her pocket. With a thought, a flame ignited in her palm. Before the giant frog could swallow its victim, Jiang Xiaoyu flicked her wrist, and the flame shot out like a cannonball, accurately aimed at the frog's head. The flame crashed into the frog's rough skin, igniting in an instant. And the searing pain made it emit a heart-wrenching scream. It instinctively loosened its tongue, and the ensnared supernatural being fell to the ground, rolling and scrambling away to a distance, their bodies still covered in the frog's sticky secretions. The giant frog angrily turned its head, its round eyes fixed on Jiang Xiaoyu. With a loud croak, the frog propelled itself with its hind legs and lunged at Jiang Xiaoyu, its massive form blocking out the sun, bringing a foul odor with it. Jiang Xiaoyu remained unfazed, lightly sidestepping to avoid the frog's attack. The giant body crashed heavily where she had just stood, kicking up clouds of dust and shaking the ground. Before the frog could adjust its position, she gripped the fire axe and, using the momentum from dodging, charged forward. With a powerful swing, the axe made a sharp sound as it struck the frog's thick hind leg. The sharp blade easily sliced through the frog's rough skin and tough muscle, cutting straight into the bone. Jiang Xiaoyu twisted her wrist, yanked with all her might, and with a crisp snap, the frog's hind leg was cut off by more than half, blood spraying out like a fountain and staining the surrounding grass red. The intense pain made the giant frog let out a piercing scream, its body losing balance and crashing heavily to the ground. It struggled to get up, but, with more than half of its hind leg missing, could only kick its legs in place, unable to jump or attack anymore. It was only then that the supernatural beings hiding behind the plants reacted. "Everyone, let's go. It can't fight back anymore," the young man in sportswear shouted first, gathering his courage to charge forward, conjuring a ball of yellowish supernatural power and smashing it down onto the frog's head. With someone leading the charge, others also grew bold, rushing in. Some unleashed fire abilities to burn it, others used ice abilities to freeze the wound, while others directly pulled out knives and cleavers, fiercely striking at the frog's weak points. The giant frog, having lost its hind legs, was like a lamb to the slaughter, with no power to resist. It let out a mournful scream, struggled for a short while, and gradually lost its breath, its massive body collapsing to the ground, completely still. With the crisis averted, everyone sighed in relief. Looking at the giant frog on the ground, someone suddenly suggested, "Let's not waste it. There's so much frog meat, let's divide it up." In our world, eating wild frogs is illegal, but this is a great opportunity to try it. "Good idea," others immediately agreed. "We need to replenish our energy after this long trek. Roasted frog meat must be delicious. I want a big thigh. I want one too. I'll handle it. I've grilled meat before. I guarantee it will taste good." The group surrounded the giant frog, preparing to divide the frog meat. Jiang Xiaoyu simply stepped forward, bent down, and picked up the half of the frog leg she had cut off. No one had any objections to her actions. After all, if Jiang Xiaoyu hadn't struck first, not only would the ensnared supernatural being not survive, but they wouldn't have easily dealt with the giant frog either. Now that there is so much frog meat to share, it all relies on Jiang Xiaoyu taking the lead. In fact, these frogs are no more frightening than dinosaurs. They just caught us off guard. Next time, I will definitely be braver. Jiang Xiaoyu shook her head, feeling that this temporary team wouldn't last long. Everyone was chatting while hastily dividing the giant frog meat. Sharp daggers slicing through the tough muscle, packing pieces of tender frog meat into their backpacks. The air was thick with the strong smell of blood and the fishy scent of frog meat, mixed with the dampness of the grass, creating a unique odor. "All right, everyone, move quickly." The team leader, Jin Mingliang, suddenly spoke up, his tone serious. "The smell of blood is too strong here. The giant creatures are definitely sensitive to it. If we stay any longer, we might attract more danger. Let us leave here quickly." His words made sense, and everyone sped up their actions, quickly securing the frog meat they had collected. Just as the team was preparing to set off, a girl with a ponytail dressed in outdoor gear suddenly stopped, her eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. "Wait, everyone," she said. "Frogs are amphibians and cannot live without water. There must be a water source near their habitat. Since we encountered one, it means there's water not far from here. If we find the water source, we'll have a direction." Her words brightened everyone's spirits. Chapter 37. Paradise Island. For a hint of approval flashed in Jin Mingliang's eyes as he quickly asked, "You mean we should head towards the water source?" "Exactly." The girl nodded. "This is Paradise Island. As long as we find flowing water, like a stream or a small river, it will eventually lead to the sea. Following the water flow, we can find the edge of the island, and maybe even clues for leaving. This discovery excited everyone, dispelling their previous confusion. With a clear direction, everyone felt more at ease. Jin Mingliang decisively took out a few walkie-talkies from his backpack and distributed them, saying, "I have 4 walkie-talkies here. With a signal range of about 1 kilometer. We'll split into 4 teams, heading in the east, west, south, and north directions to search for water sources. Once someone finds traces of flowing water, immediately notify the others via walkie-talkie, and we'll regroup." He paused and added, "Each team should have 3 to 4 people. Trying to pair different types of ability users for mutual support. Remember, if you encounter danger, retreat immediately, don't fight hard. Keep the walkie-talkies open. And if we Haven T found a water source in half an hour, we will regroup here." Everyone nodded in agreement with Jin Mingliang's arrangement. The team of over a dozen quickly split into 4 groups. Some actively teamed up, while others paired based on complementary abilities, creating an orderly scene. Most people sought familiar or complementary partners, except for one couple who hadn't found teammates yet. The girl was named Su Qing, dressed in a pink tracksuit. And the boy was Zhao Kai, who had been protecting her. They both looked somewhat delicate. Jin Mingliang scanned the area and saw Jiang Xiaoyu standing alone at the edge. He glanced at the couple and said, "Su Qing, Zhao Kai, you 2 team up with this young lady. She's very strong, and with her around, you'll be safer." Jiang Xiaoyu remained silent the whole time, merely nodding slightly in agreement. Su Qing raised her eyes to scrutinize Jiang Xiaoyu, her brows furrowing instantly. She subconsciously moved closer to Zhao Kai, her tone reluctant. "Can we switch to someone else?" "Don't talk nonsense." Zhao Kai pulled her hand, softly advising. "This young lady just injured the giant frog with 1 strike. She's strong, and it's safe to be with her." He turned to Jiang Xiaoyu and forced a smile. "Little sister, what's your name?" Jiang Xiaoyu didn't respond, and simply turned to head south as assigned. She couldn't speak or get close to anyone, and her teammates' attitudes meant nothing to her. Su Qing pouted, visibly displeased, deliberately lagging behind Jiang Xiaoyu by 2 steps. Keeping her distance, and quietly complained to Zhao Kai, "What if she's a psycho? Look at her, all creepy and not talking. It's scary. I heard some mentally ill people can be unpredictable." She made a gesture of cutting her throat. "Stop overthinking it. It's good enough to be alive right now. There aren't that many bad people," Zhao Kai reassured her, but he also cast a complex glance at Jiang Xiaoyu's back. He found the girl hard to approach. But they indeed needed a strong protector at the moment, so they had to force themselves to team up. Thus, the 3-person team set off. Jiang Xiaoyu walked in front, her steps steady, occasionally scanning her surroundings with her peripheral vision, using her zombie-like sharp perception to avoid potential dangers. Su Qing and Zhao Kai followed behind, holding hands and whispering to each other, maintaining no communication with Jiang Xiaoyu throughout. The vegetation along the way became increasingly moist, and shallow watermarks even appeared on the ground. The 2 quickened their pace, unintentionally closing the distance to Jiang Xiaoyu. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyu halted her steps. Her gaze was fixed on the grass ahead. With a loud crash, the grass was violently pushed aside, and a massive figure suddenly emerged. The creature was as big as a small cow, covered in deep green scales. Its body flat with short, sturdy limbs, dragging a long tail, and its triangular head had a pair of round, glimmering eyes. Crocodile. Su Qing was so frightened that her soul nearly left her body. She screamed and tightly grabbed Zhao Kai's hand, running back. "Run. It's going to eat us." Zhao Kai stumbled as she pulled him, instinctively wanting to run, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Jiang Xiaoyu still standing motionless, calmly staring at the creature, and a hint of confusion arose in his heart. He forcefully broke free from Su Qing's grip, steadied himself, and carefully looked at the creature. This is not a crocodile at all. Its eyes were positioned on the sides of its head, with vertical pupils, smooth and dense scales, and a pair of small ears hidden beneath its skin. Most importantly, its limbs ended in sharp claws, not webbed feet like a crocodile. "Wait, don't run." Zhao Kai grabbed the still screaming Su Qing, his tone urgent. "That's not a crocodile. It's a gecko, a giant gecko." Su Qing paused, her cries abruptly stopping as she turned back, half convinced. She saw the giant gecko slowly crawl in front of Jiang Xiaoyu, circling around her, its round eyes curiously observing her. Its movements were slow and showed no signs of aggression. When it approached Jiang Xiaoyu, it even slightly lowered its head, as if sniffing her scent. The giant gecko circled Jiang Xiaoyu twice, seemingly finding nothing special, and slowly turned around, dragging its long tail as it leisurely crawled back into the grass, quickly disappearing from sight. It was only after the gecko completely vanished that Su Qing sighed in relief, her legs going weak as she nearly collapsed to the ground. That just scared me to death. I thought it was a crocodile. Zhao Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, reassuring her, it's okay, it's okay. It was a gecko. See, it didn't attack us at all. Besides, geckos mainly eat mosquitoes and insects. We're so big, we're not its prey. It won't hurt us. Su Qing was annoyed at Jiang Xiaoyu for being silent like a log. Hey, what is wrong with you? You didn't even warn us. Leaving us shocked. I'm talking about you. You're not mute, are you? Jiang Xiaoyu said nothing, her steps not slowing down as she moved forward. Hey, I'm calling you. Su Qing's voice carried a hint of impatience as she hurried to catch up. Why are you walking so fast? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Jiang Xiaoyu glanced back at the sound. She didn't speak, but through her dark glasses, she shot Su Qing a glare. She pressed her lips tightly together, her tongue unconsciously licking her dry lower lip. Not being able to speak was really too troublesome. The desire surging in her throat almost broke through her rationality. She longed to take a bite of warm, blood-rich flesh, the sensation sliding down her throat. Ever since she tasted it for the first time, it felt like a brand imprinted in her bones. The instincts of the zombie entwined her remaining humanity like a vine. Growing stronger with each passing second, the bloodthirsty desire intensifying. Su Qing felt an inexplicable chill wash over her at that glance. As if a cold snake was slithering up her spine. Even though she couldn't see the other person's eyes, she could feel a bone-chilling coldness. A disregard for life that made her instinctively shrink back, swallowing down the complaint that had almost escaped her lips. Chapter 38. Paradise Island 5. Zhao Kai keenly sensed something was off and quickly stepped forward to grab Su Qing's arm. Stop talking, let's go. He lowered his voice. His gaze fixed tightly on Jiang Xiaoyu's back. At the moment the girl turned her head, he inexplicably caught a faint whiff of a smell reminiscent of decay. Something that wasn't the scent of a living person, but more like that of a corpse. A chill crawled up his spine, making him feel somewhat uneasy. After walking for another 5 or 6 minutes, the vegetation along the way became increasingly lush, with giant ferns spreading their leaves and vines cascading down from the tree trunks like waterfalls. Soon, a faint rustling sound reached their ears, carried by the wind. Did you hear that? Zhao Kai perked up, his face lighting up with excitement. It sounds like water. We found a water source. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? It's the sound of flowing water. Great. We won't have to wander aimlessly in the bushes anymore. The two couldn't hide their excitement as they quickened their pace to catch up with Jiang Xiaoyu, heading towards the sound of water. Passing through a dense thicket of giant reeds, the scene before them suddenly opened up. A massive pond appeared before the three, so large that it was more like a lake than what they had imagined. The water's surface was calm like a mirror, reflecting a faint dark green hue, mirroring the towering trees and giant plants around, with no sight of the opposite shore. The water's edge was shallow and crystal clear, revealing a bottom covered in pebbles and swaying aquatic plants. Wow, what a huge lake! Su Qing exclaimed, instinctively taking a couple of steps forward towards the water's edge, only to be pulled back by Zhao Kai. Be careful, he said cautiously. Who knows if there are any dangers in the water? The giant frog and the gecko we encountered earlier were so big, there might be something even scarier in there. The three moved slowly along the edge of the pond. The surface of the water remained calm, yet it always exuded an unsettling feeling. Let's notify the other teams. Zhao Kai suddenly remembered the radio's purpose and quickly took the device out of his pocket, pressed the talk button, and spoke excitedly. Jin team, Li team, Wang team. If you hear this, please respond. We found a water source. It's a very large pond. Hurry and converge here. A crackling sound came from the radio. And soon Jin Minglian's voice responded brightly, received. We're on our way. You all stay safe and be alert of your surroundings. The other two teams also responded in succession, saying they would come as quickly as possible. Zhao Kai put away the radio, letting out a sigh of relief. All right, they're all on their way here. They should arrive in about half an hour. Su Qing nodded, her gaze falling on the surrounding giant plants. So what do we do now? Just wait here? Before Zhao Kai could respond, Jiang Xiaoyu had already walked over to a relatively open piece of ground. She pulled out half a frog leg she had previously stored in her space, cut a large piece, and took out a lighter along with some dry branches. The fresh smell of blood and meat from the giant frog she had killed earlier made her instinctively feel hungry, but eating raw meat seemed too suspicious. Unsure if she could eat cooked food, she decided to test it out. Jiang Xiaoyu swiftly set up a makeshift fire pit and lit the branches. She skewered the frog leg on a stick and held it above the flames, slowly turning it. Are you that hungry? Su Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes at her actions, her tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. It's dangerous here, and you still have the mind to roast meat. What if it attracts danger? Jiang Xiaoyu completely ignored her complaints, focused solely on roasting the meat. In her previous life, she had been killed by a superhuman, and her leg had been brutally severed and crushed, yet she could find similar limbs among the rubble to reattach. Most importantly, they still worked. She had also had her head chopped off by Lin Weiwei, but was able to put it back on in the end. If she couldn't die, there was nothing to be afraid of. Right now, she just wanted to fill her stomach quickly to alleviate that instinctive hunger. Otherwise, she would have to use them for food. Seeing this, Zhao Kai quickly tried to mediate. All right, it's fine. It's safe now. We should eat something to replenish our strength. Let's just keep an eye on our surroundings. Nothing will happen. Su Qing pouted, but said nothing more. Taking out some compressed biscuits to eat, the flames licked the frog meat, soon producing a sizzling sound and an enticing aroma that wafted through the air, mixed with the fresh scent of grass and wood, making everyone's appetite surge. The frog meat gradually turned golden, its surface slightly crisp. Jiang Xiaoyu stopped turning it, took down the skewer, blew on the surface to cool it, and took a small bite. The tender frog meat was firm, yet not tough, and surprisingly tasty. She could clearly taste the freshness of the frog meat itself, but the spices she sprinkled on it seemed flavorless, as if only a layer of tasteless powder had been added. Confirming that the frog meat was edible, she no longer hesitated and began to eat heartily. In no time, that large piece of meat was devoured completely. Just as she was roasting the second piece of frog meat, footsteps and voices could be heard approaching from a distance. Jin Mingliang led the other 3 teams and arrived in a large group, making their way through the reeds and spotting the 3 by the pond and the fire pit. We really found a water source. That's great. This pond is huge. It's like a lake. It smells so good. Who has roasting meat? Everyone gathered around, their eyes falling on the skewers in Jiang Xiaoyu's hands, filled with envy. Jin Mingliang looked at everyone. Next, let's rest by the pond for a while, eat something, and discuss our next plan. Everyone nodded and sat together, beginning to discuss the specific route and division of labor. Some suggested walking along the right side of the pond. Others said they should first explore the underwater situation, while some worried that the water flow might split and needed careful consideration. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyu remained focused on roasting her second piece of frog meat, ignoring the discussions around her. At that moment, a young man in sportswear suddenly rushed over from the reeds, holding a pair of binoculars, his face filled with excitement. Captain, I saw the water flow outlet of the pond. It's over there. Really? Jin Mingliang immediately stood up, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Where's the outlet? And how far is it? In that direction, the young man replied breathlessly, handing the binoculars to Jin Mingliang. It's a bit far. There are obvious signs of movement on the water's surface over there. It should be the outlet of the flowing water. If we follow the water flow, we can definitely find the sea. Jin Mingliang took the binoculars, looking in the direction the young man pointed. Indeed, he saw a distinct ripple on the water's surface in the distance, contrasting sharply with the calm water around it, clearly resembling an outlet. He lowered the binoculars and sighed. It's south, indeed not close. At our current walking speed, it will take us 2 to 3 hours to reach there. Chapter 39. Paradise Island 6 2 to 3 hours. Someone couldn't help but mutter. This pond is so big, with our legs. Who knows how long it will take to get there? Yeah, it would be great if we had some kind of transportation, another person chimed in, their eyes filled with anticipation. Like a speedboat or a kayak, traveling by water would definitely be faster than on land, and we could avoid the dangers along the shore. His words reminded everyone, and they began to discuss whether anyone had brought any water transportation. After the apocalypse broke out, most of the supplies everyone scavenged were food, medicine, and weapons, and very few thought to bring something as uncommon as a kayak. After asking around, most people shook their heads, just when everyone felt disappointed. A woman in a blue coat stepped out of the crowd. She looked to be in her 20s, with sharp eyes, and said, I am a spatial ability user. During the 2 days of rest, I specifically gathered 2 kayaks, thinking they might come in handy if we encountered any water areas. I didn't expect they would actually be useful now. Great. Everyone's spirits lifted instantly, their faces showing joy, as they hadn't expected someone to bring kayaks. However, the next words from the woman froze their smiles. But we can't just sit here for free, right? She glanced around, her tone somewhat probing. In this apocalyptic environment, transportation is incredibly rare. Jin Mingliang's expression darkened as he spoke. We are now a team. Our goal is to leave Paradise Island safely. Helping each other is a must. How can we talk about sitting for free? Captain, you can't say that. The woman raised an eyebrow, her tone slightly defiant. Although we are a team now, it is also a temporary setup, and we will soon go our separate ways. These 2 kayaks were gathered at great risk. If everyone wants to ride, they should contribute something, right? What do you want us to contribute? Zhao Kai couldn't help but ask, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. We are all in this together. Why are you trying to take advantage of us? This is not taking advantage. It's an equal exchange. The woman argued back. I don't want anything else. Either each of you gives me 2 packs of compressed biscuits or some common medicines like anti-inflammatory or painkillers. After all, my kayaks can save everyone a lot of time and help avoid many dangers. Isn't that request reasonable? The expressions of the crowd became complicated. Compressed biscuits and medicines were hard currency in this apocalypse. Everyone had brought only a little, and it was indeed hard to part with them for an exchange. That's too much. Su Qing couldn't help but retort. We are all ability users. Isn't it supposed to be mutual help? How can you take advantage of others in their time of need? I am not taking advantage. The woman frowned. My kayaks were also hard-earned. Why should I give them to everyone for free? If you don't want to exchange, you can walk over yourself. No one is forcing you. Both sides were at a stalemate, and the people sitting around were divided into 2 factions. One side felt the woman's request was reasonable and was willing to exchange supplies. The other side thought the woman was too selfish and was ruining the team unity. And the argument grew louder. Jean Mingliang frowned, trying to mediate. This is a special time. We should prioritize the bigger picture. How about this? An exchange of supplies is fine, but 2 packs of compressed biscuits is too much, just 1 pack per person. We'll split into 2 small teams. Those who want to use the kayaks can contribute, and those who don't can walk. All right, let us do as the captain says. The woman nodded. I will bring out the kayaks now. You all gather the supplies for me. The woman took the supplies, satisfied, and placed them into her space. With a thought, 2 orange kayaks appeared on the vacant ground by the pond. Jean Mingliang began organizing the boarding personnel. Jiang Xiaoyu looked at the kayaks with no interest. She had plenty of speedboats, but aside from her brother, no one was trustworthy to her. Moreover, she was still a zombie at the moment. The crowd busily pushed the 2 kayaks into the water, the ripples reflecting the shadows of the giant plants by the shore. At this moment, the pond's surface was calm and undisturbed. The few boarding carefully settled in, picked up their paddles, and after a short while, the originally calm water suddenly began to shake without warning. What is going on? A man in the front row frowned, his paddle frozen in midair. There's no wind. Where are the waves coming from? As soon as he finished speaking, the kayak suddenly jolted upwards and then fell heavily, splashing water that soaked everyone's clothes. The boat began to shake violently, as if something huge underneath was pushing against the bottom, colliding back and forth. There's something below. Another woman screamed, her face turning pale. It's been pressing against the kayak, as if testing us. Everyone's hearts jumped into their throats as they looked down at the water. Although the pond's water was relatively clear, the depths still shimmered with dark green, and they could only vaguely see several huge shadows swimming beneath the kayak. Could it be the kind of gecko we saw earlier? Someone tried to guess. Impossible. Geckos are terrestrial animals. Some species can swim, but they won't stay underwater. Someone immediately rebutted, their voice filled with fear, and this size is much larger than the gecko we saw earlier. Amidst the chaos, a curious and somewhat bold woman couldn't help but lean down, wanting to see clearly what was underwater. What could it be? It can't be. Before she finished her sentence, she suddenly let out a piercing scream. Everyone turned to look, only to see a giant tentacle covered in scales and sharp claws suddenly leap out from underwater, tightly wrapping around the woman's wrist. Before anyone could react, the tentacle yanked back violently, and the woman didn't even have a chance to struggle before being dragged into the water. The surface of the water instantly erupted into a huge wave, and then returned to calm, leaving only ripples spreading out. Help! She has been dragged down. The people on the kayak were completely panicked, screaming and trying to run, but they quickly realized they were trapped on the kayak with no way to escape. On the shore, Jean Mingliang watched in horror, his pupils contracting as he shouted, "Not good, it's a fish. I couldn't see what kind it was. Hurry back to shore. Quick!" He stared intently at the water surface, having vaguely seen a massive black shadow pass beneath just a moment ago. Its size comparable to a truck, with a streamlined body covered in dark green scales, and its mouth seemed to reveal sharp fangs. Just as he finished speaking, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. The water surface suddenly exploded with a huge splash as a massive, suffocating monster fish leapt out of the water. Its dark green scales glinted coldly in the sunlight, and its enormous fins spread like paddles. Its target was clearly the kayak. Be careful! The people on the shore shouted in fright in unison. The space ability user was the woman in the blue coat who had brought out the kayaks earlier. At this moment, she was so frightened that she had gone stiff, with no thought of escape. The monster fish arced through the air, its massive body crashing down like a mountain, accurately smashing down beside the kayak, and the splash of water engulfed the entire kayak. Before everyone could struggle out of the splash, the monster fish swung its tail violently, sending the kayak tilting. The woman in the blue coat lost her balance and screamed as she fell off the boat. Before she even hit the water, the monster fish turned sharply, opened its massive mouth, and instantly swallowed her whole. With a crunch, accompanied by her last piercing scream, she was consumed by the monster fish, leaving no bones behind. Chaos erupted on the two kayaks. Screams, cries, and calls for help mixed together, ringing painfully in everyone's ears. Some were so frightened that they went limp, sitting in the boat with their hands gripping the sides tightly. Others pushed and shoved each other in the chaos, only thinking about escaping the deadly kayak as quickly as possible. In the panic, two ability users fell one after another. A short-haired man was knocked off balance by the struggles of his companion beside him and fell into the water with a splash. Immediately after, a girl in a red top also lost her footing and screamed as she fell into the pond. As they hit the water, both instinctively flailed their arms, trying to swim to the surface and reach the shore. But before their heads could break the surface, two rapid bubbling sounds suddenly came from underwater. Then, two vague black shadows flashed beneath them. In the next moment, something strange happened. The short-haired man's body suddenly sank down sharply, his arm movements abruptly stopping. The surface of the water only bubbled a few times before falling silent. The girl in the red top didn't even have time to let out a complete cry for help before her body was pulled underwater by an invisible force, leaving only a fleeting trail on the surface of the water, as if the two had never existed. "Help! She's been dragged down." The people on the kayak screamed, trying to save her, but the violently shaking boat tossed them around, making it hard to keep themselves safe. Jiang Xiaoyu felt this scene resembled something from the movie Jaws, bloody and terrifying. If she hadn't seen all kinds of disgusting zombies in her previous life, she would have definitely been unable to bear it. On the shore, Jin Mingliang watched in horror as his pupils constricted. He suppressed his fear and suddenly shouted, "Everyone stay seated in the kayak, don't panic. No one is allowed to jump off the boat. We'll find a way to rescue you." His voice was loud and firm, serving as a calming presence that temporarily steadied some of the chaos on the kayak. Everyone stabilized themselves, gripping the sides of the boat tightly, their eyes filled with a desperate will to survive. Jin Mingliang quickly scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on a giant tree by the shore, his eyes instantly lighting up. He took out climbing rope and wrapped it around the tree. He called out to several ability users nearby, "Quick, help me hold the rope. The kayak isn't far from the shore. We can pull them back." Fortunately, the two kayaks hadn't drifted far yet, only about 10 meters from the shore, a distance that was manageable with the rope. Jin Mingliang gripped the climbing rope tightly and suddenly threw the other end towards the nearest kayak. "Catch it. Tie the rope to the side of the boat, and we'll pull you back." The rope arced through the air and landed precisely in the center of the kayak. A quick reacting young man immediately reached out to grab the rope. "I've got it. I've got it." Those around him helped out, hastily securing the rope to the boat's iron ring, their trembling hands betraying their nerves. "Once it's secure, sit tight and lower your center of gravity. We're pulling you," Jin Mingliang shouted. He was the first to exert force, pulling the rope backward, and the other ability users quickly joined in, working together to pull towards the shore. The rope tightened instantly, creaking as the kayak began to move slowly toward the shore. But just then, a shadow beneath the water started to stir again. The giant monster fish seemed to sense its prey was trying to escape, suddenly changing direction and charging towards the kayak being pulled by the rope. Its massive body creating dark currents in the water, causing the kayak to shake violently once more. "Not good. It's coming." The people on the kayak screamed in terror, gripping the sides of the boat tightly, afraid of being thrown overboard. Everyone's faces were grave, realizing they couldn't avoid this danger, and they pulled out daggers from their backpacks, preparing for a last stand. As the monster fish thrashed beneath the water grew increasingly murky. The shadow below darted back and forth like a black vortex, exuding a chilling aura. Fortunately, the first kayak, with everyone's combined efforts, safely approached the muddy riverbank. The people on the boat jumped down, almost rolling, immediately retreating as their feet touched the ground, warily watching the water's surface. "Quick, throw the rope over." The second kayak was bouncing in the middle of the river, the voices of those on board trembling slightly. The people on the shore dared not delay, swiftly tossing a hemp rope tied with stones over. The rope arced through the air, landing precisely on the edge of the kayak. But just as someone grabbed the rope, a shadow burst forth from the water with a splash. The immense force flipped the kayak over. Several ability users screamed as they fell into the water, their clothes instantly soaked. A quick-thinking ability user clung fiercely to the hemp rope, swimming desperately towards the shore, his arms bulging with effort. The people on the shore pulled with all their might. Meanwhile, The other fallen individuals didn't even have a chance to call for help before an unknown creature beneath the water bit them, dragging them into the deep water. Vivid red blood quickly spread across the water's surface, turning the once clear pool into a shocking crimson, and the stench filled the air. "Ah, my foot!" The ability user holding the rope suddenly let out a chilling scream, struggling violently in the water. Everyone looked closely and saw a black loach as thick as a thigh clamped onto his ankle, its sharp teeth embedded in his flesh, blood streaming down its body. "Pull quickly," Jiang Mingliang shouted, and everyone worked together to pull hard, dragging the ability user and the loach biting his ankle back to shore. The loach, once on the ground, still wouldn't let go, thrashing wildly and splattering blood everywhere. With a swift movement, Jiang Xiaoyu drew her axe and brought it down hard on the loach. Blood splattered, and the loach twitched a few times before going still grasping a small piece of bloody flesh in its mouth. Everyone hurried over, carefully pulling the ability user's foot from the loach's mouth. Fortunately, though the wound was deep, it hadn't hit the bone, and after some simple bandaging, he could still manage to move. Chapter 41. Paradise Island 8. Jiang Xiaoyu, however, seemed unfazed. Squatting down to pick up the dead loach and swiftly gutting it with her knife, cleaning out the entrails and black blood. She glanced at the others and casually stored the cleaned loach in her space. Jiang Mingliang, while putting away the kayak on the shore, frowned and sighed. "Let's bandage the injuries and rest for a bit before moving on." Originally a team of over 10, now only half remained after this ordeal. The survivors wore expressions of fear and exhaustion from their narrow escape, sitting silently on the ground, the atmosphere heavy and suffocating. Wu Qing pulled out a bottle of mineral water from her backpack, unscrewed the cap, and gulped down a few mouthfuls. The cold water flowed down her throat, slightly easing her fear. She looked at the blood-stained surface of the water not far away and couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank goodness I didn't get on the kayak. This broken little world almost cost me my life." Her tone was filled with relief, tinged with some resentment towards this bizarre world. Zhao Kai, sitting beside her with half a piece of compressed biscuit in hand, had no appetite and nodded repeatedly at her words. "So scary. It's like a horror movie come to life. Can we really get out in 7 days? Paradise Island. Could it be trying to send us all to heaven?" His voice held undeniable concern, his eyes full of confusion. Jiang Mingliang stood up, brushing off the water on his clothes. "Let's move forward. Being cautious won't help. Instead of getting stuck here wondering if we can get out, we should hurry and find the exit. The sooner we find it, the more chance we have." He knew that he couldn't convey negative emotions at this moment. As the leader, he had to stabilize everyone's mindset. Just as they were talking, a rapid sound of footsteps emerged from the dense giant plants nearby, interrupting their conversation. "There are really people here," a rough male voice sounded, filled with excitement. Soon after, 3 figures emerged from the bushes, 2 men and a woman, who looked like college students. Wang Jun gave a thumbs up. "Shuren, you're amazing. You led us towards the smoke, and we actually found a water source." They had gotten lost in the woods earlier, and thanks to Shen Shi and suggestion to head towards the direction of the smoke, they found this place. Lu Hong, with her ponytail, looked around and noted, "No one in the chat group has mentioned finding a water source yet, so it seems most people are still lost." She took out her wristband and glanced at it. The chat group was still filled with chaotic pleas for help and complaints, lacking any useful information. Shen Shi walked up to Jiang Mingliang and the others, wearing a gentle smile as he extended his hand. "Hello everyone, we 3 would like to join you. The more people there are, the more strength there is, and they can look out for each other." Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze inadvertently swept over Jiang Xiaoyu, who was sitting not far away. The smile on his face instantly froze, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he stood there as if frozen in place. "It's her." Shen Shi's heart dropped suddenly, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. He would never forget the scene he had encountered on the street before. At that time, she wasn't wearing a mask or glasses. When she was thrown out of the car, there was only the white of her eyes, her neck was broken, and her head hung limply on her shoulder. It looked terrifying, but after a few seconds, she moved again, her head turned back as if it was reattached, and she stood up as if nothing had happened. It was a good thing he had a strong heart. She actually came to Paradise Island again, and formed a team with these people. From their performance, it was obvious they did not know her true identity, and they were completely unguarded against her. Could it be that they are all her backup food? A terrifying thought flashed through Shen Shi's mind, and he instinctively took a half-step back, his eyes filled with vigilance. Jiang Mingliang saw Shen Shi suddenly dazed and waved his hand in front of him, jokingly asking, "Hey, handsome guy, what are you daydreaming about?" "We just found a water source and are preparing to continue on our way. We're all from Longhua. We should help each other when we're out here." Let's travel together from now on. He didn't think much of it, assuming Shinshuren was either exhausted or scared by the environment. Shinshuren suddenly came to his senses, forcibly suppressing the turbulent waves in his heart, and managed to squeeze out a smile as he shook Jin Mingliang's hand, saying, "That's great. Then I'll trouble everyone to take care of me." His voice was somewhat hoarse, but his gaze couldn't help but glance at Jiang Xiaoyu repeatedly, fearing she might suddenly attack. Lu Hong and Wang Jun also noticed Jiang Xiaoyu sitting aside at this moment. They exchanged glances, and both felt she looked familiar. Lu Hong frowned and scrutinized Jiang Xiaoyu carefully, uncertainly saying, "Shuren, doesn't that little girl look familiar? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before." The combination of Jiang Xiaoyu's black hoodie, baseball cap, sunglasses, and mask was indeed very recognizable. Wang Jun slapped his thigh, suddenly realizing, "I remember now. That little girl who was picking poisonous mushrooms alone in the dinosaur world. She was dressed just like this, all wrapped up, and didn't say a word." Upon hearing this, Shinshuren's heart suddenly sank, and he felt a surge of anxiety, his palms sweating. He was really afraid that Wang Jun would continue and inadvertently expose Jiang Xiaoyu's identity as a zombie. If that caused panic, would this zombie go out of control? Would she attack? He quickly interrupted, his tone a bit urgent. No, you must be mistaken. There are many people dressed like this." Lu Hong thought for a moment and nodded. "Now that you mention it, besides changing her clothes, her sunglasses and mask are almost identical. I'm really curious what she looks like, always so tightly wrapped. Is it because she looks particularly good and is afraid of being noticed? Or, I think she must look ugly. That's why she doesn't dare to show her face." Wu Qing suddenly interjected, her tone laced with disdain and jealousy. She had never liked Jiang Xiaoyu, and now that someone mentioned her, she couldn't help but scoff. Ever since she joined the team, she's been silent. I think she's just a mute. Otherwise, why hasn't she said a single word? Shinshuren felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing this. Wu Qing was playing with fire. Saying such things in front of a zombie, what if it angered her? The consequences would be unimaginable. He quickly interjected, It's getting late. We should hurry up and set off. The captain just said that the sooner we leave here, the safer we will be." Jin Mingliang nodded. "Right, time is tight. Let's set off now. Walk along the riverbank towards the water outlet. Everyone be careful, try to avoid the water areas, and pay attention to the surroundings." Everyone stood up, organized their backpacks, and prepared to depart. Chapter 42 Paradise Island 9 Jiang Xiaoyu was completely indifferent to the discussions and scrutiny of the others, as if they were talking about someone else. She stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, still maintaining her cold and distant demeanor, and quietly walked to the side of the team, keeping a distance that was neither too far nor too close from the others. Her only goal was to reach the water outlet as quickly as possible, to find clues to leave this place, or to find her brother Jiang Yunju. Shinshuren deliberately slowed his pace, trailing behind the team, his gaze continually drifting towards Jiang Xiaoyu, filled with complex emotions. Fear, curiosity, and a hint of exploration. He was incredibly curious about what kind of zombie she was. Why could she control her actions like a normal person? Did she still retain some humanity? Or was she a high-level zombie that had evolved to perfectly disguise herself as a human? He didn't dare to get too close and could only observe from a distance. The team moved slowly along the edge of the pond, with giant plants blocking the sun and sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows. They encountered several giant creatures unique to Paradise Island. Snails as tall as half a person crawled slowly through the grass, carrying spiral-shaped hard shells. Earthworms as thick as calves emerged from the damp soil, wriggling and leaving behind a slimy trail. There were also grasshoppers with wings nearly a meter wide, making a rustling sound as they leaped over the heads of the group. Fortunately, these creatures seemed to be non-aggressive, simply larger in size and uninterested in humans. The group's tense nerves relaxed slightly as they carefully avoided them and continued on their way without incident. After more than 2 hours, the vegetation ahead suddenly became sparse, and the sound of rushing water reached their ears. The group quickened their pace, passing through the last patch of grass, and the water outlet finally came into view. The scene before them left everyone stunned. The water surface at the outlet was much wider than they had imagined, at least 10 meters wide, with a rapid current rushing away, eventually disappearing into the endless giant plant thicket. The river water was not clear, exhibiting a murky brown color, with dark currents swirling beneath, making it impossible to see the depth or determine if dangerous creatures were lurking. On both sides of the riverbank, the giant plants continued endlessly, their branches and leaves intertwining to form a natural barrier, with no other paths visible. "This is completely endless," Zhao Kai murmured, looking at the wide river surface, his face full of despair. "If we walk on our 2 legs along the riverbank, It will be really difficult for us to leave here in 7 days. Jin Mingliang frowned, but the water below is too dangerous. Half of the team has already fallen in the pond, and the monsters under the water are not something we can deal with. The memory of the previous scare made him fearful. He really didn't dare to let the team take any more risks. Wu Qing shook her head repeatedly, her face written with fear. I don't want to ride in a kayak, it's too terrifying. I'd rather walk than go into the water again. The image of underwater creatures dragging away her companions lingered in her mind, casting a deep shadow over her perception of the water. Shin Shuren looked at the desperate expressions of the group and said heavily, if we cannot leave Paradise Island within 7 days, we will be trapped here forever. His voice was not loud, but it carried a penetrating power that sent shivers down everyone's spines. The task rules clearly stated that those who exceed the time limit without completing the task would be permanently trapped in the small world. No one knew what awaited them, but it certainly wouldn't be anything good. Jin Mingliang took a deep breath, looking at Shin Shuren. Tell us your thoughts. Since you say this, you must have a plan. He could sense that although Shin Shuren was young, he was much steadier than the others. Perhaps he could really come up with a feasible solution. Shin Shan nodded and said directly, we have prepared a speedboat that can seat 6 people. We can tie your remaining kayak to the back of the speedboat, which will allow us to carry more people. We can find some suitable branches around, sharpen them into wooden stakes, tie them to the sides of the boat, and prepare some long paddles and stakes. If something attacks us underwater, we can fight back with the stakes and paddles and kill them. He paused for a moment before continuing. Given the current situation, taking the water route is dangerous, but it saves a lot of time. Walking on land not only takes longer, but may also expose us to more unknown dangers. Instead of waiting to be swallowed by this small world, we should take a chance. If we don't leave this place, we will eventually meet a dead end. Everyone fell silent. Staying in place meant waiting for death, and walking would delay them further. In contrast, taking the water route, though dangerous, offered a glimmer of hope. Jin Mingliang pondered for a moment and finally made up his mind, slapping his thigh. All right, let's do it. Instead of waiting for death, let us take a gamble. The others nodded in agreement. Although still afraid, they preferred to take the risk than remain trapped in the small world forever. Then let's get moving now. Wang Jun said first. I'll look for suitable branches to sharpen into stakes. I'll go too, Lu Hong echoed. The group immediately sprang into action, scattering around the water outlet to find suitable large branches. Everyone took out their knives and machetes, laboriously sharpening them. The sharp blades sliced through the wood, making a cracking sound as pointed stakes quickly took shape. Jiang Xiaoyu did not join in. She stood quietly by the shore, watching the murky river water. No one knew that she had various weapons hidden in her space. A single fork, double forks, short blades, long spears, all sharp and far more useful than wooden stakes. She chose not to speak or reveal her space, since she was only pretending to be a fire-type ability user to the outside world. The secret of her space could not be easily leaked. With a thought, she pulled out a collapsible small grill from her backpack. Then, she took some loach meat, cut it into even small pieces, and skewered them on thin iron sticks, placing them on the grill. Next, a faint flame ignited at her fingertips, lighting the charcoal beneath the grill. The instinct of a zombie made her crave food intensely. She needed to stay full. No one knew what uncontrollable things might happen if she got extremely hungry. The fire soon blazed, and the sizzling sound of roasting meat mixed with an enticing aroma, clashing with the tense atmosphere around. Wu Qing, who was struggling to sharpen stakes, caught a whiff of the meat smell and turned to see Jiang Xiaoyu roasting meat again. Instantly furious, she threw down the branch in her hand, quickly walked up to Jiang Xiaoyu, and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Hey, what is wrong with you? Everyone is busy preparing weapons and reinforcing the boats, and you're here roasting meat. You don't care about anyone else's life, do you?" Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone busy around to hear. The others paused their actions, turning their gazes toward Jiang Xiaoyu with complex expressions on their faces. Most people felt that Wu Qing was right. Jiang Xiaoyu was indeed too indifferent and selfish. However, some remembered how the young girl had saved others before and hesitated, remaining silent. Jiang Xiaoyu showed no reaction to Wu Qing's accusations, still focused on turning the loach meat, as if the people around her did not exist. She couldn't speak. That was her hard truth. As long as the other party did not attack her, she could endure. Shun Xian stood not far away, watching this scene with increasing complexity in his heart. He was more worried that Wu Qing's accusations might provoke the little zombie, causing her to reveal her true identity, and the consequences would be unimaginable. If the little zombie bit someone, there would be one more zombie, and the numbers would multiply geometrically. Stop! Stop! He hurried over, tugging at Wu Qing's arm, trying to mediate. All right. Everyone has their own way of preparing. She might just want to replenish her strength. After all, we need to maintain our condition for the boat ride later. Let's hurry and prepare. We need to set off before dark. Wu Qing shot Jiang Xiaoyu an angry glare, then looked at Sun Xian, muttering, "Eat, eat, eat. I don't know how much meat she's eaten on the way. She should be kicked out of the team." Seeing this, although the others disapproved, they turned their gazes away and continued to busy themselves. After all, their lives were more important. At worst, they could let her sit in the most dangerous position. Jiang Xiaoyu had excellent hearing and caught their words, but she pretended not to hear. When the loach meat was roasted to a golden brown, she picked up the iron skewer, removed her mask, and took a big bite. The tender taste of the loach meat spread in her mouth, slowly filling her with energy and easing her tense nerves. The meat here could fill her stomach, but the energy was low, and she would have to eat many meals. Compared to human blood and flesh, it was still far from enough. She felt that in her previous life, her inability to awaken her abilities was related to her principle of not eating humans. What could she do? After all, her brother was a soldier, full of righteousness. If she ate people, even if she still had some humanity left, her brother would definitely uphold justice and turn against her. She had to stock up on food and could not bite people anymore. The life of the undead was difficult. She had to endure. As the sun gradually set, the golden rays of light spilled over the wide river, creating shimmering reflections. Everyone worked together and quickly sharpened dozens of pointed wooden stakes, tying them evenly along the sides of the speedboat and kayak to form a defensive barrier. At the same time, they used thick ropes to firmly tie the speedboat and kayak together, ensuring they wouldn't be separate during the journey. With everything ready, the group looked at the two boats, their faces showing both tension and a hint of anticipation. Jean Mingliang took a deep breath and said, "All right, let us board the boat. Those who can operate the speedboat, sit in the front. The others will take the kayak. We aim to cover some distance before dark and find a safe place to stop and rest. I want to sit in the speedboat. The kayak is too dangerous." Wu Qing jumped up first, staring fiercely at the speedboat, afraid someone would take her spot. Zhao Kai immediately echoed, "I want to sit in the speedboat too." "Why should you sit in the speedboat?" Another surviving male ability user was unhappy. There's limited space in the speedboat. The injured should board first. It's safer for the injured to sit in the back. What if something happens during a fight? Someone else countered. Everyone began to argue, each trying to claim a seat in the speedboat. After all, the speedboat was slightly better protected and much safer than the kayak trailing behind. No one wanted to experience the fear of being attacked by underwater creatures again. Their selfish nature was laid bare in the face of life and death. Jean Mingliang's brows furrowed tighter, and he shouted loudly, "Stop arguing. Is this the time to fight? If this keeps up, we want to even leave before dark." But the quarrel did not stop. It grew even more intense. Sun Xian looked at the chaotic scene, feeling anxious, and his gaze unconsciously glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu, fearing that this chaotic situation might provoke her. However, Jiang Xiaoyu showed no extra movements. In the end, Jean Mingliang had to force a compromise. "All right." The speedboat was brought by Sun Xian and the others. "The three of them will sit in the front to operate it. For the remaining positions, we will take turns. We will switch every hour, so everyone gets a chance." No one should argue anymore. Although this plan could not satisfy everyone, it was relatively fair. At this moment, Wu Qing suddenly stepped forward, deliberately raising her voice. "That little mute shouldn't participate in the rotation. She hasn't lifted a finger this whole time. Why should she share a spot with us? The very back corner of the kayak is just right for her." Sun Xian frowned slightly. Why did Wu Qing have to provoke the little zombie? Although we were a temporary team, the most important thing now was to work together to escape, and it wasn't necessary to divide things so clearly. Not dividing clearly? Wu Qing immediately retorted, a hint of sarcasm curling at the corners of her mouth. "That's not right. No matter what group it is, the rule of more work, more pay applies. Right? Letting her board for free is already generous enough. Are we supposed to treat her as an equal with those of us who are working ourselves to the bone?" Zhao Kai immediately chimed in, resting his arm on Wu Qing's shoulder. "Qing is right. You should get what you put in. If you insist on protecting her, then I won't do any work next time. We can't let the honest people suffer, can we?" Jean Mingliang looked at the standoff and then turned to Jiang Xiaoyu. The girl was wrapped up tightly, nothing visible. She was young, yet a strange person, almost like a wooden puppet when not eating. He sighed heavily, ultimately compromising, and said in a deep voice towards Jiang Xiaoyu, "All right, let's do as everyone says. Little girl, go sit at the end of the kayak." Jiang Xiaoyu didn't look up. She carefully wrapped the unfinished grilled meat in aluminum foil and put it in her backpack. She walked over, leaped lightly, and landed at the end of the kayak like a feather. Sitting still, she maintained her cold and detached demeanor. as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. Jin Mingliang no longer delayed, boarding the speedboat with the others and starting the engine. Sun Xian personally controlled the direction, while Wang Jun and Lu Hong held tightly onto their long wooden pikes, vigilantly watching the water's surface. As the engine roared to life, they slowly departed from the shore, cutting through the waves downstream. Just a short distance out, Sun Xian keenly sensed an unusual vibration from the bottom of the boat. His expression changed, and just as he was about to warn everyone, a sudden violent commotion erupted beneath the water. Gurgle, gurgle. Beneath the murky water, countless dark shadows darted back and forth, stirring the currents and causing the boat to shake violently. Everyone get ready. There's something in the water. Jin Mingliang's voice rang out urgently. Most people who had experienced the pawn's attack reacted immediately. Wooden pikes, daggers, and long knives were tightly gripped. Chapter 44. Paradise Island 11. Jiang Xiaoyu slowly raised her hand, concentrating her thoughts, and took out two cold glowing metal forks from her space. Her movements were calm and unhurried. Her fingers skillfully connecting the two forks, locking them in place, instantly assembling them into a 2-meter-long trident. The sharp tip gleamed coldly in the sunset. Just then, a series of violent impacts came from the bottom of the boat, the force astonishing, causing the entire boat to rock up and down, nearly toppling several people. The underwater creatures seemed to be enraged by the boat's presence and began to violently slam against the bottom and sides of the boat. The sharp wooden pikes pierced some creatures, eliciting shrill cries, and dark green blood stained the surrounding water. They're attacking the bottom of the boat. Everyone fight back. Jin Mingliang shouted, swinging his wooden pike towards the dark shadows surfacing, but missed completely. The underwater creatures were extremely fast and cunning, only attacking from below the surface, rarely surfacing. Everyone swung their weapons wildly in attack, but mostly missed, only able to watch helplessly as the bottom of the boat was pounded with loud thuds. The boat swaying more and more violently. Amidst the chaos, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly stood up, her wrist exerting force, and the trident in her hand sliced through the air with a sharp sound, thrusting fiercely towards the water's surface where the shadows were. With a splat, the sharp trident effortlessly pierced through the body of an underwater creature, dark green blood gushing out and staining the water. Jiang Xiaoyu flicked her wrist, forcefully lifting the trident. A writhing giant piranha was forcibly speared out of the water, its sharp teeth still gnashing, but it was powerless to escape. This scene stunned everyone, the panic immediately halting, and they stared blankly at the trident in Jiang Xiaoyu's hand and the dying piranha, their faces filled with shock. A piranha? There's actually a piranha here. Wu Qing's scream broke the brief silence, her body trembling, her face as pale as paper. It's so big. Let us go back to shore. It's too scary. I never want to be on the water again. This piranha was not only massive but also looked somewhat different from those in the original world, reminiscent of scenes from the movie Piranha. As the shadow of the earlier underwater attack faded, they were now faced with such a menacing giant piranha, causing many people's psychological defenses to crumble, all wanting to escape this dangerous water area. Don't panic. Sun Xian forced down his shock, steadying his hands on the controls of the speedboat. Hold on tight. I'm going to accelerate. These piranhas are fast, but the speedboat's engine power is stronger. As long as we don't fall off, we won't be in danger. Just as he finished speaking, Sun Xian suddenly slammed down on the accelerator, and the speedboat's engine roared, instantly increasing speed. The boat sliced through the turbulent waters, speeding downstream. The piranha swarm behind seemed stunned by this sudden speed, hesitating for a moment before not continuing the chase, only tumbling in place for a few rounds before gradually sinking into the murky water, disappearing from sight. Everyone felt the boat speed up and their taut nerves relaxed slightly. Wu Qing slumped in her seat, gasping for breath, her face still showing signs of shock. Zhao Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, murmuring, "Thank goodness. We finally shook them off." At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyu, who had been silently observing her surroundings, suddenly caught sight of something unusual behind her sunglasses. The giant plants on both sides of the riverbank were lush, blocking most of the view, but just as the boat rocked, a faint green shadow swayed above the water's surface. It was a green rope entwined around the trunks of the trees on both banks. The rope was not thick, and its color almost blended in with the surrounding vegetation. If it hadn't been for the boat's movement causing the water to sway slightly, it would have been impossible to spot. Jiang Xiaoyu's pupils constricted slightly. This was definitely not a naturally growing plant vine. It was clearly deliberately set up by someone. Without a moment's hesitation, she suddenly stood up, crossed the swaying boat, and quickly ran towards the driver's position of the speedboat. "Hey, what are you doing, little mute?" Wu Qing shouted out in dissatisfaction. "Are you crazy? Don't mess around here. If you tip the boat over, we'll all end up as fish food. She had never liked Jiang Xiaoyu, and seeing her suddenly rush towards the driver's position only made her feel like she was causing trouble. Her tone full of mockery and anger. If not for the instability, Zhao Kai would have wanted to pull her back. Shen Shan also noticed Jiang Xiaoyu's movements and, fearing she would come up to bite him, stepped aside. Jiang Xiaoyu ignored Wu Qing's accusations, walking straight to the driver's position, extending her cool fingers to precisely press the speedboat's deceleration button. As the engine noise diminished, the speedboat quickly slowed down. The sudden deceleration caused inertia to kick in, and many people on the boat were caught off guard, their bodies lurching forward. Some shouted as they grabbed onto the nearby handrails, while others stumbled into each other, creating a cacophony of collisions on the deck. Wu Qing was startled into a pale face by this sudden change, just as she steadied herself. Her pent-up anger erupted like a volcano. Her voice became sharp and distorted with rage, spittle flying as she cursed. "You little brat, are you insane? In this godforsaken place with no village in front or store behind, are you trying to get everyone killed by suddenly slowing down?" But before she could finish cursing, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! The previously loose rope in the water was suddenly tightened by someone. Bang! The massive pull caused the speedboat to tilt sharply to one side, catching everyone on board by surprise, losing their balance. Wu Qing screamed as she nearly got thrown out, fortunately managing to grab onto the railing just in time. The kayak was also violently shaken by this force, with several people clinging tightly to the sides, their faces changing abruptly. "What the hell? Someone is sabotaging us." Wang Jun's angry voice rang out, his eyes fixed fiercely on the plants on both banks, filled with rage. "Someone actually set a trap here. Do they want to drag all passers-by into the water to feed the fish?" The crowd finally realized that Jiang Xiaoyu's sudden deceleration was not a prank, but because she had already discovered the deadly hidden rope trap. If it weren't for her quick reaction in reducing the boat's speed before the rope tightened, at the previous speed of the assault boat, they would have been overturned by the immense pulling force, and everyone would have fallen into the water, becoming prey for underwater creatures. Shen Shuren's gaze grew increasingly complex as he looked at Jiang Xiaoyu's profile. The little zombie was indeed different from humans. Her perception was astonishingly sharp, yet she was a zombie. Why was she involved in the training team of supernatural beings? Jiang Xiaoyu ignored the crowd's reactions, standing steadily on the tilted assault boat. Zombies are exceptionally sensitive to human sense. She could sense that there were several human presences hiding in the shadows on both banks, watching them intently with malicious intent. Chapter 45, Paradise Island 12. Jin Mingliang stabilized his stance, gripping the dagger tightly, and shouted loudly, "Everyone be careful. Stay alert on both banks. Wang Jun, Shuren, come with me. Let's find a way to cut this rope." Just then, a commotion of hurried footsteps suddenly erupted from the massive plant clusters on both banks. A dozen tall men emerged from the shore, each wielding sharp machetes or iron rods, their faces displaying fierce expressions. Leading them was a man with a buzz cut and a scar across his face. He glared at the people on the boat with a sinister look, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he shouted in broken Chinese, "Leave the assault boat behind and hand over the supplies on you, and I can spare your lives." His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, carrying a distinct foreign accent that was repulsive to hear. Lu Hong's expression changed, and she leaned closer to Shen Shuren, lowering her voice. "Shuren, they are from Japan." Though her voice was quiet, everyone on the assault boat heard it. Anger flashed across everyone's faces. Jin Mingliang tightened his grip on the dagger, looking firmly at the scar-faced man, and retorted defiantly, "The assault boat is ours, and the supplies were collected at the risk of our lives. Why should we give them to you?" He knew that once they surrendered the assault boat and supplies, they would not survive in this perilous little world. Moreover, they were Japanese, making it even less likely. The smile on the scar-faced man's face instantly vanished, his gaze turning even more ferocious. He waved his hand, and the men behind him immediately raised their weapons, aiming at the people on the boat. The scar-faced man sneered, "You don't know what's good for you. If you refuse to cooperate, don't blame us for being rude." Before his words fell, he raised his right hand, a ball of blazing fire igniting in his palm, the orange flames dancing and radiating a scorching heat. "Burn them," he roared, hurling the ball of fire towards the assault boat. The fireball whistled as it skimmed over the water, heading straight for the people on the boat, the air slightly distorted by the heat. "Put out the fire," Jin Mingliang shouted. Lu Hong and another silent middle-aged man acted simultaneously, concentrating a large amount of fresh water in their palms, shooting it out like two water guns, accurately hitting the incoming fireball. With a sizzling sound, water and fire collided, creating a massive cloud of white mist, and the flames were instantly extinguished, leaving only a wet deck behind. There are water-type supernatural beings. The scar-faced man's expression darkened, but he quickly sneered. No problem. We have ways. One of the Japanese men behind him stepped forward, pressing his hands to the ground, and shouted, Earth escape. The soil on the riverbank surged, sharp stone spikes bursting forth, aiming at the bottom of the assault boat with astonishing speed. Wind system. Shun Shuren reacted quickly, activating his supernatural ability and forming a cyclone in his palm, striking it towards the stone spikes. The cyclone, with its powerful wind force, severed the stone spikes in two, and the fragments fell into the water with splashes. Wood system. Another person on the bank activated their power, several thick vines bursting out from the vegetation, coiling towards the people on the boat like venomous snakes, trying to bind them. Fire system. Seeing this, Jin Mingliang immediately activated his fire ability, slashing out a blade of flames that burned the approaching vines to a crisp. The air filled with the smell of charred vegetation. In an instant, a fierce clash erupted between the supernatural beings on the bank and those on the boat. Fire against wood, water against fire, wind against earth, various supernatural abilities intertwined. The sounds of explosions, clashes, and roars echoed. The scorching heat of the flames, the refreshing spray of water, and the sharp sound of stone spikes created an exceptionally dangerous battlefield. After several exchanges, both sides took turns attacking and defending. But the Japanese team on the bank did not gain any advantage, although they had the numbers. The cooperation of the supernatural beings on the boat made them hesitant to approach easily. Meanwhile, those on the boat could not break free from the taut rope, forced to remain in place and retaliate passively. More critically, the Japanese men on the bank clearly harbored fears of the creatures beneath the water, even with the advantage. No one dared to rush into the river, afraid of becoming prey to unknown beings. For a time, both sides found themselves in a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand. The scar-faced man watched the deadlocked situation with a darkening expression. He knew that prolonging the standoff was not beneficial for them. The commotion here could easily attract more giant creatures. He thought for a moment and suddenly revealed a hypocritical smile, saying, Holding out like this is meaningless. The creatures in the river will probably be attracted by the noise, and then you all will be doomed. Why don't we cooperate? We have kayaks and can team up with you to break out of this water area and find a way off Paradise Island. Delusional. Shun Shuren refused without hesitation. His eyes cold. We will never team up with the Japanese. Your evil deeds have spread all over the world. Who knows if you will stab us in the back? Lu Hong immediately echoed. Yes, absolutely not teaming up. Collaborating with you is no different from seeking skin from a tiger. The scar-faced man's smile instantly froze, his gaze turning extremely sinister. He sneered, his tone full of mockery. In this apocalypse, still holding on to such narrow national prejudices? Shouldn't Earth be one family? Don't you Chinese people always say the Earth is a village? Why don't you recognize it now? One family on Earth still has distinctions. Jin Mingliang shouted angrily, his eyes filled with disdain. We are willing to cooperate with supernatural beings from other countries, but with you Japanese, there is nothing to discuss. Your actions have long disqualified you from talking about cooperation. The scar-faced man's patience was completely exhausted, the hypocritical smile on his face vanishing entirely, replaced by a vicious killing intent. He glared at the people on the boat, gritting his teeth and roaring. Since you refuse to drink the toast, you can all die. As soon as his words fell, he signaled to his subordinates behind him. Several Japanese men immediately turned around, dragging several already prepared giant animal corpses from the massive plant clusters. There were giant loaches, snails, ants, and caterpillars that they had seen before. What are they trying to do? Wu Qing watched this scene, her face turning pale as a sense of foreboding rose in her heart. Before anyone could react, the scar-faced man waved his hand and shouted, Throw them in. Let the monsters in the river deal with them. The Japanese men immediately exerted their strength, tossing the heavy, giant animal corpses one by one into the murky river water. Splash! Splash! The corpses fell into the water, creating huge splashes, and the strong smell of blood spread through the water. The once relatively calm surface of the water suddenly became violently agitated the moment the corpses hit the water. Chapter 46. Paradise Island 13. Gurgle, gurgle. Countless dark shadows swiftly darted underwater, stirring the currents and causing the boat to start shaking wildly. Under the murky water, countless pairs of scarlet eyes could be faintly seen, fixated on the people aboard the boat. These were giant piranhas attracted by the smell of blood, along with many unknown underwater creatures. Their numbers were far greater than those encountered before, densely surrounding the boat, violently crashing against the hull and sides with astonishing force, as if the entire vessel might capsize at any moment. This is bad. They want to use these corpses to lure more underwater monsters. Jin Mingliang's face changed drastically. His eyes filled with shock and anger. These lunatics, don't they fear being attacked by the monsters themselves? They are on the shore. The monsters in the water cannot attack them right away. Even if large animals come ashore, they still have a chance to escape. Lu Hong gritted her teeth and said, "But we are on the boat, the living targets for the monsters." The underwater impacts grew more intense. The boat swayed as if it would break apart. And everyone clung desperately to the sides, their faces pale, as despair once again enveloped each heart. Shadows densely swam beneath the surface, the scarlet eyes barely visible in the murky water. Occasionally, giant piranhas leaped out of the water, their sharp teeth glinting coldly, just a few feet away from the boat, causing everyone to scream in terror. "Captain, if this continues, we will all die." Wu Qing could no longer bear the fear, crying out with a trembling voice, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Why not cooperate with them first? As long as we have the Green Hills, we need not fear the firewood will be exhausted." At this moment, she had lost all her previous arrogance, leaving only the fear of death. Zhao Kai echoed her sentiment, his body shaking like a sieve. "Captain, I don't want to die either. Although the Japanese are despicable, at least if we agree to them, we can survive, and once we are out of danger, we can find a way." He looked at the giant piranhas continuously leaping from the water, terrified to the core, having long since thrown away any sense of pride. "Shut up!" Jin Mingliang suddenly roared, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring fiercely at Wu Qing and Zhao Kai. "As a citizen of Dragon Country, even in death, one must die with dignity. Do not trust the facade of the Japanese. They will not leave us a way out, but will treat us as stepping stones, stabbing us when they are done. Better to fight these monsters than to die at their hands." Although his voice wavered due to the swaying of the boat, it carried an undeniable firmness. Shinshan also agreed, his eyes cold and resolute. "Yes, we will never cooperate. Even if we all die here today, we will never bow to them." He had already prepared for the worst, planning to blow up the speedboat at the last moment. Better to destroy it than leave it for the Japanese. The scar-faced man seemed to have anticipated their reaction, seeing that they were unwilling to yield. He retreated with his men to the dense giant plants, afraid of being affected, watching from a distance, clearly wanting the underwater monsters to wear them down. They have all withdrawn. Wang Jun, with sharp eyes, noticed that the Japanese men on the shore had retreated and immediately shouted, "Quick! Take this opportunity to find a way to cut the rope. As long as we break free from the rope, we can accelerate our escape from here." A fire-type ability user reached out, attempting to burn the green rope entangled around the boat's side with flames. The flames scorched the rope, making a sizzling sound, but only left a charred mark, unable to burn it through. "No good. This rope is fireproof," he said, sweating profusely, pulling out the dagger at his waist and slashing at the rope. Crack! The dagger slid across the rope, leaving only a shallow mark. The rope still firmly wrapped around the boat, unmoving. "What is this material made of? It's too hard." Wang Jun took out a machete and struck the rope hard. But no matter how much force he used, he could not cut through it, and instead, his hands went numb from the impact. The only metal ability user in the group also stepped forward, taking a deep breath, pointing his hands at the green rope, trying to use his ability to manipulate metal structures, but the rope remained still, showing neither metallic luster nor producing any resonance. "It's not metal," he shook his head, his tone heavy. "My ability is useless against it. The material of this rope doesn't belong to the metallic category at all." Shinshan also tried to use his ability, forming a blade of wind to slash at the rope. The wind blade howled past, striking the rope, but it merely made the rope sway slightly, still intact. His expression grave, he said, "The material of this rope is very special. It is not only fireproof, but can also withstand various attacks, likely a special material used in aerospace. Ordinary weapons cannot cut it." Everyone looked at the indestructible green rope and then at the underwater monsters still violently crashing against the boat, the hope on their faces gradually replaced by despair. The boat rocked more violently, the creaking of the boards growing louder, with the risk of capsizing at any moment. Yet they were trapped in place, unable to escape the trap and unable to fend off the underwater monsters. It seemed they had truly walked into a dead end. Wu Qing slumped on the deck, her eyes vacant, murmuring, "It's over, it's really over. We are all going to die here, boo-hoo." Zhao Kai also lost the strength to struggle, clutching the sides of the boat tightly, tears flowing uncontrollably, his shoulders heaving as he repeatedly mumbled, "I don't want to die, Mom, I don't want to die. I want to go home." Just then, Jiang Xiaoyu, who had been silently standing at the front of the boat, moved. She slightly tilted her head, her all-white pupils behind the sunglasses precisely locking onto the taut green rope. The rope was secured by tree trunks on both banks, spanning over 10 meters across the river. Taut and straight like a bowstring, she lightly pushed off the deck with her feet, her body leaping up like an arrow, landing steadily on the green rope. The rope, taut and straight, surprisingly bore her weight without budging, like a solid aerial walkway. She stood in the center of the rope, beneath her the turbulent, murky river, teeming with monsters, and in front, a 6 to 7 meter drop. Everyone on the boat was stunned, holding their breath, instinctively stopping their noise. No one had expected that this girl, who had always been silent, would have such courage. Although they still did not like her, at this moment, they all chose to protect her. Protect her, don't let the monsters jump up and attack. Jin Mingliang reacted the quickest, immediately giving a low order. Shen Xian promptly activated his wind ability, forming an invisible wind wall around Jiang Xiaoyu, knocking the giant piranhas that leapt out of the water back down. The water-type ability users also cooperated, shooting jets of water to disrupt the rhythm of the underwater monsters' attacks. Everyone worked in perfect harmony, using their abilities to build a temporary protective barrier around Jiang Xiaoyu, clearing the obstacles in her path. Chapter 47. Paradise Island 14. No matter how they usually felt about her, at this moment, they were all citizens of Dragon Country. Shen Xian looked at Jiang Xiaoyu's back on the rope and instantly understood what she was about to do. Get to shore, untie the rope. This kind of trap rope is usually tied with a slip knot for easy setup and retrieval, and untying it is not difficult. But the problem is, the process is too dangerous. Because the easy-to-untie end is definitely on the side with people, she not only has to walk on the narrow, smooth rope, but must also be on guard against sudden attacks from underwater monsters. More importantly, there are also a dozen Japanese on the shore. She may be a zombie, but going over like this is almost like sending herself to death. At this moment, he no longer cared as much about the girl being a zombie. How bad could a patriotic zombie be? Jiang Xiaoyu paid no attention to the surrounding dangers, standing steadily on the rope. Her steps light as she moved toward the riverbank side. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid of death, but her zombie constitution was special, making her the most suitable for adventure. Although most of the people on the boat had spoken ill of her, and no one liked her, in the face of great danger, she could let go of her grievances. The all-white eyes behind the sunglasses vigilantly scanned the water's surface and the movements on the shore. The trident in her hand slightly raised, ready to respond to any sudden situation. The underwater monster seemed to sense her intentions, and its attacks became even more frenzied. With countless piranhas leaping out of the water, rushing towards Jiang Xiaoyu, who was tied to the rope. At that moment, a half-meter-long giant piranha broke through the psychic barrier, leaping out of the water like a bolt from a crossbow, its sharp teeth sinking into Jiang Xiaoyu's calf. Not good, Shen Xian shouted in alarm, her heart tightening in an instant. The others on the boat also changed expressions, unable to help but worry for her. The piranha's biting force was astonishing, its sharp teeth deeply embedded in Jiang Xiaoyu's pant leg, with blood faintly seeping out. Although it hadn't bitten through the bone, the force and depth of the bite clearly indicated a serious injury. In her panic, no one noticed that the blood she lost was minimal and dark in color. The thrashing piranha nearly caused her to fall into the river. Gathering a ball of fire in her hand, she instantly burned a hole through the piranha on her leg. The piranha lost its breath immediately. However, it still clung to her leg. She paid it no mind, her steps unwavering, as if the piranha was merely a nuisance stuck to her pant leg. The Japanese men on the shore quickly noticed her, and upon seeing the piranha hanging from her leg and her determined demeanor, they were first taken aback and then burst into laughter. A man with yellow hair crossed his arms, speaking in a frivolous tone. Little girl, even if you untie the rope, you can't go back. With your delicate skin, you dare to come here alone? What? Do you want to play with us brothers? His Chinese was clumsy, filled with lewd sarcasm. Hee hee. The other Japanese men on the shore laughed along, their greedy gazes sweeping over Jiang Xiaoyu. Not bad figure, but her whole face is covered. Who knows if she's good looking? But it doesn't matter, I'm not picky. Look, she even has a fish hanging from her leg. Is she here to bring us food? The mocking voices rose and fell, and they completely disregarded Jiang Xiaoyu, standing with arms crossed on the riverbank, waiting for her to come closer, as if watching a prey walking into a trap. The scar-faced man leisurely emerged from behind the bushes, his eyes coldly assessing Jiang Xiaoyu, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Little girl, you're not even an adult yet. Letting you, a small girl, come here to die among so many men is really ruthless. We have quite a few brothers. Can you handle it alone? Ha ha ha. Another round of unabashed laughter erupted from the shore, filled with disdain and contempt for Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu was oblivious to all of this, continuing to move forward steadily. When she reached the end of the rope near the riverbank, She lightly pushed off with her feet, leaping gracefully like a swift swallow and landing firmly on the shore. The moment she landed, she swung her trident without hesitation, ignoring the piranha biting her leg, and charged straight towards the 5 Japanese men on the shore. She doesn't know life from death. The scar-faced man's expression darkened. Waving his hand, catch her, but don't kill her, leave her for fun. The 5 Japanese men immediately surrounded her, their machetes and iron rods striking towards Jiang Xiaoyu with fierce, deadly moves. Jiang Xiaoyu dodged agilely, the trident in her hand whirling like the wind, occasionally counterattacking and forcing the opponents to retreat. Ever since her parents passed away, her brother had forced her to learn some basic combat skills, fearing that it was too dangerous for her to be alone in Haicheng. Plus, after she turned into a zombie, her strength had increased significantly, making one-on-one encounters manageable. But there were too many opponents, all adult male psychics, and Jiang Xiaoyu quickly found herself at a disadvantage. In a moment of blocking, 2 Japanese men took the opportunity to grab her arms from behind, while another pressed down hard on her shoulder, firmly restraining her. "Got her!" shouted the man holding her down. "Wow, this little girl is quite strong." Jiang Xiaoyu struggled with all her might, but was firmly pinned down, unable to move. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the rope, and in that instant of being restrained, she exerted force in her wrist, the trident in her hand accurately hooking the live knot on the tree trunk, gently lifting and pulling. With a whoosh, the unbreakable green rope instantly lost its tension and fell from the tree trunk, sliding towards the river surface. "The rope is untied. Quick, start the boat. Get out of here." Wu Qing shouted excitedly upon seeing this, her face filled with the joy of survival. Zhao Kai couldn't wait any longer, shoving Shen Shuren's hand away and lunging for the driver's seat to start the speedboat. "Hurry up, don't wait." The speedboat shot away from the scene like an arrow. "No, bring the little girl back." Shen Shuren grabbed Zhao Kai's arm, her eyes resolute as she shouted angrily. She watched as the small zombie, firmly controlled on the shore, grew increasingly distant, filled with guilt. It was she who risked her life to untie the rope. They could not leave her behind. Even if she was a zombie, she was still a good zombie. After all, she had so many opportunities in front of her, yet she hadn't bitten anyone, even if they were now different species. So what? At that moment, the selfless little zombie seemed to grow taller. "What are you saving her for?" Wu Qing immediately retorted, her face flushed with excitement. "We barely escaped. They outnumber us. Going back is just asking for death. Hurry, let's leave here." Zhao Kai was also sweating profusely, pointing towards the back and shouting, "Look, the piranhas are still chasing us. If we don't leave, we're all going to die." Just as he finished speaking, a giant piranha leaped out of the water, landing with a loud slap on the deck, its sharp teeth gnashing wildly, frightening everyone into retreat. Chapter 48, Paradise Island 15. "I'm the captain, and I insist on going back to save her." Jean Mingliang stood up, his tone heavy and firm. "No matter what, we can't let a little girl die for us. She put herself in danger to save us. If we just leave like this, how can we face ourselves?" To be honest, he didn't particularly like the girl. Despite her youth, she exuded a sense of lifelessness, like a wilted flower. But so what? She was still a good child of Long Nation. "I want to go back too." Shen Shuren forcefully shook off Zhao Kai's hand, her eyes determined. "We have so many people. We can't let a little girl take the lead and face danger alone. Even if we can't win, we have to try. Going back is nonsense." Zhao Kai jumped up in frustration, shouting angrily at Shen Shuren. "You all read too many books and got brainwashed. In the apocalypse, living is more important than anything. Can morals feed us? Can they help us survive? Sacrificing one for the many is worth it." Wu Qing echoed, her eyes filled with selfishness and indifference. "Let's go. It's going to get dark soon. Finding shelter is urgent." Shen Shuren ignored them, seizing control of the speedboat, her tone cold. "The speedboat is ours. I said we're going back to save her." "Yes, we're going back to save her." Lu Hong also stepped forward, her eyes firmly fixed on the others. She looked like a high school student, possibly still underage. "We can't be ungrateful people. Anyone who doesn't want to go can get off the boat now. Don't burn bridges." Wu Qing shouted in panic. It might already be too late to go back and save her. "That little mute looks like a wooden person. She can die. What's there to regret?" Slap. A crisp sound rang out as Lu Hong slapped Wu Qing hard across the face. "You can get lost. No matter how many conflicts we have usually, personal grudges must be set aside at this moment. She was captured to save us. If we abandon her, how are we any different from those Japanese men?" Wu Qing was stunned by the slap, covering her face, her eyes filled with shock and anger. But she dared not say another word. At this moment, Shen Shuren had already turned the control lever, steering the speedboat back towards the riverbank, while solemnly addressing everyone. "If anyone wants to get off the boat, Speak up now. I will count to 3. If you don't get off, we'll all go back to save people. The crowd exchanged glances, and no one dared to move. Getting off the boat at this moment might be even more dangerous. It was getting dark, and acting alone was tantamount to suicide. Several people who initially wanted to give up on the rescue also fell silent, tacitly accepting the decision to go back and save people. The speedboat had not gone far, and within just a few minutes, they arrived at the incident site. The Japanese were gathered around a bonfire, cooking, with sausages sizzling on an iron rack, bubbling with oil. They did not expect this group to dare return. Upon hearing the engine of the speedboat, 3 of them put down what they were doing and stood up, their faces filled with astonishment, which quickly turned into disdainful sneers. Damn, they actually dare to come back, spat a Japanese man with a beard, gripping the iron rod in his hand. The boss took the others to look for shelter nearby. It's just us left. We can handle them. Another tall, skinny man assessed the people getting off the boat, and seeing that most of them were young faces, his contempt deepened. They were not to be feared. Most looked like university students who had never experienced fighting, and their weapons were simple enough to easily deal with them. A slightly plump man yelled toward the bushes in the distance, "Yamamoto-kun, hurry up. Stop playing around and come back to work." Jin Mingliang quickly issued orders. "Lu Hong, you stay on the boat, control the speedboat, and be ready to support. And keep an eye out for piranhas in the water. The rest of you, get off the boat with me to rescue people." "I'm not getting off." Wu Qing immediately shrank back, gripping the boat's railing tightly. "I'm staying on the boat. You're the ones going to save the little mute. I'm not going." Zhao Kai also chimed in, hiding behind Wu Qing. "I am not getting off either. I don't have any combat ability. Going down there would just hold you back. It's better to stay on the boat and help Lu Hong keep watch." Jin Mingliang's face darkened, but he had no time to persuade them further. Since he refused to get off, stay on the boat and don't move. The rest, follow me. Before he finished speaking, Jin Mingliang jumped off the boat first, landing steadily on the shore. Shin Shuren and 3 other teammates followed closely, the 5 of them advancing towards the Japanese men. Shin Shuren did not immediately join the fight. His gaze quickly scanned the shore. He knew all too well how tough these zombies were. The last time one had its neck broken and still survived. This time, being captured would surely not lead to an easy death. Looking around, he found nothing. The giant plants on the shore were dense and flourishing, obscuring much of the view. Shin Shuren bypassed the fighting crowd and ran towards a nearby bush that was slightly swaying. There seemed to be some movement, as if someone was struggling. It must be some Japanese man bullying her, he thought, his heart tightening as he quickened his pace. But when he reached the bush and clearly saw the scene inside, he froze in place, the prepared dagger forcibly retracted. The sight before him was completely opposite to what he had imagined. A Japanese man was half naked, lying on a mat, eyes wide open, already devoid of breath. And Jiang Xiaoyu was lying on top of him, her body moving slightly. If one didn't look closely, they might think the little girl was kissing the man's neck, but upon closer inspection, it became clear that her lips were tightly pressed against the man's neck, with fresh blood continuously oozing from the corners of her mouth. Yes, it was normal for zombies to eat people. Shin Shuren was stunned for a few seconds, forcing himself to take several deep breaths to calm his emotions. He had known for a long time that the little girl was a zombie, but seeing this scene with his own eyes still made his heart skip a beat. He steadied himself, trying to make his voice sound gentle. "Little sister, we are here to save you." Once he spoke, he found himself at a loss for words, standing awkwardly, staring at the scene before him. Jiang Xiaoyu turned her head abruptly upon hearing the voice. At this moment, her mask and sunglasses had already been removed, revealing her complete face. A few drops of blood splattered on her fair cheeks, her lips stained bright red, with still wet blood at the corners of her mouth. The most chilling part was her eyes. The pupils were completely white, devoid of any hue, and were now coldly fixed on Shin Shuren. Even though Shin Shuren had seen zombies before, he was still startled by this appearance, his heart skipping a beat as he instinctively took 2 steps back. Jiang Xiaoyu was also momentarily taken aback upon seeing Shin Shuren. She had been doing her best to refrain from drinking human blood. She had no interest in human flesh. Human blood, especially that of ability users, was as addictive as opium. Why did they all rush at her, forcing her to break her resolve once again? This time, her brother shouldn't blame her, right? She remembered that this was called justifiable defense. Yes, justifiable defense. This person knew her secret, and if it got out, it would be over. Should she kill him to silence him? It is often said that it is better to kill the wrong person than to let the right person go. Jiang Xiaoyu was still contemplating whether to bite him directly. Shin Shuren steadied himself, continuously telling himself in his heart that this was a patriotic zombie. She had saved all of them, and she was just replenishing her energy. Yes, replenishing energy. Zombies are like this. He tried to communicate with the little girl, keeping his tone as calm as possible. We need to go. Those people will be back soon. I can help you deal with the body, okay? Since the person had already been bitten by Jiang Xiaoyu. In order to prevent the corpse from turning and causing harm, the best solution was to throw it into the river to feed the fish, thus resolving the matter entirely. Otherwise, this place would not be a training ground for ability users, but a training ground for zombies. Jiang Xiaoyu said nothing and simply stood up from the man. She dragged the corpse towards the riverbank. When she reached the edge, she took out a machete and struck down hard at the man's head. Crack! The head separated from the body. After finishing all this, she threw both the corpse and the head into the river. The body fell into the water, splashing, and was instantly dragged away by the underwater creatures. Double insurance. There was no possibility of the corpse turning. Shin Shuren watched her series of actions, secretly amazed, and then handed her a pack of wet wipes. You should wipe off the bloodstains and put your sunglasses back on. He pointed at the blood on Jiang Xiaoyu's face and the corner of her mouth. If the others saw her, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. Jiang Xiaoyu took the wet wipes and silently wiped the blood off her face, then put her sunglasses and mask back on. Seeing that the other party had no intention of exposing her, she ultimately did not take action. If someone came to rescue you and you ended up killing them, that would be ungrateful, and it would be a different matter altogether. When the two returned to the bonfire, the fighting was nearing its end. Jin Mingliang and the others, outnumbering their opponents, had killed 2 of the 3 Japanese ability users, and the remaining one, seeing the situation was not good, ran frantically towards the distant giant plants. Jin Mingliang, seeing Jiang Xiaoyu return unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "Don't chase. We need to leave quickly. The one who ran away will definitely report back. They will be back soon. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." The crowd showed no hesitation and quickly retreated to the speedboat. After a few people boarded the boat, Lu Hong immediately started the engine. The speedboat sped away from the scene like an arrow, racing downstream. Wu Qing sat on the boat, her gaze fixed on Jiang Xiaoyu. She noticed that Jiang Xiaoyu's clothes were still intact, but seeing the bloodstains on her clothes and pants deepened her confusion. Unable to help herself, she spoke up, "Little mute. You're so amazing. You actually managed to escape unscathed from those Japanese men. Did they do anything to you?" She simply couldn't understand how a seemingly frail little girl could survive unscathed after being captured by a dozen ability users, even managing to leave without a scratch. Jiang Xiaoyu ignored her question, leaning against the side of the boat, her gaze falling on the wound on Wang Jun's arm. After a moment, she had a thought and took out a palm-sized silver medical box from her space, walking towards Wang Jun. The medical box was exquisitely crafted and very beautiful. She handed the medical box to Wang Jun, then raised her hand, giving a slight bow to the people on the boat, and pointed at Wang Jun's wound while making a gesture of thanks. She was grateful for their return to save her, and this medical box was a token of her appreciation. Wang Jun was taken aback for a moment, took the medical box, and smiled a little embarrassedly. "Thank you for the medical box. My injury isn't serious, just a small cut. No need to be so polite, and you don't have to worry." As he spoke, he opened the medical box, which contained neatly arranged antiseptic cotton pads, iodine, anti-inflammatory medicine, fever medicine, hemostatic powder, sterile gauze, and specialized bandages. All high-quality medical supplies that were scarce in the apocalypse. "Why did you only give it to him?" Wu Qing immediately objected, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Xiaoyu. Her tone filled with dissatisfaction. "Everyone risked their lives to come back and save you. Just because he got hurt, does that mean we don't deserve anything? Isn't this too biased?" She was already in a bad mood, and seeing her only give the medical box to Wang Jun made her feel she had found a reason to vent her frustration. Jin Mingliang had long been displeased with Wu Qing and interrupted her with a frown. "All right, enough of that. I've never seen someone so shameless." He glanced at the sky. The sunset had already dipped below the horizon, and the sky was gradually darkening. "We should all take a careful look around and find a suitable place to spend the night. We can't just float on the river all night." Once Jin Mingliang spoke, everyone's attention was completely drawn to him. This was their first night in this unfamiliar little world, and night always meant the unknown and danger. No one dared to be careless. Wu Qing, who had been muttering to herself, also focused her mind, her eyes wide open, staring at both sides of the riverbank, afraid of missing any potential safe spot. The speedboat traveled through the murky river water for another half hour, and the scenery on both sides had changed little. As far as the eye could see, there were dense green plants everywhere. Tall trees blocked out the sun, low shrubs and vines intertwined, and countless unknown ferns spread out in between, so thick that not a sliver of space could be seen, as if they were in an endless green maze. "I see that there isn't much of a difference around here. Why don't we just find a place to dock?" Jin Mingliang looked at the unchanged scenery. His brow slightly furrowed, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. The sky was getting darker, and the night was beginning to envelop the earth. If they delayed any longer, the risk of docking would only increase once it was completely dark. I don't think that's appropriate, Shen Shuren immediately retorted, his gaze still carefully searching both banks, suggesting that it would be better to find a place with relatively fewer plants. The denser the vegetation, the more complete the ecosystem, and the more hidden animals there were likely to be. The probability of encountering an attack at night would greatly increase. Dense vegetation often concealed unknown dangers, as those giant creatures preferred to hide in the thick shade. Jin Mingliang sighed, his tone full of agreement yet helplessness. I wanted to. But we've been traveling for so long and haven't seen a single open space. Look at these two banks, they're all dense forests. The sky is about to turn completely dark, and if we keep looking ahead, it might be the same situation. Just as everyone was caught in a dilemma, Lu Hong, who had been paying attention to the left bank, suddenly brightened her eyes and pointed ahead. Look, there's a pile of gravel over there. Everyone followed the direction she was pointing and indeed saw an area on the riverbank not far ahead that was distinctly different from the surrounding dense vegetation. Although it was called a gravel pile, the stones weren't very large. The biggest was only about the size of a fist, with more small pebbles and gravel. If the reference object were larger, this area resembled a gentle mound of fine sand. The plants around the gravel pile were noticeably sparser, with only a few low shrubs scattered, and the view was relatively open, indeed an excellent choice for spending the night. Jin Mingliang's eyes lit up, and he immediately made a decision. All right, that looks good. We'll choose that place.